Chapter 33-35. Off in the distance, the rogue cultivators, now certain that they were safe, stopped fleeing and looked on in terror. They were completely in awe and fear of the Koi King of Tato Land. Even as everyone was marveling at how powerful the Koi King was, Ling Xiao reached out and grabbed the memory metal. As soon as the frigid general's memory metal touched him, he felt an intense surge of power wash over him. In that instant, Ling Xiao felt that the energy in his sea of cultivation had increased to 100%. He was only a step away from breaking through, and that was just a simple touch. As the memories of the martial disciplines within the metal flowed into Ling Xiao's mind, he began to meditate. Ling Xiao sat down cross-legged. From the very beginning of his cultivation, the martial foundation level, all the way to the 5th division of life seizing, he had gone through all of it again. This wasn't something Ling Xiao could decide, but rather, the power of the memory metal. Ling Xiao had always had his master to guide him. Unfortunately, his master couldn't replace him in his cultivation. Therefore, it was inevitable that he would run into problems. Of course, he had never been aware of them. Thanks to the tempering of the memory metal, his cultivation from the martial foundation level to the 5th division of life seizing was nearing perfection. Although he wouldn't dare to say that he wasn't flawed, he was definitely doing much better than before. Many of the flaws that he had been unaware of were now being corrected by the memory metal. Many of the mistakes Ling Xiao had made in the past were now being corrected. In short, although they had wasted some time this time, the harvest was definitely huge. When he opened his eyes, through the golden phoenix incarnation, he saw the white jade pagoda that was about to shatter. Imperial Prince Tian and the Koi King really are compatible, he thought. Both of them are terrifyingly strong. The elders from the dazzling palace wouldn't be of any help. Unless the Empress herself were here, they wouldn't be a match for the Koi King. Of course, Ling Xiao was even less of a match for him. Therefore, he didn't want to alarm anyone. Instead, he prepared to take the memory metal and leave. He didn't have much time left and had no idea how much time had passed. Just as he was about to leave, suddenly, Ling Xiao's breathing almost stopped. He was extremely nervous. Because Mirror Demon King felt that half an hour had passed, he went to Ling Xiao's Gold Phoenix to ask about the situation. The Golden Phoenix incarnation naturally could not answer. Mirror Demon King sensed that something was wrong. She reached out to touch the Golden Phoenix avatar. The moment they touched, Ling Xiao saw it. That was why Ling Xiao was so nervous. With the Mirror Demon King's power, as long as he touched the Golden Phoenix, he would be able to sense that something was wrong. It's too late. We can only run. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao no longer hesitated. He instantly transformed into a shadow rabbit beast soul and used the special skill of Shadow Dancer. Using the evading sword light steps, he rushed outside. Golden Phoenix incarnation. Explode. He had to create an opening for himself to escape. Shadow Dancer might not be able to fool the Mirror Demon King, so Ling Xiao did not want to take the risk. The moment he was about to leave the Frost General's tomb, he detonated the Golden Phoenix avatar. Boom! There was a loud explosion, and Mirror Demon King was caught off guard. She was sent flying. Although she was not seriously injured, she was in a very bad situation. This huge roar attracted everyone's gazes over, including the Koi King, who was still fighting. The Koi King saw that the White Jade Pagoda was about to shatter. Then he would be able to kill the 3 useless people hiding inside. But the Frost General's tomb was obviously more important than the 3 useless people's lives. The explosion over there immediately attracted her attention. "What's wrong, brother?" the Koi King asked hurriedly. He did not understand what was going on. "We've been fooled. We've been fooled by that kid." Mirror Demon King roared angrily as he rushed towards the Frost General's tomb, hoping to rescue the treasure inside. His speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he was near the Frost General's tomb. When the Koi King heard this, he ignored the 3 elders of Ling Long Palace and rushed towards the Frost General's tomb as well. If the treasure was destroyed, he would really go crazy. The treasure is destroyed. No, the memory metal is not. Mirror light. Nowhere to hide. The Mirror Demon King roared, sending out beams of white light that illuminated the area around him. Ling Xiao had already used the shadow dancer skill and the sword light steps to get hundreds of meters away. But now that he was covered by the light, he was completely exposed. Holy shit, Ling Xiao said, looking back to find everyone staring at him. It was a very awkward situation. Bastard! How dare you steal the treasure of the myriad kingdoms? Are you looking to die? The Mirror Demon King was furious. They had only been paying attention to the Ling Long Palace, but never could they have guessed that a measly 5th Division life-sizer would dare to try to steal the Frost General's tomb. How shameless! Since when did the primeval god tomb belong to the myriad kingdoms? Treasures belong to those who are capable. As Ling Xiao spoke, he was still running wildly. He had no intention of slowing down at all. Considering how strong he was, he couldn't even beat Shui Weining, let alone the Koi King and the Mirror Demon King. The only thing he could do now was run. Stupid myriad kingdoms. So what if you beat us? In the end, a piece of trash in the 5th Division life-seizing level took advantage of you. If word of this got out, you'd lose all face. Laughter rang out as the Azure Patriarchs and White Patriarchs took advantage of the situation to flee. They had been humiliated, and since they couldn't get back at Yang Qi through strength, they could only resort to verbal abuse. Besides, the Koi King didn't have time to deal with them. After all, the memory medal was the most important thing. I'll deal with you later, you 3 old pieces of trash. The Koi King continued to chase after Ling Xiao, vowing to tear Ling Xiao to shreds. Although Ling Xiao had used a shape-shifting technique to change his appearance, the Koi King still couldn't recognize him. The Koi King had guessed who he was. You must be Emperor Ling Xiao from the 8 Immortals Kingdom, boy. I heard you escaped from the Imperial Prince. Today, I'd like to see if you can escape from me, the Koi King. The Koi King was both furious and shocked. She couldn't believe that someone would dare to play games like this right in front of her. Amidst the furious roars, dozens of water dragons pounced towards Ling Xiao at the same time, wanting to blast Ling Xiao into pieces. None of the water dragons were a match for Ling Xiao. That said, Ling Xiao wasn't planning on fighting them head-on. Farewell, Koi King. Divine ability. Earthwarp Golden Light Magic. Ling Xiao knew that he couldn't escape the Koi King's pursuit with ordinary movement techniques. Therefore, he calmly chose to use the Earth Elemental Golden Light technique, a divine escape technique. In the blink of an eye, Ling Xiao was nowhere to be seen. As for the Koi King's water dragons, having lost their target, they exploded, sending snow and water flying everywhere. However, Ling Xiao was nowhere to be seen. Chapter 33-36. The Koi King's attack landed, but there was no trace of Ling Xiao. At this moment, not only were the people of Wangwa stunned, the rogue cultivators who were watching were also stunned. The 3 elders of Ling Long Palace who had fled far away but were reluctant to leave immediately were also stunned. They thought that the kid would not be able to escape the Koi King's attack, but they did not expect that the kid would disappear into thin air. Along with the treasures of the Frost General's tomb, he completely disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Even the 3 elders of Ling Long Palace could not escape the water dragon attack of the Koi King. Yet, that nameless junior managed to slip away? Damn it, big brother. Chase that kid with me. The Koi King was not confused. She knew that Ling Xiao should have some skills that could hide his body. With that kind of ability, if the opponent did not attack, she could not do anything. But as long as her big brother followed, there would be no problem. As for the 3 old good-for-nothings of Ling Long Palace, she did not care. Anyway, they could not pose a threat to her. It was not too late to kill them next time. Only this Ling Xiao, she could not forgive. The Koi King and the Mirror Demon King were extremely fast. Their cultivation was much higher than Ling Xiao's. Even if it was an ordinary movement technique, it was enough to catch up with the vertical golden light technique. Of course, it was just catching up. It would be difficult to surpass it. However, the vertical golden light technique consumed a lot of energy. With Ling Xiao's current cultivation, it was a miracle that he could escape 100 miles away. If he could not get rid of the pursuers within this 100 miles, he would be in trouble. The Koi King and the Mirror Demon King chased after Ling Xiao. The area around the Frost General's tomb was in chaos. Including Shui Weining, that guy, was still in a daze. The Emperor of the 8 Immortals Kingdom? Where did he come from? Don't you know? The young warrior who destroyed the Sword Dynasty and occupied that world is said to be only 16 years old. He dares to call himself an emperor at 16 years old? Is he looking for death? Haha, not only is he an emperor, but he is still alive. I suspect that he is the one who killed the executioner in Ice City. How dare he kill the executioner? He fought with the emperor, and now he snatched the treasures of the Frost General's tomb from the hands of the experts of the 10,000 kingdoms. He should have died without a complete corpse, but he was still alive and well. I really admire this guy. Respect my ass. The Koi King and the Mirror Demon King are working together to chase after him. That brat is doomed. Hee, that might not be the case. If the Koi King and the Mirror Demon King can't catch up to the kid, then he will be famous. And aside from the heated discussion, the 3 elders, Qing, Hongbai, and Bai, saw that the Mirror Demon King and the Koi King had left. He wanted to find his soul orb. Big Sister Qing, it can't be wrong. It must have been that brat who stole it. F***CK. Isn't that bastard too daring? The white-robed old woman said angrily. If he really is that Ling Xiao from the White Tiger continent, then his enmity with us won't be resolved in a short time. The old woman sighed. Whatever. Let's go back and heal. It's better to let the kid get those 2 things than to let the 10,000 kingdoms get them. You're right. Even if the kid is talented, he can't rise to prominence in a short time. We still have a chance to get those things back. The white-robed old woman nodded, and the 3 of them flew back toward the dazzling palace. They didn't make a move against Shui Weining, because they were seriously injured and might not be a match for him. Of course, Shui Weining didn't dare to pursue them. He didn't want to throw his life away unless he was completely confident that he could defeat his opponent. By this point, Ling Xiao was already several kilometers away. Thanks to the Earth-span golden light, he had not only avoided the water dragon strike of the Koi King, but also seized the opportunity to flee. As long as his opponent couldn't outrun him, he would never be able to catch up. At this moment, he was feeling rather refreshed. The memory metal, the soul pearl, and the 9th level life-seizing demon core from the ice crystal snake net. He had acquired all 3 treasures at the same time. Not only would he be able to achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation base, but he would also be able to cultivate the revered Ice Sword Art and the revered Heaven Sword Art. It would definitely be a huge boost to his strength. Yes, it was a little dangerous, but if you got what you wanted, then it was a success. The memory metal from the revered Ice General would definitely increase his cultivation base by 10-fold. As for the other 2 items, he would definitely be able to cultivate his royal-class martial skills. Of course, he wouldn't be unhappy. But right now, he couldn't afford to relax. His soul power was telling him that 2 powerful forces were chasing after him. Heh, since I can't escape, I'll play with you. Along the way, Ling Xiao had been trying to come up with a plan to escape. But no matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't come up with a good idea. Now that he wasn't prepared to flee, he had an idea. In the blink of an eye, he was 50 kilometers away. Ling Xiao was the first to arrive. After making some preparations, he stood there, waiting for the Koi King and the Mirror Devil King to arrive. It was about a minute's worth of difference. The Koi King and the Mirror Devil King arrived at the same time. Seeing Ling Xiao standing there with a half-smile on his face, the Mirror Devil King immediately sensed that something was wrong. She immediately stopped. The Koi King wasn't afraid of anything. When he saw Ling Xiao, he pounced on Ling Xiao, not giving him any chance to breathe. He didn't even give him a chance to speak. Boom. With a terrifying boom, Ling Xiao's body was blown to smithereens. Then he reappeared on the other side. However, this time, it wasn't just one soaring sky that appeared. Instead, there were 2, 3, and finally, there were 10 identical soaring skies. Ling Xiao had returned to his original appearance. He was still looking at the 2 powerhouses with a half-smile. Are you in such a hurry to kill me? Idiot! Ling Xiao's voice came from the mouths of the 10 powerhouses at the same time. Third sister, be careful. We've fallen into this guy's illusion array. When it came to spell formations, the Mirror Devil King was far more skilled than the Koi King. What illusion array? Don't tell me it's stronger than your mirror martial soul, eldest brother. The Koi King said angrily. It's no use, the Mirror Devil King said. That brat has the power of the Soul Pearl. It's over. There's no way we can catch up to him. The Mirror Devil King sighed. No, I don't believe he left. The Koi King said angrily. Ling Xiao, if you've got what it takes, get the hell out here. Stop hiding. What kind of hero are you? Are you an idiot? Yang Qi said. I'd be an idiot to face 2 9th Division Life Seizers. Ling Xiao's voice still came out from the mouths of the 10 people at the same time. I, Ling Xiao, am not a hero. I'm just a guy who's working hard to get out of here alive. It's that simple. Chapter 33-37. Ling Xiao said coldly, Whoever doesn't want me to live, I won't let them have it easy. Get lost. Although the 2 of you are strong, as long as I don't come out, don't even think about killing me. I'll give you a chance. If you don't get lost, after 10 counts, I will definitely kill the martial artists of Wanghua. Are you threatening me? The Koi King frowned. Yes, your brain is not too stupid. Ling Xiao's voice was very arrogant. How dare you? First you vowed to destroy Prince Tian, and now you're arrogant enough to attack the martial artists of Wanghua. You really think you're something. The Koi King was extremely annoyed. 10. Ling Xiao ignored the Koi King's words and just counted. 6. No need to count, I'll kill you now. The Koi King would never be threatened. She was not even afraid of the 3 elders of Linglong Palace. How could she be afraid of a mere Ling Xiao? In anger, a terrifying aura was released from her body. Then, a water column drilled out from the ground, almost shattering the ground within a radius of hundreds of meters. However, in the next moment, a strange phenomenon appeared. Those water columns actually attacked the Koi King's direction, as if controlled by some terrifying force. What's going on? The Koi King was shocked. She hurriedly dodged. Third sister, don't be afraid, that's an illusion. A mirror hung above the Mirror Demon King's head, seemingly able to see through the illusion. Idiot! Ling Xiao, who was in the dark, could not help but snicker. Since he already knew the Mirror Demon King's ability, how could he not be prepared? There was truth in the fake, and there was falsehood in the real. The first few times the water dragon hit the Koi King, it was indeed an illusion, but in the middle, it directly blasted the Koi King dozens of feet away. Although with the Koi King's strength, it was naturally impossible for her to be injured too seriously. However, the feeling of being hit by one's own attack was still very unpleasant. The Koi King almost went berserk on the spot. She randomly released attacks, but the more attacks she released, the more damage she suffered. Instead, it became her own attack. Third sister, don't mess around. If you act recklessly before figuring out the formation, you'll only get hurt. Ling Xiao, that brat, is hiding somewhere and laughing. The Mirror Demon King stopped the Koi King's violent actions. Ling Xiao, just you wait. No matter where you run to, I'll find you, skin you alive, and make you into meat soup. The Koi King was furious to the extreme. It wasn't just that he had lost the treasure. More importantly, it had been taken by a piece of trash in the 5th Division of Life Seizing. This kind of humiliation was simply unacceptable to her. All right, third sister, there's no point in being angry. Since we've already lost the item in the Icy General's tomb, we'll take it. I'll reorganize my emotions and see if I can get my hands on the treasures of the Ice Emperor's mausoleum. In comparison, the Imperial Mausoleum is much better than the General's. Mirror Demon King didn't know how to comfort her sister. His sister, the Koi King, had never encountered such a situation since she was born. She had never been so humiliated. In the past, it had always been others who had been taken advantage of. But this time, it was his sister who had been taken advantage of. Presumably, his sister was feeling very bad right now. Regardless of how depressed the Koi King and the Mirror Demon King were, Ling Xiao had long since slipped away. The illusory formation was just a way for him to buy time. If the Koi King had been calm enough, with the help of the Mirror Demon King, he would have been able to break it in 20 minutes. Unfortunately, the Koi King was too arrogant. He was so arrogant that he didn't care about anything else. Instead, he was wasting time and giving Ling Xiao a chance to escape. Ling Xiao arrived at a relatively safe location where he looked around to make sure no one had been there. Although there were demonlings in the area, as long as he didn't provoke them, they shouldn't be a problem. He set up a spell formation in a secluded valley, then hid inside and began to cultivate. Of course, it was impossible to find a completely safe place outside of the city. But Ling Xiao was an expert at setting up spell formations. With them, many things would be much easier. He wasn't worried about the Koi King and the Mirror Demon King looking for him. After releasing the barrier martial spirit, he wouldn't release a trace of his aura. Unless the Tato land sent everyone to conduct a carpet search, it would be impossible to find him. Besides, there were many powerful demonlings in the vicinity. A large-scale search would inevitably alarm those terrifying demonlings. When the time came to fight, the Tato land would definitely suffer. So under normal circumstances, the other party wouldn't be so stupid. Even if he really did that, he would be able to find out early and then escape. Anyway, there was no absolutely safe place in the immemorial divine tomb. It was enough to cultivate here. Before cultivating the 9 sovereign sword art, Ling Xiao still planned to improve his realm first. His current cultivation C energy had skyrocketed to 100%. He only needed an opportunity to break through. And these were the benefits brought to him by the Ice General's martial arts memory. Just touching it was so powerful. If he seriously comprehended it, he didn't know what would happen. His way of improving his cultivation was different from that of ordinary martial artists. He basically relied on fighting. But before fighting, he still had to let his consciousness reach that realm first. That was how cultivation worked. Consciousness came first, cultivation base came later. If one's consciousness couldn't reach a certain level, then one's cultivation base would never reach that level. Once one's consciousness reached a certain level, their cultivation base would follow. All they needed was power. Pulling out the memory medal, he began to study the Ice General's martial arts experience. This time, though, he was going to study the experiences of a 6th-stage life-sizer. From what he could tell, the Ice General's cultivation base was on the same level as Dragon Mother and Dark Frost. In fact, she might even be stronger. How he broke through, how he cultivated, and what he encountered in the process were all recorded in the memory medal. Ling Xiao's perception was extremely high. Plus, the memory medal was easy to understand. In a mere 3 days, Ling Xiao's consciousness had reached the 6th stage of life seizing. When one's consciousness reached that level, one's vision was completely different. Perhaps that was why many experts, even after having their cultivation bases destroyed, were still able to see things clearly. One's cultivation base could be destroyed, but one's consciousness would remain at that level. Just because one's consciousness had reached a certain level didn't mean they had broken through. Ling Xiao could sense the latent potential within him stirring. I need to go find demonlings to practice with. There's no point in hanging around here. Having reached this point in his train of thought, Ling Xiao left the valley. As soon as he left the valley, he heard the sound of fighting off in the distance. As his cultivation base continued to rise, his 5 senses had grown stronger as well. Now, he didn't even need to rely on his soul power to detect enemies. Following the sound of fighting, Ling Xiao stealthily made his way over. He didn't want to cause any trouble. He just wanted to see what was going on and whether or not it would be of any use to him. Chapter 33-38. The forest was filled with people, and from time to time, cries of alarm could be heard, as well as the angry roars of demonlings. The roars were shocking to the core, and sounded like thunder crashing down from the sky. Ling Xiao hovered in the air, in his shadow warrior form. Although he could see the people around him, they couldn't see him. Up ahead, trees were toppled in all directions, and the ground was a mess. 5 rogue cultivators were attacking a ferocious demonling. The demonling was by no means small. It was about 4 or 5 meters tall and 7 or 8 meters long. It looked like a lion and was covered in pitch-black fur. Its razor-sharp fangs dripped with saliva, and its eyes shone with a savage light. Its terrifying claws could destroy an entire tree with a single swipe. A 7th Division life-sizer poison scorpion lion. Although it's not very strong, these rogue cultivators won't be able to handle it. Ling Xiao thought to himself. The most terrifying thing about poison scorpion lions was their deadly venom. Once poisoned, it could paralyze the victim's nerves making it impossible for them to unleash their full power. Of course, cultivators with strong poison resistance were an exception. Ling Xiao's jaw dropped as he realized that one of the five was Fan Tuan. Fan Tuan had mentioned that he knew people in Blighttown, and these were probably the people he was referring to. They were all in the 6th division of life seizing, which was why they only dared to attack demonlings under that level. They had encountered the poison scorpion lion by accident. After some discussion, the 5 of them decided that they had the advantage in numbers, and thus decided to give it a try. Unfortunately, they found themselves in a difficult situation. However, the 5 of them worked very well together, much better than Lei Oldwolf's team. From the looks of it, they didn't just meet on the spot. Most likely, they had known each other before coming to the primeval god Necropolis. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to work so well together. Of the 5, 2 of them wielded bows and arrows, which they shot at the poison scorpion lion from a distance. One of them was clearly a spirit folk cultivator who specialized in secret magic attacks. His secret magic not only weakened the poison scorpion lion's fighting prowess, but also improved the fighting prowess of his allies. In fact, he was the biggest threat to the poison scorpion lion. Of course, these 3 weren't the main fighting force. The main combat power was still Fan Tuan and another person. Fan Tuan was obviously a meat shield. This guy's defense was very strong. When he used the steel saber, he was simply a huge hedgehog. Whenever the poison scorpion lion tried to attack the others, he would immediately stop it. Even though he was much smaller than the poison scorpion lion, he was no weaker than the poison scorpion lion in terms of strength. Fan Tuan has also grown. After the battle with Old Wolf Lei, although his cultivation base did not break through, his combat prowess has clearly soared. Ling Xiao smiled, feeling rather gratified. After all, Fan Tuan was a friend that he acknowledged. The better Fan Tuan did, the more comfortable he felt. Of course, Fan Tuan was not the core of this team. At the center was a young man in a white battle robe. He looked to be around 20 years old and held a long spear in his hand. Every time the spear stabbed into the manticore, Yang Qi could sense that his cultivation base was on the verge of breaking through to the 7th division of life seizing. Although it looks like it's going to be a tough battle, the demonic beasts won't be able to hold on for long after being besieged by them. Ling Xiao wanted to help, but he gave up when he saw this. Just as he was about to leave, Fan Tuan and the white-robed young man unleashed their final, deadly attacks. The poison scorpion lion slumped to the ground, never to move again. "Old bro Fan, you're so strong. Without you as a meat shield, we wouldn't have been able to deal with this guy." The young spirit folk warrior was a young woman. Seeing that the poison scorpion lion had been killed, she ran over excitedly. "And Big Bro Zhao, your spear skills are godly. You're almost in the 7th division of life seizing, aren't you?" In response to the young woman's praise, Fan Tuan laughed heartily and said, "Of course I can help." However, the white-robed young man seemed a bit arrogant. "It's just a poison scorpion lion," he said coldly. "I can handle it myself." As soon as the words left his mouth, strange expressions appeared on the faces of the other 4. None of them liked arrogant people like him, not to mention that he wasn't strong, and yet he was arrogant and self-righteous. "Ha ha ha, old bro Zhao, we all know how strong you are. You don't need to say anything more." Fan Tuan laughed heartily, clearly trying to ease the awkwardness of the situation. By this point, the 2 bow-wielding martial artists had already cut open the poison scorpion lion's body. So, there's a demonling core, and even a life crystal. Both Fan Tuan and the white-robed young man looked over in shock. "I can't believe there's a life crystal here," he said. "I thought demonlings under the 7th division of life seizing only had a 10% chance of finding one. I can't believe our luck is this good." Fan Tuan said excitedly. "That's right," the white-robed young woman said. "If you used that life crystal to trade for mid-grade spirit stones, that thumb-sized piece would be worth 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Furthermore, life crystals can be used to heal injuries. I've heard that good life crystals can heal almost any injury. We really struck it rich this time. There's 5 of us, so each of us can get 20,000 mid-grade spirit stones. And that's not even counting the demonling core. Life crystals are nothing. Did you know that the reason demonlings can form life crystals in their bodies is because they eat 9 reincarnation soulgrass? I've already investigated. There are 2 more poison scorpion lions in their cave. One of them is a mutant. Although it's still in the 7th division of life seizing, it's still much stronger than an ordinary 7th division life sizer. But if we can get that 9 reincarnation soulgrass, we can trade it for 10 million mid-grade spirit stones. That means each of us can get 2 million mid-grade spirit stones. We can live in Bingsheng for the rest of our lives. The white-robed young man said disdainfully. You make it sound nice, the white-robed young man said. Considering how strong the 5 of us are, it would be very difficult for us to defeat an ordinary poison scorpion lion. We don't even know how powerful that mutant poison scorpion lion is. If we fought it, we'd probably be wiped out. The reason we came here is to be able to cultivate peacefully in the city. The cultivation speed here is many times faster than on the outside. I don't want to take any risks. One of the bow-wielding young men said. So what do we do? Ask for help? But who's going to help us? Besides, even if they do, what if someone else tries to take the 9 reincarnation soulgrass for themselves? The young woman couldn't help but ask. The way I see it, we shouldn't take any risks. We only have 1 life, and we can't afford to lose it. Fantuan had experienced the struggle between life and death, and knew exactly how precious life was. In this world, there was nothing more important than life and death. Big bro Fan, why don't you let me help? All of a sudden, a voice rang out. The white-robed young man immediately tensed up. Gripping his spear tightly, he turned to look in the direction of the voice. Old bro Ling Xiao, Fantuan said, overjoyed. Don't worry, old bro Zhao. This is a good friend of mine. Chapter 33-39. Good brother? You've been eavesdropping on our conversation, haven't you? The white-robed young man said warily, not letting go of his spear at all. You're making a lot of noise, Bai Xiaochun said. I just followed the sound. That doesn't count as eavesdropping. What's more, you're talking in broad daylight. You're not hiding anything from others. So what if I hear you? Ling Xiao looked at the white-robed young man coolly. If it weren't for Fantuan, he wouldn't have been so polite. As far as he was concerned, a 6th division life sizer wasn't a threat at all. Humph. Even so, your cultivation base is only in the 5th division of life seizing. You're nothing more than a burden. Do you really think you can help us? The white-robed young man snorted disdainfully. That's right. I'm in the 5th division of life seizing, but I'm definitely stronger than you. Ling Xiao smiled broadly. Of course, that smile was filled with provocation. He wasn't that good-natured. This young man had provoked him over and over again, so how could he not respond? You think you're stronger than me? The white-robed young man asked. Try me and you'll find out. Ling Xiao curled his finger at the white-robed young man. All right, the white-robed young man said, thrusting his spear forward. Obviously, Yang Qi wasn't going to show any mercy. His spear was filled with the power of the peak of the 6th division of life seizing. Oh, you want to kill me? Ling Zhao's eyes flickered with cold light. Show some mercy, my boy, Fantuan said. Don't worry, I won't kill him. I'll just teach him a lesson. The white-robed young man said loudly. He assumed that Fantuan was asking him to show mercy, but he had no idea that Fantuan was actually talking to Ling Xiao. However, the white-robed young man's words saved his life. If he really wanted to kill Ling Xiao, then even if Fantuan begged for mercy, Ling Xiao wouldn't show him any mercy. But now, Ling Xiao didn't even draw his sword. Instead, he unleashed a fist strike. The fist and the spear collided. The white-robed young man's jaw dropped, and a look of astonishment appeared on his face. Then, he was sent flying backward, spear in tow. He fell heavily to the ground. How could this be? The white-robed youth's face was deathly pale. He had never thought of comparing himself with the top geniuses of the 4 major forces, but he believed that among the rogue cultivators, there were not many who were his match. However, Ling Zhao's appearance completely destroyed his confidence. Brother Zhao, I've said it before. Brother Ling Xiao is very strong. If he hadn't shown mercy just now, you would already be dead. Fantuan looked at the white-robed youth and said, There is always someone better than you. Although your strength is not bad, You are usually too arrogant and narrow-minded. Take that poison scorpion lion, for example. Brother Ling Xiao could have killed it all by himself. I don't believe it. The white-robed youth shook his head. What? You still want to fight? Ling Xiao sneered. Forget it, Yang Qi said. I'm not a match for you. But I refuse to believe that you can handle a 7th division life-sizer on your own. The white-robed young man had some self-awareness. He waved his hand and said, Believe it or not, we'll find out soon enough. What do you say? Is there any problem with me joining? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Of course there's no problem. Fan Tuan was the first to agree. The young spirit folk woman nodded. The two bow-wielding martial artists did the same. The white-robed youth didn't object, which meant that he agreed. All right, Yang Qi said. Since you've all agreed, let's talk about how to split the spoils. That was exactly what Ling Xiao wanted to talk about. Don't tell me you want to take the 9 reincarnation soulgrass for yourself? The white-robed youth said with a frown. That's right. I want the 9 reincarnation soulgrass. Ling Xiao said coolly. What? Other than Fan Tuan, the faces of the other youths turned very unsightly. You don't want to? Ling Xiao said with a smile. I'm doing this for you. If I don't take you with me, you won't get anything. If it weren't for Brother Fan, I could have killed those 2 poison scorpion lions myself. At that time, you won't be able to get anything. Now, I only want the 9 reincarnation soulgrass. As for the life crystals and monster cores, you can take them. You're not willing to do this? Can you really kill a poison scorpion lion alone? The young spirit folk woman asked. Let's be frank. Leave that mutated poison scorpion lion to me. You can deal with the other one. After this, I only want the 9 reincarnation soulgrass. Everything else is yours. Ling Xiao said. All right, if that's the case, I agree. The young spirit folk woman said after some thought. We have no objections. The two bow-wielding martial artists weighed the pros and cons. If Ling Xiao really had the ability to kill a mutated poison scorpion lion alone, this request wasn't too much at all. Of course I have no objections. Fan Tuan's life had been saved by Ling Xiao, so even if Ling Xiao didn't give him anything, he would still help. However, the white-robed young man's expression was very grim. I refuse to agree to something like this. The white-robed young man said. Refuse? Do you know where we are? This is the primeval god necropolis. The only reason I'm wasting my breath talking to you is because of Fan Tuan. If it weren't for that, I wouldn't even be wasting my breath on you. I'd just kill you. Screw off, Ling Xiao said coldly. Don't ever let me see you again, or I'll kill you. The white-robed young man's expression flickered. Then he hefted his spear and left. How could you be friends with someone like that? Yang Qi asked. Not only is he arrogant, but he's also stupid. Ling Xiao didn't quite understand. He's stronger than us, so we rely on him. Fan Tuan smiled bitterly. Whatever. Let's not talk about him. Let's go get the 9 reincarnation soulgrass. After that, I'll give the 4 of you a chance to reach the 7th division of life seizing. Of course, whether or not that happens will depend on your own good fortune. When the time comes, you don't have to worry about that idiot. Ling Xiao had heavenly tribulation pills, as well as life-seizing pills, which could help life-seizers break through. Of course, life-seizing pills could only be used up to 3 per reincarnation. Because of that, they were best used in the final 3 divisions of the life-seizing level. That was why Ling Xiao had never used them, nor had he given them to anyone else. Unfortunately, Fan Tuan and the others were too weak. For 6th division life-seizers had a very low chance of surviving, so it was better to let them get stronger as quickly as possible. That way, they would have a better chance of surviving. If that's really the case, then we'll give up everything. We'll do whatever you want us to do. The young spirit folk woman said excitedly. However, as soon as the words left her mouth, she blushed a bit, as though she were thinking of some strange idea. Deep in the forest, in a huge cave, were 2 venom scorpion lions. In the area where the venom scorpion lions were crouching was a beautiful plant. Over there was the 9 reincarnation soulgrass. One of the venom scorpion lions was larger and stronger, while the other was about the same size as the one Fan Tuan had killed. Big Bro Fan, do you have a way to lure them out? We can't fight in the cave. If we do, we'll destroy the 9 reincarnation soulgrass. Ling Xiao asked, looking at Fan Tuan. He was confident that Fan Tuan would have a way. Chapter 3340. Of course, the poison scorpion lion loves poisonous herbs. We've already prepared them before we came. Fan Tuan smiled and took out 2 stalks of poisonous herbs from his storage ring. He placed them at the entrance of the cave and quickly retreated. After a while, the 2 poison scorpion lions stood up and looked at the 9-turn fate soulgrass in front of them, hesitating. But after about a minute, they finally couldn't take it anymore and pounced out. Fan Tuan had added a special ingredient to the poisonous herbs. The poison scorpion lion loved that smell. It was a pity that the poison couldn't poison the poison scorpion lion. Otherwise, this poisonous herb would be the key to killing the poison scorpion lion. I'll lure the mutated poison scorpion lion away. You 4 deal with the other one. Remember, it doesn't matter if you can't kill it. Just delay it. After speaking, Ling Xiao had already rushed out. He pointed his finger at the mutated poison scorpion lion. The mutated poison scorpion lion didn't seem to understand. How could such a small human dare to attack it? And it felt that the attack was quite painful. It was furious and swore to tear this small human into pieces. It charged towards Ling Xiao and roared crazily. On the other side, Fan Tuan had already lured the other poison scorpion lion away and coordinated with the other 3. Without the white-robed youth joining the battle, they probably wouldn't be able to kill the poison scorpion lion. But delaying it for a while shouldn't be a problem. The mutated poison scorpion lion's body was huge. Just its head alone was bigger than the other poison scorpion lion. Its red eyes emitted a cruel light. There was only murderous intent in its eyes. Ling Xiao laughed coldly and waved the Ice Supreme sword in his hand. He clashed with the mutated poison scorpion lion in the dense forest. Ling Xiao didn't use the bloodthirsty plague or the black poison of the Death Kingdom because he needed to break through. Every time he fought, the barrier to his cultivation would be loosened a little. The man and the beast were like 2 fierce beasts fighting, causing the entire mountain to shake. The rumbling sounds were endless. After about 10 minutes, Ling Xiao swallowed the Heaven's Tribulation pill. Thunder clouds gathered in the sky. The terrifying demonic lightning finally fell. Ling Xiao began to break through amidst the demonic lightning. The mutated poison scorpion lion was unable to withstand the bombardment of the demonic lightning. After a few lightning strikes, the poison scorpion lion was charred black. Meanwhile, Ling Xiao had achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation in the midst of the demonic lightning. 6th-stage life seizing. He had finally taken a step forward. This realm was the lowest realm among the warriors who had entered the Archean Divine Tomb. But Ling Xiao was only in the 6th division of life seizing, and yet he could fight all the way to the 8th division. This was very impressive. No ordinary martial artist under the 8th division of life seizing could possibly stand up to him. As long as he cultivated 3 of the 9 supremacy sword techniques, his power would be multiplied by 15 times, and he would become even more terrifying. After retrieving the demonic beast core and life crystal from the mutated poison scorpion lion's body, Ling Xiao went to the other side to help. The poison scorpion lion that had tormented Fan Tuan and the others was easily killed by Ling Xiao with a single finger. He died just like that? The young spirit folk asked, visibly shocked. I told you, Fan Tuan said. If Brother Ling was willing to help, then he'd be helping us. Too bad Brother Zhao didn't listen. Fan Tuan sighed. He was always reluctant to give up on his teammates. Ling Xiao knew exactly what he was thinking. However, everyone had their own way of doing things, and Ling Xiao had already been very patient. Normally speaking, there was no way he would have let the white-robed young man get away in the Archean Divine Tomb. Who knew if the young man would try to call for reinforcements? After putting the demonic beast core and life crystal away, Ling Xiao went back to the cave to retrieve the 9 reincarnations life soul grass. It was the key to helping Cold Plum awaken. Here are 4 life-seizing pills, he said. Use them. Ideally, use them when you're at the peak of the 6th division of life seizing. That way, you'll have a 90% chance of achieving a breakthrough. Ling Xiao took all of the spoils, but he also kept his word. For life-seizing pills were definitely worth more than a single 9 reincarnations life soul grass. It was just that everyone was taking what they needed. It really is a life-seizing pill. and a perfect one at that. The young spirit folk woman trembled as she looked at the pill in her hand. After all, life-seizing pills were very difficult to come by. Furthermore, it was almost impossible to concoct a perfect life-seizing pill. They had assumed that they would suffer a loss, but instead, they had come away with a huge bargain. AI. Zhao Bai missed his chance. He was just on the verge of a breakthrough. If he had this pill, he would definitely have reached the 7th division of life-seizing. One of the bow-wielding martial artists sighed. Who told him to be so arrogant? Young Hero Ling did this for our own good. How could he be so stupid as to think that someone would try to take advantage of him? Considering how strong young Hero Ling is, if he really wanted to take the 9 reincarnations life soul grass, none of us would be able to stop him. The young spirit folk woman didn't have a good impression of the white-robed young man. Someone's here, Ling Xiao said, gesturing for the others to stop talking. An honest man doesn't resort to underhanded means. Come on out, everyone. Fan Tuan shouted into the forest. Ha ha, you can wear out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it by chance. Let's see where you're going to run this time, Ling Xiao. Laughter rang out as a group of people emerged from the forest. One of them was none other than the second son of the Myriad Kingdom's dragon mother, Shui Weining. As for the remaining dozen or so, they were all 6th or 7th division life-seizers from the Myriad Kingdom's alliance. The last one was none other than the white-robed young man. Shui Weining, Ling Xiao said, looking around at the group. Other than Shui Weining, none of them posed a threat to him. It's good that you recognize me. Hurry up and hand over the Frigid Ice General's memory medal and that soul pearl. Oh, right. You just got the 9 reincarnations life soul grass, right? Hand it over. I'll give you a quick death. Shui Weining knew that Ling Xiao wasn't easy to deal with, but he didn't think Ling Xiao was a match for him. From what the Koi King and the Mirror Devil King had said, it was obvious that the kid was very good at escaping. If he could capture Ling Xiao, or even kill him, then he would have a lot of face. Not even the Koi King or the Mirror Devil King had been able to do such a thing. How could he not have a lot of face? He was confident that his position in the Dragon Mother's heart would be even higher. That was why he hadn't notified the Koi King or the Mirror Devil King about Ling Xiao's appearance. He wanted to take all the credit for himself. Ling Xiao didn't even look at Shui Weining. Instead, he looked at the white-robed young man, his eyes flickering with viciousness. I spared your life, and this is how you repay me. Don't be afraid, kid. With me here, he can't do anything to you. Shui Weining looked at the white-robed young man. That's right, Ling Xiao. You bullied the weak and tried to steal our 9 reincarnations life soul grass. I'll make sure you get nothing. The white-robed young man roared. Is that so? Well, I'll show you what it means to bully the weak. Time detonation. He had already interacted with the white-robed young man before. The time detonation could be triggered at any moment. All he needed to do was activate it. The white-robed young man finally felt fear the moment he was blasted into pieces. He was filled with regret, but it was too late. Chapter 33:41. The fact that I didn't kill you in the primeval god necropolis was a huge favor, but instead of repaying me, you betrayed me. Doesn't it feel good to be ripped to shreds? Ling Xiao looked coldly at the corpse of the white-robed young man. Then he looked over at Shui Weining. You didn't tell the Koi King about what happened here, did you? You think you're qualified to do that? I could kill you myself, Shui Weining said disdainfully. That's good, Yang Qi said. If she came, it would have been troublesome. Unleash your martial soul. In an instant, Ling Xiao released the barrier martial spirit, blocking Fan Tuan and the others outside, and trapped Shui Weining and the Wan Gua martial artists inside. Old bro Fan, why don't you find a place to work on your cultivation? But what about you? Fan Tuan asked hesitantly. Don't you know me? You're nothing but a measly Shui Weining, an 8th division life-sizer. You can't kill me. Ling Xiao chuckled. It felt good to be cared for. Of course, he wasn't joking. Considering his strength and the awakened Xiao Jin, killing Shui Weining wouldn't be a problem at all. All right, take care, old pal. With that, Fan Tuan turned and left, heading back to Bingcheng with the others. As long as Ling Xiao could kill the people from the Myriad Kingdoms, they wouldn't be in any danger. All right, it's time for you to die. Seeing that Fan Tuan and the others were gone, Ling Xiao transformed into his unbounded heavenly rat. Without holding anything back, he unleashed the full power of his martial soul, causing the black poison of the Kingdom of Death to spread out. 6th and 7th Division Life Seizers who encountered the deathly Kingdom black poison in a sealed space would instantly die. Those who were slightly stronger were lucky enough to survive, but were killed by Ling Xiao from a distance. In the blink of an eye, the only people left inside the martial soul were Ling Xiao and Shui Weining. How could this kid be so terrifying? He thought. It's a good thing my cultivation base is high enough to block the poison. Unfortunately, it consumed 10% of my energy. If this continues, it won't be good. Shui Weining was very shocked. He thought that Ling Xiao was only good at escaping. He never thought that this kid's combat strength would be so terrifying. Bloodthirsty plague. Just as Shui Weining was shocked, something even more terrifying attacked. The blood-red plague mixed with the black poison of the Death Kingdom entered Shui Weining's body through the wound. At that moment, Shui Weining felt as if his body was about to be dismembered. Endless pain. He had no choice but to release another 10% of his inner energy to suppress the bloodthirsty rat plague. However, he was unable to suppress it. The bloodthirsty rat plague was too terrifying, even more so than the black poison of the Death Kingdom. Shui Weining, it's over. Supreme Flames blazing sky sword. Ling Xiao wouldn't give Shui Weining a chance to escape or counterattack. This time, he attacked with all his might right from the start. He wanted to kill Shui Weining in the shortest time possible. Blazing flames burned within the barrier martial spirit. Shui Weining looked at the glaring light in horror. He had no choice but to use his most powerful escape technique. Water escape. His body turned into water and blended into the ice and snow. Even so, the terrifying sword technique hit the ground and caused Shui Weining to spit out blood. He only cared about escaping and didn't think about blocking Ling Xiao's attack. This gave Ling Xiao the best chance to attack. If he counterattacked, perhaps he wouldn't be in such a miserable state. This guy looked very fierce on the surface, but in reality, he was as timid as a mouse. It was truly shocking. Puff. Shui Weining was directly smashed out of the ice and snow by Ling Xiao. His body had already returned to its original state. Since you won't let me escape, I won't let you live either. Shui Weining used his last escape technique but didn't succeed. He could only fight with his back against the wall. However, at that moment, a bright golden light shot out from the darkness. The golden light was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it was already in front of him. What is that? Before he could understand what happened, the golden light had already pierced through his throat. 9 Underworld Yellow Spring Golden Light. Xiao Jin's body appeared beside Shui Weining's body. It had been a while since he woke up, but because nothing happened, he didn't come out of the beast ring. Now, in order to be sure that he could kill Shui Weining, Ling Xiao used Xiao Jin. The 9 Underworld Yellow Spring Golden Light hit him. Shui Weining, who was already heavily injured by Ling Xiao's Fire Supreme Blazing Sword technique, couldn't block this attack at all. Boss, it's done. Seeing Shui Weining's body turn into ashes, Xiao Jin took Shui Weining's storage ring and sent it to Ling Xiao. Well done. Without your help, it wouldn't have been easy to kill this guy. Ling Xiao knew very well that Shui Weining's dying attack was very terrifying. After taking Shui Weining's storage ring, Ling Xiao opened it easily. Suddenly, a light flew out from the storage ring. It formed a figure in the air. It was Dragon Mother. Who dares to kill my son? Dragon Mother's voice echoed through the air. Crap, Xiao Jin said. We were too careless. If Dragon Mother finds out that we killed Shui Weining, she'll definitely kill us. Xiao Jin knew that the image was an afterimage left behind by Dragon Mother's will. It could transmit what happened here to Dragon Mother's spirit realm. What's there to be scared of? Yang Qi said. My relationship with the myriad kingdoms is already like fire and water. I took the memory medal from General Frigid Frost's tomb, so there's no way they'll let me off the hook. Ling Xiao had been a bit worried at first, but when he thought about it, he realized it wasn't that big of a deal. There was only one Dragon Mother, and the primeval god necropolis was huge. It wouldn't be easy to find her. You're in luck, Xiaojin, Yangqi said. This guy has 3 first-cycle life-seizing cores in his ring of holding. Take them and get stronger. The stronger you get, the more you'll be able to help me when the time comes. Reaching into Shui Waniying's ring of holding, Ling Xiao produced 3 8th-stage life-seizing demonling cores and handed them to Little Gold. Xiaojin swallowed one of the cores, then put the other 2 away. You're right, Yangqi said. I'm not strong enough in the primeval god necropolis. Xiaojin was currently in the 6th division of the life-seizing level, the same level as Ling Xiao. Truth be told, he wasn't strong enough to be of much help to Ling Xiao. But now that he had a demon core from an 8th division life-sizer, he would be able to reach the 8th division at the very least. Of course, that would be of even greater help to Ling Xiao. Xiaojin returned to the Spirit Beast Ring. As for Ling Xiao, he left the scene of the battle and returned to his Valley of Cultivation. He gave the 90 reincarnation soulgrass to Cold Plum. Its medicinal properties were miraculous. In less than half an hour after taking it, Long Mei had already recovered, but her body was still very weak. Ling Xiao left Cold Plum in the mountain and river world to recover. There weren't many people who were qualified to enter the mountain and river world, and Cold Plum was one of them. What Ling Xiao couldn't have guessed was that, inside the mountain and river world, Cold Plum and the butterfly girl were slowly becoming one. Chapter 3342. The butterfly lady had helped Ling Xiao get through countless difficult times, but he never knew where she came from. As for Cold Plum, she was a slave he had saved, and he didn't know where she came from. However, he had noticed that Long Mei and the butterfly lady were quite similar to each other to a certain extent. Back then, Ling Xiao didn't think much of it and thought it was just a coincidence. But this time, by chance, Cold Plum and the butterfly lady met in the mountain river world. Then, they formed a special connection. It was more like 2 parts of a person finally came into contact and fused. However, Ling Xiao hadn't noticed the process yet. Ling Xiao was now focused on cultivating the 9 sovereign sword incantation. Now that he had made a breakthrough, it would be easier to cultivate the 9 sovereign sword incantation. Ling Xiao eventually chose to cultivate Revered Ice's Cold Sky Sword Incantation and Revered Soul's Spirit Heaven Sword Incantation. Revered Ice's Cold Sky Sword Incantation and Revered Fire's Blazing Sky Sword Incantation were the exact opposite of each other. As for Revered Soul's Spirit Heaven Sword Incantation, it dealt more damage to the soul than physical damage. It was definitely a powerful weapon. If used well, it could turn the tide of a battle. He took out the Soul Pearl and the 9th level life-seizing Ice Crystal Snake Demon Core. They floated in front of him. Behind him, the map of the Western Domain's divine tombs appeared. A sparkling ice sword and a spiritual sword that was almost completely invisible appeared at the same time. Then, Ling Xiao used the 9 sovereign sword incantation. The Soul Pearl and Ice Crystal Snake Demon Core's energy flowed into the 2 invisible swords. The 2 swords were naturally formed from energy and weren't real swords. Only by fusing the Soul Orb and the Ice Crystal Snake's Demon Core would they be able to produce powerful explosive and destructive power. The process of cultivation was extremely dry and tedious, and it was inevitable that one would have to endure unimaginable pain. For a moment, Ling Xiao felt like his soul realm was about to explode. It was a fate worse than death. For a moment, Ling Xiao felt like he had fallen into an endless ice cellar, and his entire body was filled with coldness. It was a fate worse than death. Cultivation was not something that could be accomplished overnight. Pain was often accompanied by pain. Some people managed to pull through and succeed. On the other hand, cowards would be scared off by the pain, and their cultivation would stagnate. Ling Xiao was also in great pain, but his willpower was incomparably firm. After experiencing countless painful torments, he had long since adapted to this kind of pain. Persevere. He gritted his teeth and persevered. 1 day, 2 days, more than 10 days later, the soul orb and demonic beast cores in front of him had completely disappeared. The 2 swords behind him were filled with terrifying power. Success. Ling Xiao opened his eyes and revealed a knowing smile. After the pain, being able to succeed was naturally an extreme joy for him. Many people either gave up or were tortured to death in this kind of pain. Those who could make it through were all heroes and heroes. Supreme Flame Sword paired with Supreme Flame Blazing Sky Sword Art. Supreme Ice Sword paired with Supreme Ice Sword Art. Bloodthirsty Demon Sword, also known as a Soul Paragon Sword paired with Supreme Heaven Sword Art. Ling Xiao had studied the Bloodthirsty Demon Sword for a bit, and now understood what it was. It was a Soul Paragon Sword, and could be fused with countless souls. It was a high-quality Imperial item. As for the Dugu Hegemon Sword, it was simply a modified version of a Soul Paragon Sword. It wasn't a complete modification. All it did was make the Soul Paragon Sword even more bloodthirsty, and its killing intent even stronger. Any one of the moves would be as powerful as an elementary king-class martial skill. When 2 swords were used, their power would be 10 times greater. When 3 swords were used, their power would be 15 times greater. Furthermore, each attack had its own unique attribute, and could be used to counter an enemy's attribute. The 9 Paragon Sword Art was a consummate sword technique that was tailor-made for Ling Xiao, and he couldn't be happier. With 3 sword incantations, and a 6th Division life-seizing cultivation base, Ling Xiao was confident he could kill someone like Shui Weining in a single blow. Unfortunately, using 3 swords at once drained Ling Xiao of nearly 99% of his true energy. He wouldn't use them unless he absolutely had to. Now that he could use a single sword incantation twice in a row, it was an improvement. After spending another 3 days, Ling Xiao consolidated the results of his cultivation. Only then did he walk out of his spirit formation martial spirit. If he wanted to make further breakthroughs in his cultivation base and improve his martial skills, he would have to do battle. He couldn't just sit here and wait. 13 days had passed, and he had no idea what had happened in the outside world. Dispelling his martial soul, he stepped out of the spell formation he had set up. As he did, the air was filled with the stench of blood. How many people died here? Why is there such a strong stench of blood? Ling Xiao sniffed the air, then flew in the direction of the smell. The more intense the fighting, the more likely it was that there would be good stuff. Take General Frost's tomb, for example. Whenever it appeared, it would lead to crazy fighting. This time, it was no exception. He flew about 5 kilometers in the direction of the stench of blood. By now, he was very far away from the City of Ice. It was a desolate place, and yet, there were a large number of martial artists gathered here. There were many corpses on the ground, clearly those who had lost in the competition. Ling Xiao was a bit afraid of the Koi King and the Mirror Devil King, and even more so of Dragon Mother. However, if he wanted to give up on the treasure, he would have to be killed. He had come to the primeval god necropolis to get a head start. If he saw the treasure and didn't dare to fight for it, he might not get another chance. In the primeval god necropolis, the bold would die of hunger, and the cowards would starve to death. A huge cave of ice had appeared where the group of martial artists had gathered. A terrifying aura emanated from the cave, even more terrifying than the one in General Frost's tomb. Ling Xiao couldn't help but think of the 8 imperial mausoleums. In the primeval god necropolis, other than the imperial mausoleum of the ancient Sword Emperor, only the 8 imperial mausoleums were superior to the general's tomb. I really did come at the right time, Ling Xiao thought, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Then he walked over to the group of martial artists. Most of them were in the 6th or 7th division of life seizing. In the past, Ling Xiao would have been very worried about such a level of strength. But now, they weren't much of a threat to him. At the entrance to the cave of ice stood a stone statue. It held a long sword in its hand and stood there motionless. However, it emanated the aura of an 8th division life-sizer. No wonder these people don't dare to enter the cave of ice, Yang Qi thought. It seems they need to be at least in the 8th division of life-seizing to get in. With that, Ling Xiao walked into the crowd. What a bunch of trash, he thought. The last chance to get into the Ice Emperor's tomb is mine. Even as Ling Xiao walked toward the cave of ice, an enraged roar echoed out from off in the distance. Chapter 33-43. An extremely valiant-looking martial artist with a halberd in his hand flew over. Landing on the ground, he charged toward the statue. An 8th division life-sizer. He's going to get the chance. Not necessarily. 8th Division Life Seizers shouldn't necessarily be able to get into the Imperial Mausoleum. Yeah, someone else with a similar cultivation base just came in, but he's already a corpse. That guardian statue is terrifying. This one is probably stronger than the other one. AI, who cares? Since ancient times, 9/9s have always been respected. Only 9 people can enter the Imperial Mausoleum. 8 people just went in, 9th Division Life Seizers and 8th Division Life Seizers. Of course, none of that has anything to do with us. Yeah, considering the level of our cultivation bases, we should be thanking the heavens and the earth if we even get the legacy of the General's Mausoleum. As for the legacy of the Ice Emperor, don't even think about it. The legacy of the Ice Emperor? How enviable. According to the rumors, the legacies of the Soul Emperor, Sea God Emperor, and Matriarch Ling Long have all been taken. There are only 5 left. Every one that appears means there's one less. Apparently, Prince Tian already got the legacy of the Heaven Sword Emperor and is looking for the legacy of the Dragon Emperor. That means 6 of the 8 Imperial Mausoleums have already appeared. The only ones left are the legacies of the Flame Emperor and the 7 Stars Battle Emperor. I wonder if we'll get them one day. Stop dreaming. Considering your latent talent, I doubt you'll ever reach the 8th Division of Life Seizing. And you want the legacy of the Ancient Emperor? You're just looking to get killed. As everyone discussed the situation, Ling Xiao was able to glean a lot of information. Apparently, his guess had been correct. This was most likely the Ice Emperor's mausoleum. Furthermore, each Imperial Mausoleum only allowed 9 people to enter. 8 people had already gone in, which meant there was only 1 spot left. Obviously, Ling Xiao was going to fight for that spot. Furthermore, there was no way he was going to pass up any opportunity to improve his strength. Whether or not the legacy of the Ancient Sword Emperor was actually in the Primeval God Mausoleum was still a mystery. Although some people said it was, no one had ever found it. However, the 8 Imperial Mausoleums were real and would definitely be worth it. After making up his mind, Ling Xiao walked towards the stone statue. Right at this time, the martial artist who attacked the stone statue first was actually blasted out. He fell heavily to the ground. Laughter came from all around. But when this person glared at them, they all shut their mouths. After all, his poor little life was more important than offending an 8th Division Life Sizer. Who is that person? I don't know. His cultivation base doesn't seem very impressive. His aura is probably in the 6th Division of Life Seizing. He's even weaker than us. What is he trying to do? Everyone was stunned when they saw Ling Xiao walking towards the Guardian statue. For a 6th Division Life Sizer to attack one of the Stone Guardians was suicide. No one tried to stop Ling Xiao. Everyone treated Ling Xiao as a joke, a clown. Young man, do your best. Don't admit defeat. Young man, use all your strength. Maybe you can topple that stone statue. Ha ha. He really went over. I bet he went crazy while cultivating. Maybe he's lost his mind. Amidst the mocking laughter of the crowd, Ling Xiao still walked in front of the guardian stone statue. Then he looked at it. He wanted to see if he could defeat the stone statue with brute force. If he did, he would probably have to use the 9 Sovereign Sword incantation, which would be very draining. This stone statue was obviously some sort of puppet. However, this type of puppet was incredibly clever and actually used the spirit energy of heaven and earth as its power source. As long as it wasn't damaged, it would never run out of power. Of course, puppets were puppets, and when it came to fighting, they were on a completely different level from martial artists. Ling Xiao opened his Taiji eye and began to look for weaknesses. It was at this point that the 8th Division Life Sizer with the halberd stabbed toward Yang Qi from behind. Screw off, boy. Don't waste my time. Do you really think a piece of trash like you can defeat this stone statue? Ling Xiao's brows furrowed slightly as he shifted his body about a foot away. The halberd was aimed at the stone statue. The moment the halberd touched the stone statue raised its sword and knocked the halberd aside. It was a simple and direct move. And yet, it was very effective. Compared to the flashy but impractical moves, it was truly admirable. The 8th Division Life Sizer said, his jaw dropping. Not even a 7th Division Life Sizer would be able to dodge his attack. How could a 6th division life-sizer do that? Did he still want his face? Ha 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 ha. An expert really is an expert. I can't believe he actually went easy on him. The onlookers didn't think that Ling Xiao had actually dodged the 8th division life-sizer's attack. In fact, they assumed that the 8th division life-sizer didn't want to kill Ling Xiao and intentionally missed. An 8th division life-sizer can kill a 6th division life-sizer like a toy. I hope that kid knows what's good for him. Don't just stand there and wait to die. Heh. If he wants to die, why shouldn't you be happy? The more people here in the primeval god necropolis die, the better. The more people who die, the better our chances of getting some good stuff. Everyone was laughing as they looked over at Ling Xiao and the halberd-wielding warrior, waiting for a good show to happen. 8th Division Life-Seizers need to transform, Yang Qi thought. Sighing, Ling Xiao transformed into his Frost Wyrm Beast Soul transformation. Although both of his opponents were 8th Division Life-Seizers, Shui Weiniang was much stronger than this brute. Therefore, when fighting Shui Weiniang, Ling Xiao had needed to transform into his most powerful beast soul, the unbounded heavenly rat. But now, that wasn't necessary. Ordinary beast soul transformations were more than enough. Ordinary beast soul transformations could push Ling Xiao's battle prowess to the 7th Division Life-Sizer level. Combined with the 9 Sovereign Sword incantation, he could definitely kill an 8th Division Life-Sizer with battle prowess. After transforming, Ling Xiao looked even more ferocious than before. The frigid energy in the area began to swirl around him. The Ice Blast Wyrm was originally the ruler of ice, and the Ice Supreme Sword in Ling Xiao's hand became the core of all the ice elements. What Ling Xiao didn't know was that his Beast Soul transformation had already become a symbol of sorts. That was especially true of the Frost Wyrm Beast Soul transformation, which he had used extensively in the Glacier region. Many people had already memorized it. In fact, there was even a detailed description of it on the bounty lists of all the nations. When he transformed, the expressions on the faces of the martial artists weren't one of shock or fear, but of delight. That's Ling Xiao, right? There's no mistaking it. He offended the heavenly prince, injured him, and then escaped unscathed. Not long ago, he stole the treasure from General Frigid Frost's tomb right in front of the Koi King. Who would have thought that he'd show up now? There's something else you guys don't know. I heard that General Shui Weiniang from the Myriad Kingdoms was killed. He even killed the executioner. Chapter 33-44. That Ling Xiao didn't just do what he did. He even stole the dazzling palace's precious treasure, the Soul Pearl. Everyone chimed in one after another. Although they were all shocked by what Ling Xiao had done, they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, so they assumed that the rumors were exaggerated. That was why they weren't afraid of Ling Xiao. That was why they were so arrogant. Their eyes were filled with greed. High-quality imperial items, treasures from the Frost General's tomb, the Soul Pearl, and 9 reincarnation soulgrass. And then there was the bounty on his head from the Myriad Kingdoms and the Dazzling Palace. Ling Xiao was like a walking treasure trove. In the blink of an eye, everyone's eyes shone with greed. Ignoring everything else, just the memory metal of the Frost General could increase a martial artist's cultivation speed by dozens of times. It was a heaven-defying item that could make a martial artist forget fear and be filled with greed. After all, other martial artists couldn't cultivate as quickly as Ling Xiao. Most martial artists would remain stuck in the same cultivation level for a year, years, decades, or even centuries. If they could get their hands on the Frost General's memory metal, they would be able to break through their stagnant cultivation bases. How could they possibly be worried about the danger? Even if they had to die, they would do anything to get the treasure. The way they looked at Ling Xiao was like a pack of hungry wolves looking at a delicious piece of meat. The discussions were so loud that many people who didn't know Ling Xiao had already recognized him by now. Many of the people who didn't know what Ling Xiao was doing now knew who he was. There were hundreds of martial artists present, and all of them had expressions of greed on their faces as they approached Ling Xiao. The halberd-wielding 8th Division Life-Sizer was just about to launch another attack, when he suddenly heard a commotion among the crowd. What's the matter? His entire body began to tremble. However, it wasn't out of fear, but excitement. They were excited beyond belief. His opponent was only in the 6th division of the life-sizer level, the weakest of the martial artists who had entered the primeval god necropolis. How could they possibly be afraid? Treasures belonged to the strong, while the weak had no right at all. Ling Xiao coldly looked at those people who were casting greedy gazes at him, and the corners of his mouth hooked up into a cold smile. He was not willing to be manipulated by the master of the God-Devil Order, so he would not take the initiative to kill. But if someone else wanted his life, sorry, he wasn't a fool. Whoever dared to touch him, he would destroy them. It was that simple. Not to mention that there were only a few hundred martial artists here. Even if there were tens of thousands, what was there to be afraid of? It wasn't as if he had never encountered such a situation before. Although outside the Archean Divine Tomb, most people would not easily kill people. However, it was not uncommon for people to kill others to steal their treasures. Especially in desolate places, those who had treasures in their hands would still be hunted down. It was no different from the situation in the Archean Divine Tomb. The Archean Divine Tomb only completely removed the mental burden on the warriors, making them think that killing and seizing treasures here was normal. There was no need to feel burdened. Kid, with your strength, it's not enough to protect your treasures. Why don't you give them to me? I can let you live. By this point, the 8th Division Life-Sizer's goal had changed. He no longer wanted to kill Ling Xiao, but rather, take Ling Xiao's treasures. You want to let me live? He said. I'm afraid you don't qualify to do that. Hundreds of martial artists surrounded him. Ling Xiao's eyes flickered with a vicious gleam. He instantly transformed into his unbounded, heavenly mouse beast soul form. In his most powerful form, he prepared to face the bitter fighting. At the same time, a map of the Western Domain God Tomb appeared behind him. A sparkling, translucent ice sword slowly flew out of the map and then hung there in midair. Ling Xiao waved the revered ice sword. The ice sword flew out and merged with the revered ice sword. Terrifying frigid energy began to spread out in front of the ice cave. Many of the martial artists who got within a few dozen meters of Ling Xiao were frozen solid. What's going on? Why do I feel like I'm going stiff? The person closest to Ling Xiao was none other than the 8th Division Life-Sizer. Just as he was about to launch an attack, an intense chill suddenly invaded his body. It was as if his body was about to be frozen, and it was difficult for him to move. The terrifying aura emanating from Ling Xiao didn't seem like the aura of a 6th Division Life-Sizer at all. In fact, it seemed more like the peak of an 8th Division Life-Sizer. Run. At the moment, the only thing on his mind was to run. After all, he wasn't confident in being able to defeat Ling Xiao. You think you can escape? Revered Ice Sword Art. A cold voice came out of Ling Xiao's mouth. The revered ice sword pierced through the air, hovering there in midair. It was as if the entire sky were covered by the sharp sword energy. Then, the revered ice sword slashed toward the 8th Division Life-Sizer. Cold chi and sword chi filled the air and flew about chaotically. Block it for me, the 8th Division Life-Sizer shouted, brandishing his halberd and drawing on all of his true energy to unleash his most powerful attack. He attempted to block Ling Xiao's sword. However, it was useless. In the glacier region, the revered ice sword art was much more powerful than before. Furthermore, Ling Xiao had made the first move. As soon as the terrifying revered ice sword made contact with the halberd shattered. As for the halberd-wielding 8th Division Life-Sizer, his halberd-wielding weapon shattered into countless chunks of ice. The destructive power of this move was far greater than that. Sword energy filled the air, and frigid energy filled the area. Of the dozens of martial artists near Cloud Sky, all of them were 7th or 6th Life-Seizers. In the blink of an eye, they vanished from the world. They were completely and utterly destroyed. Not even their souls were freed. It was a terrifying sight to behold. Many of the other martial artists stopped in their tracks. Unfortunately, the temptation of the treasure was too great. Don't be afraid, someone shouted. He can only use a move like that once. It'd be a waste to run away now. That shout filled the hearts of many of the martial artists with the desire to do battle. Once again, he shouted and charged towards Ling Xiao. Kill him, and the treasure is ours. He's done for. Don't be afraid. It was almost as if they were trying to cheer themselves on. At the same time, it was almost as if they were trying to numb themselves. Ling Xiao's face was still covered with an indifferent smile. He didn't want to kill anyone, but if people tried to kill him, then he wouldn't show any mercy. Seeing the fearless martial artists charging toward him, Ling Xiao unleashed his martial soul. If they wanted to die, then there was no point in trying to escape. As long as he didn't die, there was no way he could break the barrier from the inside. 9 Snakes General Beast Soul, 9 Snakes Venom Domain, Deathly Kingdom Black Venom. With the 8th Division Life-Sizer dead, there was no need to use the 9 Sovereign Sword Art to deal with the 6th and 7th Division Life-Seizers. The 9 Snakes Venom Domain was unleashed. Black smoke filled the entire barrier. Chapter 33-45. My hand. My eyes. I don't want to die. What a terrifying poison. 6th-stage Life-Seizers could only suffer one fate when faced with the Kingdom of Death Black Poison, and that was to be corroded and killed. There was no other possibility. Spare us. We were just blinded by greed. I beg you, spare us. Miserable cries rang out one after another, and the greed in the eyes of the martial artists vanished. In its place was fear. Incomparable fear. Only now did they realize that someone who could escape from the clutches of Prince Tian and the Koi King was a weakling. How could he possibly be weak? How could someone who could kill Shui Weiniang be weak? How could they have possibly been so foolish as to try to kill someone like that? That was suicide. Unfortunately for them, Ling Xiao had already begun his slaughter, and there was no way he would show any mercy. If he hadn't been so strong, he would have been the one to die a miserable death. He knew that better than anyone else. After entering the cycle of reincarnation, it wasn't as if he hadn't gained anything. At the very least, he had gained a lot of experience. If you wanted to kill someone, you couldn't show mercy. I gave you a chance. You just didn't know how to cherish it. Now you're begging for mercy? It's too late. Ling Xiao's cold voice rang out from within the black poison smoke. In the next moment, a raging fire suddenly ignited within the barrier. Beast soul of the undying bird flame. The terrifying flames continued to burn, and miserable screams rang out. And yet, Ling Xiao's expression was as cold as ice, and he showed no signs of stopping. They couldn't escape, they couldn't fight, and they couldn't even find a trace of Ling Xiao. The martial artists were in complete despair. They were filled with regret. They regretted that their greed had led them to provoke such a terrifying person. Unfortunately, there was no point in regretting it now. Less than 10 minutes later, the flames were extinguished, and Ling Xiao put away the black poison. Inside the barrier, there was not even a corpse. There was only a burnt smell. Ling Xiao withdrew his boundary martial spirit and coldly looked at the drifting ashes in the sky. He indifferently said, "If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I will kill them." At that moment, his God-Fiend order had already been upgraded to 2nd grade. He was only one step away from being promoted to rank 1. Although he didn't want to kill people, there were people who wanted to kill him. After killing so many people, the God-Devil order would naturally evolve. All I need to do is kill a few more 8th Division Life-Seizers, or maybe even a 9th Division Life-Sizer. Then I should be able to upgrade the God-Devil Medallion to the 1st Order. That's easy. Ling Xiao did not care about the evolution of the Fiend God token as it was completely passive. He turned around and looked in the direction of the ice cave. The Guardian Stone statue had already shattered. He must have been hit by his Ice Supreme Frost Sword Art. However, the shattered Guardian statue was slowly healing. Perhaps in a minute or two, it would return to its original appearance. Of course, that had nothing to do with Ling Xiao. He walked around the stone statue and entered the ice cave. Without a doubt, this was an imperial mausoleum. It was so eerie and sinister that it gave off the feeling of being attacked by an energy. Using his soul power, Ling Xiao could sense strange creatures formed by the combination of an energy and frigid energy. He didn't want to waste time with them, so he chose to avoid them. Although he enjoyed fighting, he didn't want to engage in pointless fighting. Not only would it be a waste of time, it would also consume a lot of true energy. After walking for a bit, he came across 9 tomb doors. Each door was a teleportation portal. They led to a minor world. Ling Xiao had seen this many times before. Most likely, every imperial mausoleum was like this. Which door should I choose? Ling Xiao looked at the 9 doors, but they didn't seem to be any different. Not wasting any more time, he pushed open one of the doors and stepped inside. In that instant, Ling Xiao felt as if he had entered a spatial tunnel. A moment later, his vision cleared up. He was in a special dimension. In front of him stood an enormous monster. The monster was sparkling and translucent, clearly formed from frigid ice. Its fighting prowess was similar to that of the statue at the entrance of the ice cave, but there was something strange about it. Behind the monster was a door that led to the main tomb chamber. If he wanted to go through, he would have to defeat the monster. That wasn't a problem. What Ling Xiao was worried about was the other 8 martial artists who had entered the ice cave. It went without saying that if he wanted to get the legacy of the Ice Emperor, he would have to fight with the other 8. And it was highly likely that one of the 8 would be a 9th stage life-sizer. Given his current strength, he could probably defeat an ordinary 9th stage life-sizer. But if he wanted to win, that was impossible. It seemed he would have to use his Tyrant martial soul again. If that didn't work, he might as well use the divine ability of the Bloodsucker Devil. Although his cultivation base would regress, with the memory metal of the Frigid General, his cultivation base would rise at least 10 times faster than before. He wasn't worried about that. As long as he could get the legacy of the Ice Emperor, the price would be worth it. With that thought in mind, he looked at the ice monster in front of him. Without any hesitation, he pulled out his bloodthirsty demon sword, and the map of the Western Divine Tombs appeared. This monster's body was incomparably strong. Neither Paragon Flame's Heaven Scorching Sword nor Paragon Ice's Heaven Freezing Sword could defeat it. Fire type was countered. Ice type was immune. Only a Soul Paragon's Spirit Heaven Sword could deal with it. Behind the powerful body was a soul that was so weak it was almost non-existent. For a Spirican martial artist, this trial was actually very simple. However, the attack had to be strong enough. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to enter the opponent's soul realm. It wasn't as exaggerated as an ice-type or fire-type attack. A Soul Paragon's Spirit Heaven Sword seemed very ordinary, but you couldn't ignore its terrifying power. The bloodthirsty demon sword stabbed out. The ice monster's body swayed. Then it fell to the ground. Its body was unharmed, but it had been defeated. That was the terrifying thing about a Soul Paragon's Spirit Heaven Sword. Just as he was about to leave, the ice monster suddenly disappeared and turned into a key. It was a key formed from ice crystals. I didn't expect that the door I randomly chose would be one that no one else has been to before. Ling Xiao estimated that the 9 doors should have 9 keys to truly open the legacy of the Ice Emperor. Therefore, for the opening of the Imperial Mausoleum, it wasn't that only 9 people could enter, but there had to be at least 9 people. Otherwise, if the 9 keys couldn't be gathered, the Imperial Mausoleum couldn't be opened. Following the appearance of the key, the door behind the ice monster also opened. Ling Xiao walked in. The air was filled with the smell of blood. Looks like someone has already died. The 8 people who entered before him definitely wouldn't be safe, because everyone wanted to obtain the legacy of the Ice Emperor. Naturally, they would kill each other. Chapter 3346. Ling Xiao made himself invisible, and using the special ability of the Shadow Dancer, he headed in the direction of the smell of blood. There were 5 people lying on the ground. 4 of the corpses were completely devoid of life. One of them was a 9th Division life-sizer. The other 3 were all 8th Division life-seizers. One of them was half dead, sitting cross-legged as he healed. There should be 3 left. If I'm not mistaken, they're either from the Myriad Kingdoms or the Dazzling Palace. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. He suddenly thought of a terrifying possibility. This Imperial Mausoleum was something that even the most powerful experts would want. Could it be that Mother Dragon and the Empress of the Dazzling Palace were inside? He looked over at the injured man and realized that his efforts were in vain. The man's heart was almost completely destroyed, and healing was no use at all. Apparently, his heart had been destroyed by some terrifying power. Obviously, only a 9th Division life-sizer could do something like that. "You're here?" the man said. opening his eyes and looking at Ling Xiao. "You know me?" Ling Xiao asked curiously. "No, I'm just waiting for the ninth person." "Wait, why?" Ling Xiao asked curiously. "It doesn't matter who the ninth person is. As long as he's not from the myriad kingdoms, I'll give him the key." As the man spoke, he spat out a piece of memory metal from his mouth. "Me and the 4 dead men each received a key. They're all hidden somewhere. Take this memory metal, and you'll find them. It doesn't matter who gets the legacy of the Ice Emperor. I don't want it to be a martial artist from the myriad kingdoms." "You're from the Dazzling Palace?" Ling Xiao asked. "That's right. We were ambushed by martial artists from the myriad kingdoms. The Koi King, the Mirror Devil King, and even the Dragon Shark King came. Nobody could have guessed that this ordinary ice cavern was the Ice Emperor's imperial mausoleum. That's why our empress didn't come. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so arrogant." Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief when he heard the man's words. Fortunately, Dragon Mother did not appear. Otherwise, he might not even have the slightest chance at all. His luck was pretty good now. However, he still had ways to deal with the Koi King, Mirror Demon King, and Dragon Shark King. "Don't worry. Since I'm here, the item won't fall into their hands." Ling Xiao took the memory metal and instantly knew where the 5 keys were. "Thank you." Perhaps because he had fulfilled his final wish, the martial artist's head tilted to the side and he died. "It's not good to stay here for a long time. I have to leave first. In any case, I can't let those 3 people from Totoland surround me. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to escape even if I have wings." Ling Xiao burned the 5 corpses to give them a better result. Otherwise, if the corpse was left there, it would either become an undead or be eaten by the monsters in the tomb. That would be too tragic. Ling Xiao left and headed towards the location of the 5 keys. He had been very careful along the way, using the Taiji Eye to observe the situation around him, trying his best to avoid meeting the Koi King and the others. Before getting the 5 keys, he didn't want to have a conflict with anyone. Not long after he left, the Koi King, Mirror Demon King, and Dragon Shark King appeared at the place where he was just now. That person's last breath was here. How could it be gone? The Mirror Demon King snorted coldly, 2 rays of light shooting out from his eyes. In the void, the scene just now appeared. In the image, they saw everything that Ling Xiao did. It was just that they couldn't hear the voice in the image. "Damn it, it's him again." The Koi King looked at the man in the image fiercely. Ling Xiao didn't change, so he could be recognized at a glance. "Is he not good?" The Mirror Demon King sneered. "He came here, so don't think about going back alive. I was worried that it was some powerful person. Since it's him, it's easy. No matter who it is, the 3 of us can easily kill him. So next, let's split into 3. If I'm not wrong, the other 6 keys are on that guy. No matter what, we can't lose the Ice Emperor's legacy this time. What happened in the Ice General's tomb can't happen a second time. Otherwise, we won't have the face to see Mom again." The Koi King gritted his teeth. She hated Ling Xiao to the core. She couldn't wait to skin Ling Xiao and make him into jerky. "Are you sure that the Ice Emperor's legacy needs 9 keys? I have seen many treasures, and the so-called key was proven to be nothing more than a tool used to toy with martial artists. Obtaining the legacy has nothing to do with the keys." The Dragon Shark King, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. "How is that possible?" The Koi King exclaimed. "It's possible. I've encountered this before. We can't neglect the essentials. So let's find the legacy first. And find Ling Xiao while we're at it. After we find the legacy, one of us will guard it. The other 2 will find that guy and kill him." The Mirror Demon King muttered. "Now, that's the only way. There are 3 of us and he's alone. He won't be faster than us in finding the legacy." The Koi King gritted his teeth. The 4 kings of all countries. The daughter of the Dragon Mother. But she was played by an ordinary martial artist. This had long become a sore point in the Koi King's heart. So this time, no matter what, she couldn't let Ling Xiao take away the Ice Emperor's legacy. A mere Ling Xiao was enough to make them go to war. If word got out, it would really be a little embarrassing. But she thought that they couldn't underestimate the enemy anymore. "It's still not appropriate. I'll go out and gather all the martial artists to surround this place. This way, Even if that kid accidentally gets the Ice Emperor's legacy, he won't be able to escape. The Dragon Shark King was very cautious and thorough. He didn't intend to give Ling Xiao any chance. Good idea. Go ahead, fourth brother. The Koi King nodded. You two be careful. Second brother was killed by that brat. If he can kill an 8th Division Life Sizer, then he'll definitely be a threat to 9th Division Life Caesars. Don't underestimate him. After saying that, the Dragon Shark King walked out. As for the key, he handed it over to the Koi King. Eldest brother, you go find the treasure. I'm definitely going to kill that Ling Xiao. The Koi King was still too arrogant. What had happened in General Frost's tomb was like a slap to the face. Word of it had spread everywhere. There was no way she was going to take it lying down. How could she possibly be in the mood to search for treasure? Whatever. Just be careful. That brat is full of tricks, especially with his illusory spell formation. Before the Mirror Demon King could finish speaking, the Koi King shot out. The Dragon Shark King sighed helplessly. Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao. You've got a lot of guts. You knew we were here, and yet you didn't run. I'm starting to admire you. Too bad you killed my second brother. No matter what, I can't let you off the hook. Mirror Demon King muttered to himself and then disappeared. Chapter 33:47. The Mirror Demon King snorted and disappeared from where he was. He started to search for the Ice Emperor's inheritance. They split up? Ling Xiao had been paying attention to the three of them the entire time. He couldn't help but smile coldly when he saw them split up. He didn't have a chance against the three of them. However, he still had a 50% chance against one of them. The Mirror Demon King was the weakest of the three, so he had to start with him. As for the Ice Emperor's inheritance, he'd already found it. Unfortunately, it required 9 keys. He was certain of that. The Ice Emperor's inheritance was in the main tomb. However, the tomb was too big, and the others didn't have his Tai Chi Eye, so it was difficult to find it. However, he was different. With his Tai Chi Eye, he was able to find the inheritance in a short amount of time. The problem that needed to be solved now was the key. He silently moved towards the Mirror Demon King, taking each step with extreme caution. He was risking his life. If he couldn't avoid the Koi King, he would have no choice but to run after being pincered by the two. Finally, he arrived at the path the Mirror Demon King had to take. Then, he threw out 2 array refining stones, forming 2 arrays. He was waiting for the Mirror Demon King to step into his trap. The Mirror Demon King probably wouldn't have imagined that he'd be so bold as to attack first. Mirror Demon King was very fast. In order to find the inheritance as soon as possible, he ignored his surroundings. By the time he sensed that something was wrong, Ling Xiao's formation had already been activated. The Plague Bone formation and the Lesser Thousand Lightning Immortal Punishment formation, together with Ling Xiao's Barrier Martial Soul. The Mirror Demon King didn't even have a chance to escape. I didn't expect you to attack me first. The Mirror Demon King was trapped in the formation. He could feel his internal energy being sucked away by the Plague Bone formation. He had to use 10% of his internal energy to suppress it. He blocked the Plague Bone formation, but there was still the Lesser Thousand Lightning Immortal Punishment formation. It wasn't the real Thousand Lightning Immortal Punishment formation, but it was still very powerful. The Mirror Demon King had to use 10% of his internal energy to defend himself. In the blink of an eye, 20% of his internal energy was gone. Even so, he was still much stronger than Ling Xiao. Therefore, although he was a little nervous, he was not afraid. You seem very calm? Ling Xiao smiled. Do you think you can kill me just because you've trapped me? Dream on. The Mirror Demon King sneered. Once we start fighting, my third sister will rush over. You'll die a horrible death. Really? I'm afraid you're not familiar with the uniqueness of my barrier martial spirit, right? Ling Xiao said sarcastically. None of the battles here will be detected by the outside world. Even if the Koi King walked past us, we might not be able to detect it. If you don't want to die, then give me the key. Although I can kill you, it will consume too much energy. I don't want to waste it. So, the other 6 keys are with you. Mirror Demon King laughed. That's right. Not only are the 6 keys here, but the Ice General's memory medal is also here. Do you want it? Ling Xiao mocked. Thank you for telling me this. Now, I can kill you first. The Mirror Demon King suddenly sneered and took out a strange mirror. Kid, you have a good mentality and a good brain. Unfortunately, you're too weak. Without the strength to match, even if you try your best, you'll still be defeated. You seem very confident that you can kill me. Ling Xiao smiled. Shui Weining thought so too. That's why he didn't tell you, or the Koi King about me. But he died. I can tell you that he died a horrible death. I cut him in half and burned him to death. You. The Mirror Demon King knew Ling Xiao was angering him, but he couldn't help but be angry at him. After all, Shui Weining was his younger brother. Although they had the same mother but different fathers, that didn't affect their relationship. You'll pay for what you've done. Not only will I take those things from you, but I'll also make you die a horrible death. The Mirror Demon King was truly enraged. And yet, Ling Xiao just chuckled. He loved to fight with angry enemies. That kind of enemy would have a stronger combat power, but their brains would become duller. The Mirror Demon King glared at Ling Xiao. He simply couldn't understand what this kid, who was no more than a sixth-stage life-sizer, was relying on. Why was he so calm? Was he relying on those two simple spell formations? However, it was only able to suppress 20% of his power. To kill Ling Xiao, he only needed 60% of his power to spare. The difference in cultivation base was too great. If he didn't want to be cautious, he would have already attacked. Whatever. I can't worry too much about this kid's reaction. If I do, I'll end up in a ditch. He's the most infuriating person I've ever met. The Mirror Demon King took a moment to control his emotions. Waving the mirror in his hand, he said, "You still have a chance. You can die a quick death. All you have to do is give me what I want. If you don't, I'll give you a taste of the most painful death in the world." This mirror in my hand is called the Bone-Eroding Soul Rapture Mirror. Once its light shines on your body, when it shines light on you, your skin, flesh, and bones will begin to rot. In the end, you'll be nothing more than a pile of rotten meat. However, this process would last for 49 days. In other words, during that time, you'll be in so much pain that you'll wish you were dead. When that time comes, you won't even be able to die. In order to convince Ling Xiao that he was telling the truth, the Mirror Demon King pointed it at a snake off in the distance. When the bone-devouring, soul-crushing mirror touched the snake, its skin began to rot. In a few minutes, it was nothing more than a puddle of pus. That's the effect of the bone-devouring, soul-crushing mirror, the Mirror Demon King said. You can see what it does. If you don't want to end up like that snake, then be a good boy and give me what I want. If that's the case, I can give you a quick and painless death. I'll make you suffer. The Mirror Demon King didn't want to fight Ling Xiao head-on. If he could get what he wanted in the simplest way, then he would. No one was willing to do that. After all this trouble, he just wanted to get the memory medal from Ling Xiao's tomb without shedding a drop of blood. And the 6 keys. That's all you want to say? Ling Xiao's expression was as cold as ever. It was so cold that the Mirror Demon King could die from anger. The Mirror Demon King had spent so much time trying to fool him, but to no avail. It was a waste of time. Don't you know what it means to be afraid? The Mirror Demon King frowned. I know what it means to be afraid, but it depends on who I'm facing. At the very least, I have a huge advantage against you. Ling Xiao hadn't attacked yet because he was using the Tai Chi Eye to analyze the Mirror Demon King's strength. Chapter 33:48. With his Tai Chi Eye, Ling Xiao was sure that he had the upper hand. He should be able to kill the Mirror Demon King without using the Bloody Rat Demon, but he should use the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul. But it didn't matter now. There was no one around, and the barrier Martial Soul could hide all auras. He could kill the Mirror Demon King with the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul. Thinking of this, he made his decision. He would kill the Mirror Demon King to prevent future trouble. What are you laughing at? The Mirror Demon King asked when he saw Ling Xiao smile. What am I laughing at? I'm laughing. If the 3 of you hadn't split up, I wouldn't have had the chance to defeat you one by one. But now, your stupidity has given me a chance. Ling Xiao laughed. As he laughed, he gathered his strength and prepared to catch the Mirror Demon King off guard. After all, the opponent was too strong. He had to be careful. Do you really think you can kill me? The Mirror Demon King sneered. Since you're so reckless, I'll show you the power of the bone-eroding mirror. Among the 4 kings of all kingdoms, the Mirror Demon King had always been the calmest. But today, when he met Ling Xiao, he lost his mind several times. This kid was too good at infuriating people. As he spoke, the Mirror Demon King started to change. The 2 eyes were like 2 strange mirrors, releasing 2 rays of light. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had been paying attention, so he used the Sword Radiant Step to dodge. The Mirror Demon King was still changing. Many mirrors appeared around his body. Ling Xiao did a rough count. There were at least 1,000 mirrors. He guessed that this was the Mirror Demon King's martial soul. However, this martial soul was really special. It made people feel very uncomfortable. Mirror world. The Mirror Demon King roared. Thousands of mirrors suddenly flew into the air and surrounded Ling Xiao. At that moment, Ling Xiao also sensed that something was wrong. He leaped up, wanting to escape from the mirror world. However, at that moment, a sharp ray of light shot out from a mirror in front of him, piercing straight into the sky. There was no chance for him to escape at all. Too late. Once you're trapped in my mirror world, you won't have any chance. Mirror Demon King sneered. You probably think I'm weaker than Koi King and Dragon Shark King, which is why you chose to deal with me first. That's right, you're right. But that was under normal circumstances. If I was in the mirror world, even the Koi King would not be my opponent. Next, I'll let you have a taste of my power. 3,000 mirror shadows. Kill. As the Mirror Demon King's voice rang out, his body was nowhere to be seen. Instead, one figure after another flew out of the mirror. Each and every one of them was at least in the 7th division of life seizing. A total of 3,000 of them charged towards Ling Xiao at the same time, wanting to tear Ling Xiao into pieces. Since your mirror world is so powerful, I might as well break it. Ling Xiao was just like that. The stronger the enemy, the more excited he would be. Especially since the Mirror Demon King didn't have the ability to kill him. This gave him enough opportunity. He took a deep breath and began to release a terrifying black aura from his body. The black aura coalesced around his fists. Ling Xiao roared. Ghost God Seal, Dance of Ghosts and Gods. Following his angry roar, a voice rang out. Countless ghosts and gods poured out of his fists. They slammed into the mirror shadows. A peak general class martial skill was the most powerful, unless the opponent had a royal class martial skill. Although the Mirror Demon King's attack was also a peak general class martial skill, it wasn't as powerful as Yang Qi's. Yang Qi had already cultivated his Ghost God Seal to the manifestation level. His opponent's 3,000 mirror shadows were only at the Great Circle. They were 1 level apart, but the difference in power was enormous. That was more than enough to make up for the difference in their cultivation bases. In his unbounded heavenly rat form, Ling Xiao could unleash the battle prowess of an 8th division life-sizer. Of course, he wasn't as strong as the Mirror Demon King, but with the manifestation level Ghost God Seal, he was definitely on par. Terrifying booms rang out. The mirror world exploded. One by one, the mirror shadows were torn to shreds. One by one, the ghosts and gods were destroyed. In this collision, neither side gained the upper hand. Ling Xiao wasn't surprised. A peak general class martial skill wasn't his strongest martial skill. Being able to go toe-to-toe with a 9th division life-sizer like the Mirror Demon King was enough to satisfy him. However, the Mirror Demon King was shocked. He had never cultivated a royal class martial skill before. Therefore, a peak general class martial skill was his strongest martial skill. Logically speaking, considering the level of his cultivation base, he should have been able to crush Ling Xiao. In fact, he should have been able to kill Ling Xiao with a single move. But he could never have guessed that his all-out attack would end up like this. How was this even possible? This attack made Mirror Demon King's heart sink to the bottom of the valley. Calm down. I have to calm down. This kid's cultivation base is only in the 6th division of life seizing. The battle prowess he's using right now has something to do with his beast soul transformation. He shouldn't be able to last much longer. But I'm strong, so I should be able to last longer than him. If I keep fighting, I'll definitely win. Having reached this point in his train of thought, the Mirror Demon King calmed down a bit. He still had a trump card, the bone-eroding, soul-dissolving mirror, that he hadn't used yet. He didn't plan to use it immediately. After all, the bone-eroding, soul-dissolving mirror could only be used once per day. If he didn't, then it would be a waste. A peak general class martial skill isn't enough to suppress him. It seems I'll have to use a royal class martial skill with my Tyrant martial soul. The longer this drags on, the worse it will be for me. If the Koi King or the Dragon Shark King show up, I'll be doomed. Ling Xiao was already planning his next attack. He had already weakened his opponent, but he was still as strong as ever. But that didn't matter. He still had some divine abilities he hadn't used yet. Sun God Divine Ability, Bloodthirsty Plague, 9 Snake Venom Domain, Deathly Kingdom Black Venom. Ling Xiao wanted to use as little energy as possible to kill the Mirror Demon King. The Mirror Demon King was the second weakest of the 4 kings of all kingdoms in terms of fighting prowess. He was only slightly stronger than King Demon Eye. If he couldn't use the least energy to kill him, then he would have no chance against the Koi King or the Dragon Shark King. Mirror Shield. Isolate everything, the Mirror Demon King said. The mirrors actually reflected the Bloodthirsty Plague and the Deathly Kingdom Black Venom. Although they couldn't do any harm to Ling Xiao, Ling Xiao's plan to further weaken the Mirror Demon King was foiled. This guy feels like my nemesis. Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled. He had never failed to use the Bloodthirsty Plague or the Deathly Kingdom Black Venom before. He hadn't expected them to be reflected today. This mirror martial soul was really annoying. Kid, are you out of ideas? Surrender quickly and hand over the item. If you do, I can spare your life. You're very strong. I admit that. The Mirror Demon King had wanted to kill Ling Xiao, but he hadn't been able to gain the upper hand. Chapter 3349. You really know how to make yourself look good, Yang Qi said. We've been fighting for so long, and I haven't gotten the upper hand. But then again, you haven't gotten the upper hand either. You make it sound like you're the one who has the upper hand. Ling Xiao looked at Mirror Devil King disdainfully. Are all martial artists from all the kingdoms this shameless? Mirror Devil King's expression didn't change, but inside, he was furious. He was one of the 4 kings of the kingdoms, and although he wasn't the strongest, he was being mocked by some piece of trash he looked down on. It was a complete humiliation. Are you all right, big bro? A voice called out from outside the spirit barrier. Mirror Devil King was overjoyed to hear that voice. However, Ling Xiao's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. What the hell is the Koi King doing here? And how did he find out about the spirit barrier? I'm fine, third sister, Mirror Devil King said. This brat is trying to use a spell formation to suppress my power. But he's only in the 6th stage of life seizing. Mirror Devil King wanted to beg for help, but then realized how humiliating it was. If he couldn't even beat Ling Xiao, how could he possibly be one of the 4 kings of the kingdoms? As long as you're fine, Mirror Devil King said. Hurry up and get rid of that brat. Then the legacy of the Ice Emperor will be ours. Mirror Devil King had never imagined that Mirror Devil King would be at a disadvantage, so he had no intention of participating in the fight. Although she hated Ling Xiao to the bone, sending 2 kings against 1 Ling Xiao was a bit too much. I know, Mirror Devil King said. Mirror Devil King didn't want to ask for help. In any case, he thought that even though he couldn't kill Ling Xiao immediately, he wouldn't be in any danger either. There was no way Ling Xiao was strong enough to kill him. Considering the level of Ling Xiao's cultivation base, it was only a matter of time before he was finished. Let's see where you can run, brat. You didn't see this coming, did you? You thought your spirit barrier was undetectable. But you forgot that my third sister is no ordinary person. Mirror Devil King laughed coldly. You can surrender now. If you do, I'll make sure you don't die. I heard that Prince Tian wants to capture you alive and make you his slave. We still have to give Prince Tian face. Oh, it's that old man. TSK, he's quite pitiful. The Koi King is a delicate flower. Although she's a bit hot, she's stuck in a pile of cow dung like Prince Tian. What a pity. Ling Xiao smiled and said, You want me to surrender? Dream on. Why don't you just ask for help? Perhaps the Koi King will help you. My Lord Mirror Devil King, ha ha ha. Mockery and sarcasm. All of this was to make the Mirror Demon King lose her mind. Ling Xiao had already made his decision. No matter what, he had to kill the Mirror Demon King in one move. He absolutely would not give the Koi King a chance to rescue him. The advantage of this boundary martial spirit was great. As long as the enemy was inside, they would not be able to leave unless they were killed. However, once the enemy was outside and had enough power, they could destroy the barrier. Therefore, if the Koi King was willing, he should be able to remove the barrier. Ling Xiao could not act rashly. If he acted rashly, even if he heavily injured the Mirror Demon King, as long as he didn't kill him, the Mirror Demon King could come back in a swirl of dust. At that time, he would still be facing two enemies at the same time. Therefore, it was important to kill one of them first. The Mirror Demon King was good at controlling his emotions, but even he couldn't withstand Ling Xiao's 35,000 taunts. Even a clay figurine had a temper, not to mention the Mirror Demon King. How could his self-esteem take Ling Xiao's words as though they were trash? Kid, I think you're tired of living. Third sister, guard well. Don't let this kid escape. How dare a piece of trash call Prince Tian cow dung? How dare you look down on me, the Mirror Demon King? I will kill him. No one's words will matter. As the Mirror Demon King spoke, his anger surged. His hair stood on end. The mirror world had turned blood red. Idiot. How dare you call yourself Big Brother? Even I wouldn't dare to fight Big Brother when he's angry. The Koi King could see the situation through the barrier. The situation was very clear. Ling Xiao had no hope of survival. He would die in this battle. Therefore, she didn't make any preparations to save him. She only blocked off the escape routes. She didn't give Ling Xiao any chance to escape. That's how it is. Look down on me and be angry. When you're angry and look down on me, you'll miss out on something important. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a cunning light. He was nervous, but his plan was going smoothly. Although the Koi King's appearance was truly beyond his expectations, it could be said that his luck was simply terrible to the extreme. Even so, Ling Xiao wouldn't resign himself to fate. He wanted to control his own fate. Even if he had to die, he had to fight. With the Taiji's precise analysis and calculations, as long as his plan went smoothly, he still had a chance of winning. Even though the chances of winning were slim, Ling Xiao believed that he could seize the opportunity. At the moment, the Mirror Demon King was gathering her most powerful attack. It was still the 3,000 mirror images, but it was obviously more powerful than before. The Mirror Demon King had probably given up on defense in her anger and used all her vital essence to attack. This meant that Ling Xiao's chances of success would be even higher. In this situation, it's too late for the Koi King to save the Mirror Demon King. Ling Xiao observed the situation. The Koi King didn't make any preparations to save the Mirror Demon King. This was his chance. Without preparation, a hasty rescue would be useless. No matter how fast the Koi King was, it would take some time to destroy the barrier. Although it wouldn't take long, it was enough time for Ling Xiao to take the Mirror Demon King's life. Ling Xiao waited quietly. It was as if she was scared silly. In reality, she was waiting for the best opportunity to attack. The moment the Mirror Demon King attacked would be his chance. The Sky Tyrant martial soul was gradually released. Terrifying power seeped out of the Sky Tyrant martial soul. However, the Mirror Demon King, who was concentrating on gathering her moves, didn't notice. If it was under normal circumstances, if he was completely calm, this kind of thing would never happen. This was why Ling Xiao had to make the Mirror Demon King angry. Only anger could create an opportunity for him. The release of the Sky Tyrant martial soul could cause a lot of trouble, but at this moment, Ling Xiao didn't hesitate. He was about to lose his life. Who cared if he was exposed? Of course, since he released the Sky Tyrant martial soul, he wanted to kill both the Mirror Demon King and the Koi King. That way, the secret of the Sky Tyrant martial soul wouldn't be exposed. Of course, this was all his guess. Maybe the Koi King and the Mirror Demon King couldn't tell that the Sky Tyrant martial soul was the Human King's Mountain River martial soul. Haha, that kid is scared out of his wits. He's not moving. Chapter 3350. The Koi King couldn't sense the power within the barrier, so she thought that Ling Xiao had been scared silly and didn't even dare to move. I thought he was a guy who wasn't afraid of death. Looks like I was wrong. He's just a little smart. The Koi King sneered disdainfully. Prince Tian's face appeared in her mind. Prince Tian was slightly older, but compared to Ling Xiao, he was many times stronger. No, the two of them couldn't be compared at all. Comparing them would be an insult to Prince Tian. After a while, the Koi King suddenly felt that something was wrong. Behind Ling Xiao, a vast universe suddenly appeared. An ancient, desolate power was released from that universe. Even the barrier martial soul couldn't completely block it. No, there's something wrong with this guy. Why is his aura increasing explosively? The Koi King panicked and finally started to attack, preparing to shatter the barrier. At the same time, she shouted, "Big brother, be careful. There's something wrong with that kid." The barrier martial soul could block auras. She didn't know this before. It was only at this moment that she understood. If even the barrier martial soul couldn't block his aura, how terrifying and powerful would he be? She didn't know what Ling Xiao had done, but she knew that in this world, many martial artists had special secret techniques. They could greatly increase their strength in a short period of time, although they would have to pay a huge price to do so. But in the face of life and death, that price was not worth mentioning. In fact, even without the Koi King's reminder, the Mirror Demon King had been careless in her anger. She also felt that something was wrong. Ling Xiao's strength had increased by at least 10 times in a short period of time. That terrifying aura made Ling Xiao seem like a powerhouse who had walked out from ancient times. He actually made the Mirror Demon King cower. How can this be? How can this be? The Mirror Demon King's anger turned into panic. Her mind was blank, and she couldn't think of a countermeasure. That's right, he must be putting on an act. It's not like this hasn't happened before. Many people look very scary, but in reality, their attack power is not that great. Mirror Demon King used this excuse to comfort himself. Then, like a madman, he threw out his own attacks. The 3,000 mirror images were as densely packed as before. However, in terms of power, it was much stronger than before. Mirror Demon King looked murderous. "Kid, no matter what you do, it's pointless. Under my full power attack, the only result for you is death." That might not be the case. Ling Xiao's voice seemed to come from a distant time and space. It was ice-cold and solemn, and there was an enormous pressure. It had been a long time since he had used the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. Ling Xiao realized that the Tyrant martial spirit was growing stronger as his cultivation increased. As he occupied more and more territories, he became more and more terrifying. Is this what 9th Division life-seizing power feels like? Although his cultivation base hadn't reached the required level. However, with the help of his hegemonic, heaven-dominating martial soul, he was now fully aware of how terrifying the 9th Division of life-seizing was. Back then, when faced with such power, he was actually able to escape from the hands of the Emperor? How could he slip away from the Koi King and the Mirror Demon King? Yang Qi couldn't help but admire himself. "I could have let you live, but since you've seen my secret, I guess I'll just have to kill you." With that, Ling Xiao pulled out his revered ice sword. Behind him, a map of the Western Domain appeared. Frigid coldness filled the entire area. As of this moment, even the Koi King was trembling in fear. Ling Xiao raised his head slightly and looked at the sky full of afterimages attacking him. A disdainful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Raising his revered ice sword high in the air, he merged it with the ice sword in the sky. The frigid energy in the air reached a pinnacle. Heaven-dominating ice sword. Heaven-freezing sword. An enormous ice sword flew out from the universe of hegemony. It looked like an enormous, crystalline spaceship. Its size was simply too frightening. However, even more terrifying than its size was its power. This ice sword contained the power of all of the ice-type planets in the universe of hegemony. It was terrifying to the extreme. The Mirror Demon King watched in horror as her mirror images were destroyed one by one. She was like a moth in the face of fire. She couldn't fight back at all. The terrifying ice sword, which had almost filled the entire mausoleum of the Ice Emperor, was unstoppable. It crashed into the Mirror Demon King. No! The Mirror Demon King's face was filled with despair. She screamed hysterically, "Save me! Third sister, save me! Mother, save me!" At this moment, what did pride matter? What did pride matter? Staying alive was the most important thing. If she lost her life, she would have nothing left. Unfortunately, the Koi King had just destroyed the enchantment. It was too late for him to save her. As for her mother, the dragon mother of all countries, she was nowhere to be found. The terrifying ice sword engulfed the Mirror Demon King's body. The Koi King rushed over at an extremely fast speed. However, it was useless. Not only was it useless, but the terrifying power also sent the Koi King flying. Ling Xiao's plan had succeeded. He had angered the Mirror Demon King and pretended to be weak. This made the Mirror Demon King and the Koi King think that he had no chance of winning. Of course, the most important thing was, Ling Xiao's cultivation base was simply too weak. He was only in the 6th stage of life seizing, so it was difficult for 2 9th-stage life seizers to take him seriously. The truth was that both the Mirror Demon King and the Koi King had guessed that Ling Xiao would have some secret magic that would increase his battle prowess. But no matter how they thought about it, they could never have guessed that it would be so powerful and terrifying. They had been completely and utterly played. Ling Xiao had them in the palm of his hand. If it weren't for their pride and face, they would have been able to kill Ling Xiao, even if he used everything he had at his disposal. But now, one of them was dead, and the other was stronger than the one who had died. But Ling Xiao still had some tricks up his sleeve. Even in death, the Mirror Demon King still couldn't believe what he was seeing. He had become one of the 4 kings of all countries, and one of the top experts in the Western domain. It was only natural that he had some tricks up his sleeve. Over the years, he had faced many dangerous situations, and had even faced despair. But he had survived them all. But now, he had died at the hands of someone he considered trash. Even if word of this got out, no one would believe it. Ever since the opening of the primeval god necropolis, many martial artists had died. But few of the truly important people had died. Shui Waniying's death was shocking and caused Ling Xiao's name to spread throughout the primeval god necropolis. And yet, the Mirror Demon King was 10 times more powerful than Shui Waniying. His death would probably cause the martial artists of the primeval god necropolis to swallow their tongues in shock. The Koi King was completely flabbergasted. Chapter 33:51. At that moment, the Koi King was somewhat stunned. Her big brother, the Mirror Demon King, he was the absolute top expert in the myriad countries. Before she and the Dragon Shark King rose, he was the #1 person under the myriad countries' dragon mother. When she was a child, she even regarded her big brother as her idol. But such a person had actually died. He died so suddenly. It was so unexpected. If he died in the hands of a strong expert, she could accept it. But the problem was that the dignified Mirror Demon King died in the hands of Ling Xiao. He died in the hands of that trash who only knew how to run away. Anger, panic, and shock. The complex emotions made it difficult for the Koi King to calm down for a while. To be honest, she never took Ling Xiao seriously. In her eyes, Ling Xiao was just a trash struggling at death's door. Sooner or later, he would be played to death by her. But she never thought that the person she regarded as trash would once again give her a slap in the face. Her elder brother was killed by this piece of trash right in front of her eyes. Ling Xiao, Ling Xiao, Ling Xiao. Ah! As if to vent the dissatisfaction in her chest, her voice crazily spread throughout the imperial mausoleum. It was like a storm. If she didn't shout this, she would really go crazy. A terrifying aura began to rise from her body. Endless murderous intent completely occupied her heart. Shock and panic were forcibly suppressed. What was left was only anger and killing intent. She didn't want to avenge her big brother, because her relationship with the Mirror Demon King was not as good as imagined. She was the only heir of the Dragon Mother, the high and mighty young master. She didn't put anyone in her eyes. Ling Xiao's crime was not killing the Mirror Demon King. Ling Xiao's crime was to make her lose face and let her be ruthlessly slapped. This was something she absolutely could not accept. Madness made her beauty ugly and ferocious. She was like a crazy person who didn't care about her image at all. I don't know how Prince Tian will feel when he sees you like this. The #1 beauty of the Western region? I think it's just a twisted skin bag. Ling Xiao looked at the Koi King and had no intention of escaping. The remaining 3 keys were all with the Koi King. Only by killing the Koi King could he obtain the 3 keys and unlock the Ice Emperor's legacy. From the moment he released his Sky Tyrant martial spirit, he was not going to show any mercy. No matter who it was, as long as they obstructed him from obtaining the inheritance of the Ice Emperor, he would kill them. Shut up. Any secret technique that could increase one's battle prowess in a short period of time would have irreversible side effects. Do you think I don't know? The Koi King said coldly, you should have been the strongest you just now, right? Unfortunately, you don't know how strong I am. Ling Xiao could feel that the Koi King was much stronger than the Mirror Demon King. Although they were both in the 9th division of life seizing, it felt like one was in the early level, while the other was at the peak. Be it strength, aura, or martial arts, the Koi King was a level higher than the Mirror Demon King. After all, the 4 kings of all kingdoms weren't on equal footing. The Mirror Demon King and the Devil Eye King were both ranked because of their powerful martial souls. The truly terrifying ones were the Koi King and the Dragon Shark King. But was Ling Xiao afraid of them? He forced himself to suppress the urge to use his Blood-Skaven Devil Rat. The Blood-Skaven Devil Rat was a terrifying divine ability that could allow him to crush the Koi King. Unfortunately, the negative side effects of the divine ability were too much to bear. Therefore, he would only use it as a last resort. And even if he did, he would have to choose the right time to use it. Clearly, now wasn't the time. The Koi King's aura was at its peak, and she suddenly moved. She unleashed 2 terrifying fists. 3,000 water dragons seal. She roared, and a sky full of water dragons shot toward Ling Xiao, each one of them as powerful as an 8th division life-sizer. If Ling Xiao hadn't used his Sky Tyrant martial spirit, he probably wouldn't have been able to hold his own. That's a strong move, Yang Qi said, but it won't work on me. With his Sky Tyrant martial spirit, Ling Xiao had the ability to control heaven and earth. Everything around him was under his control. His body was like a dragon, spiraling through the air. It didn't matter how many water dragons there were, or how terrifying they were. And yet, not a single one of them could actually land a hit on Ling Xiao. The water dragons continued to slam into the ground. Although the Imperial Mausoleum was incredibly sturdy, it was still being shattered. The entire mausoleum was teetering on the verge of collapse. Thankfully, this was an independent minor world. Otherwise, people outside would have noticed what was going on. What's going on? The more the Koi King attacked, the more surprised she was. The more she interacted with Ling Xiao, the more she realized how terrifying Ling Xiao was. Her attacks were so powerful that no other martial artist in the same level could possibly dodge them. Just what was going on with Ling Xiao? It was almost as if he could predict her attacks in advance. Surprised, aren't you? Yang Qi said. You'll be even more surprised later. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Before, he had simply been dodging. But now, he was actually dodging while launching his own attack. The other party was using the 3,000 water dragon seal. But he was using the dance of demons and gods. The attacks of both sides were large-scale moves, constantly colliding and shattering in the air. Bursts of terrifying rumbling sounds erupted. It scared the undead creatures so much that they didn't dare to approach. Even if the brainless ones approached, they would be easily destroyed by the fluctuations that spread out. There's something even more fun. You've probably forgotten where you are now, right? Plague Bone Dissolving Formation. Activate. Lesser Myriad Thunder Immortal Slaying Formation. Activate. Sun God's Magical Ability. Bloodthirsty Plague. 9 Snake Poison Domain. Black Poison of Death. Facing the Koi King, Ling Xiao didn't want to be careless in the slightest. Because he knew that if he was careless, he might be consigned to eternal damnation. Therefore, he released all the abilities that could weaken the Koi King's strength. In order to resist these negative abilities, the Koi King had to consume 30% of her power to suppress them. Especially the Bloodthirsty Plague. It was simply impossible to guard against. Once the germs came into contact with the blood, there was no other way except to suppress them. And those germs crazily sucked her blood and her vital essence. They were constantly weakening her. What the hell is this thing? Why is it like maggots in a tarsal bone? So hard to get rid of. I can only use my vital essence to suppress it. The bloodthirsty plague's use caused the Koi King to be completely flustered. The Mirror Demon King could resist this move, but the Koi King couldn't. Perhaps this was what it meant to have a weakness. As the Koi King's strength was weakened, Ling Xiao gradually gained the upper hand, and terrifying attacks came one after another. He fought until the Koi King was forced to retreat. However, Ling Xiao had already activated his boundary martial soul at this time. He definitely wouldn't allow the Koi King to escape. Since he couldn't kill the Koi King in one strike, he could only gamble with this method. Either he died, or the Koi King died. In any case, he definitely wouldn't give the other party a chance to escape. If the Koi King were to escape, there would be no end of trouble. Chapter 3352. This kid is more difficult to deal with than I thought. What should I do? If this continues, I'll be the one to die. The Koi King retreated as she fought. Although she was at a disadvantage, it wasn't realistic for Ling Xiao to suppress her. I have to end this quickly. Otherwise, if the Dragon Shark King appears, I'll be at my wit's end. Ling Xiao's internal energy wasn't limitless. Even with pills, it would take time to recover. Once the Dragon Shark King, who was even more terrifying than the Koi King, appeared, he would be at his wit's end. Therefore, killing the Koi King, quickly obtaining the Ice Emperor's inheritance, and leaving was his best choice. Therefore, he didn't want to waste any more time. Seeing that the Koi King was being suppressed, he quickly took out the Ice Sovereign's sword. In the glacier area, the Ice Sovereign's frozen sky sword was more useful. The power of ice and snow increased the power of the Ice Sovereign's frozen sky sword by a lot. In an instant, the huge Ice Sovereign's frozen sky sword rushed out of the Sky Tyrant universe. Then, it pierced towards the Koi King. The Koi King's expression changed. She had just witnessed her elder brother, the Mirror Demon King, being killed by this move with her own eyes. At this moment, her arrogance was long gone. Facing Ling Xiao, she didn't have the slightest advantage. She couldn't accept this, but she had to accept it even if she didn't want to. She was the Koi King. Today, she had to use her trump card. Otherwise, she would definitely die in Ling Xiao's hands. She didn't understand how Ling Xiao had suddenly become so powerful. She also didn't understand where Ling Xiao got this power from. But at this moment, she didn't have time to think. In that instant, the Koi martial soul appeared behind her. Then, the Koi leaped over the dragon's gate. A golden dragon appeared behind her. Her powerful martial soul had given her immense power. Not only that, but when the golden dragon martial soul appeared, the negative effects on her body were all removed. No, not all of them. It should be said that except for the bloodthirsty plague, everything was removed. The bloodthirsty plague was more powerful than her golden dragon martial soul's removal effect. She began to realize that the bloodthirsty plague was a divine ability released by an extremely powerful martial soul. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so terrifying. In any case, with only the influence of the bloodthirsty plague left, she instantly felt much more relaxed. Nearly 40% of his power was wasted. But now, only about 20% of his power had been suppressed. Her battle prowess had also become much stronger. Ling Xiao, you're too arrogant. Do you think you're the only one who knows king-level martial skills? Me too. As the successor of Dragon Mother, the future master of Tato Land, how could the Koi King not have a king-level martial arts? The appearance of the golden dragon martial soul allowed the Koi King to regain his confidence. As for the powerful king-level martial skill, it made her proud once again. Facing Ling Xiao's revered ice sword art, the Koi King also released his strongest martial skill, Seal of the Flood Dragon. Following her delicate moan, her body seemed to be wrapped up by a sea. Then, a flood dragon flew out from the depths of the sea with a roar, stirring up the wind and clouds and causing the world to change. He crazily crashed into revered ice's cold sky resolve. Attack against attack. The Koi King was not afraid. A king-level martial skill was a king-level martial skill. Although it was only an elementary king-level martial skill, its explosive power was not inferior to Ling Xiao's revered ice sword art after being upgraded by the Tyrant martial spirit. There was no other way. The Koi King's cultivation base was stronger than Ling Xiao's, coupled with the release of the Golden Dragon martial soul. The advantage that Ling Xiao had painstakingly created was also gone. Although the Golden Dragon was shattered by this attack, but the revered ice sword was also shattered. It could be considered a draw, but this attack was not the end. Ling Xiao suddenly discovered that the landscape in the Imperial Mausoleum had changed. Originally, it was a brick ground, but at this moment, it was filled with seawater. The Sea Clan's battle prowess in the sea can be increased by at least 5 times. You're finished. The Koi King looked at Ling Xiao arrogantly. This landscape was naturally changed by her means, and the means she used was one of her treasures, the Furious Sea Storm Talisman. As mentioned before, only the martial artists of the Immortal Court continent could make it. Therefore, if the martial artists of the other continents wanted to use it, they could only buy it at a high price. Dragon Mother was really smart. She knew that the Sea Clan could only erupt their true battle prowess when fighting in the sea. Therefore, whether it was her, the Dragon Shark King, or the Koi King, they all had such a talisman. Unfortunately, this thing was still too expensive, and sometimes you couldn't buy it even if you had the money. Therefore, in the entire Myriad Kingdom, other than Dragon Mother, the Koi King, and the Dragon Shark King, no one else had such a thing. Otherwise, Shui Weining and the Mirror Demon King would definitely use it. They wouldn't wait until Ling Xiao killed them. I admit that you are strong. You are indeed qualified to compete with me. Although the Koi King hated Ling Xiao to the bone, but she also had to admit that Ling Xiao had become a terrifying existence that she absolutely could not ignore. In that attack just now, the Koi King thought that not only could she block the revered ice sword art, but she could also injure Ling Xiao, gain the upper hand. But the result was not satisfactory. In desperation, she could only use the Furious Sea Storm Talisman. Originally, she planned to use this thing when fighting with the top powerhouses of other forces. But now she actually used it to deal with Ling Xiao. But she didn't think it was a waste. If she didn't use the Furious Sea Storm Talisman, she really felt that it was impossible for her to defeat Ling Xiao. This young man was too terrifying. It was completely beyond her imagination. However, Ling Xiao also encountered a problem at this time. With the strength increased by the Tyrant Sky Martial Spirit and the revered Ice Sword Art, he couldn't hurt the Koi King. So what should he do to kill her? His brows furrowed. There were 2 choices in front of him. One was to use the Bloody Devil Rat's supernatural power. The other was to try to use 2 sword arts at the same time, producing 10 times the destructive power. The advantage of the first was that his combat power would soar, and it should be easy to kill the Koi King. The trouble was that the drawback was too big. After using it, his cultivation would inevitably regress. If he had no other choice, Ling Xiao really didn't want to do that. The advantage of the second was that the drawback was smaller. Although the consumption was higher, it could only be used once. But he had elixirs to recover, and there were basically no after effects. The problem was that once the attack failed, he would be at the mercy of others. After all, after the attack, there would definitely be a period of weakness. Even with elixirs, it would take some time to recover. After thinking about it, Ling Xiao still decided to use the second method. As long as he grasped the opportunity well, he would definitely be able to kill the Koi King in one strike when the latter was completely unaware. After killing the Koi King, the inheritance of the Ice Emperor would be his before the Dragon Shark King arrived. After making the decision, Ling Xiao's heart also became calm. Since it was his decision, no matter what the consequences were, he would face it calmly. Even if it was the worst result, it was his own choice. There was nothing to regret. Chapter 33:53. Looking at the Koi King, Ling Xiao's eyes flickered with an almost imperceptible hint of panic. Although it was only a fleeting moment, the Koi King caught sight of it. The Koi King had been extremely nervous, but seeing the look of panic in Yang Qi's eyes gave him confidence. Ling Xiao must have used up too much energy to use that move, and has no more tricks up his sleeve. That's what happened with Prince Tian. In the end, the kid is just too inexperienced. He doesn't know how to hold back. Now that he's exposed all his tricks, he can only take a beating. After some thought, the Koi King breathed a sigh of relief. And here I thought you had endless tricks up your sleeve, she said. Turns out you were just bluffing. In that case, you won't stand a chance. My fighting prowess will increase fivefold in the raging sea. What are you going to use to fight me? Ling Xiao chuckled. How did you know? Don't tell me you've forgotten that you were too smart for your own good. You're going to find out something even more interesting. When the time comes, you'll regret underestimating me. Hehehe. Why do I get the feeling that you're trying to put on a brave front? The Koi King chuckled coldly. Usually, people who try to pretend to be a fatty like you like to bluff. I refuse to believe that a 6th division life-sizer like you would be able to kill my eldest brother, and then use that move twice in a row. Do you have any other tricks up your sleeve? If you do, then that's strange. As she spoke, she studied Ling Xiao's eyes, hoping to glean something from them. Ling Xiao seemed completely calm, but in the end, he couldn't hide his fox's tail, and yet another look of panic appeared in his eyes. If the Koi King hadn't been looking closely, she wouldn't have noticed it. Seeing that look of panic, the Koi King calmed down. She knew that Ling Xiao was at the end of his rope and had no other tricks up his sleeve. She was the one who was going to flip out. Not only was she going to get revenge for her eldest brother, she was going to get back all the face she had lost. Otherwise, he would be too ashamed to face anyone when he went out in the future. Taking a deep breath, the Koi King once again began to revolve his true essence. Bubbles kept emerging from the seawater. In the end, these bubbles formed golden dragons that glowed with golden light. Not one, but 5. 5 golden dragons. 5 golden dragons as powerful as the one that attacked Ling Xiao. So this is what you meant by 5 times your strength? It is indeed terrifying. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. A single golden dragon was enough to destroy his revered ice sword art. 5 golden dragons, that was 5 times the attack power. What a do. The panic on Ling Xiao's face became more and more obvious. The Koi King's smile grew even wider. Die. This is your end. As she spoke, she finally unleashed her move. 5 golden dragons emerged from the water at the same time and pounced towards Ling Xiao. Each golden dragon brought with it a terrifying roar, causing the entire mausoleum to shake. The Koi King was completely confident in her ability to unleash a move like this. Even a 9th division life-sizer would be seriously injured if they were hit by this move. Back when she had fought the azure, red, and white patriarchs from the Palace of Dazzling Refinement, she had disdained to use such a move. If he had really used it, the 3 of them would have been killed on the spot. It would have been impossible for anything else to happen. That was because the Koi King was too proud. Furthermore, this move consumed too much energy. The Koi King didn't want to use it casually. If she did, it would mean that she wanted to kill someone. No wonder the Koi King was chosen by Dragon Mother to be her successor. She really is talented. If she weren't an enemy, I would definitely want to ask her for advice on cultivation. What a pity. Ling Xiao shook his head. Facing such a powerful attack, there was only one choice. That was to act according to his plan. The Koi King's golden dragons were 5 times as powerful as before. However, the power of the 2-9 Supreme Sword techniques was 10 times stronger than before. A complete victory. Of course, this was his first time using such a move. No one knew if he would succeed. However, Ling Xiao was confident in himself. Using his Taiji Eye, he had already prepared the 2 sword arts to perfection. Whether he succeeded or not, he was prepared to go all out. 2 swords flew out from the western domain map of the Divine Tombs. One was an ice sword, the other a fire sword. The 2 swords entered the universe of tyrants. Countless planets began to connect with them. Some were filled with fire, while others were covered with ice. 2 swords, 2 sword arts, and they were growing stronger. Then, the 2 sword arts influenced each other and were unleashed at the same time. The power of ice and fire merged in the void, blossoming. It looked like 2 simple sword arts being unleashed at the same time. However, the truth was that the 2 sword arts were inextricably linked by magical laws. 9 sovereign sword art, sovereigns of ice and fire. What? She had assumed that Ling Xiao had run out of tricks, and that Ling Xiao had long since lost the ability to fight her. She had assumed that she would win. However, as soon as the two swords merged, a look of terror appeared on the Koi King's face. After unleashing this attack, Ling Xiao didn't hesitate to consume a medicinal pill. After all, he wasn't sure if this attack would be enough to kill the Koi King. Although it was powerful enough to crush the Koi King, there was a world of difference between killing and wounding. The survival ability of ordinary experts was also extremely tenacious. It really wasn't going to be easy to deal with. Rumble. The two most powerful attacks clashed in the void. The clash of power between 9th Division Life Seizers caused cracks to appear in the minor world around them. Ling Xiao gasped for breath as he gobbled down medicinal pills as if they didn't cost him anything. He was too tired, too drained. The dual swords were terrifyingly powerful, but so was the drain. The two attacks were deadlocked for a long time. Eventually, the golden dragons began to crumble. In the end, Ling Xiao's paragons of ice and fire were more terrifying. One by one, the 5 golden dragons began to crumble. Every time it shattered, the Koi King's heart would tremble violently. This was because she knew very well that the moment the 5 golden dragons completely shattered, her life would also end. There was no way Ling Xiao was going to let her off the hook. Even if she didn't die, she wouldn't be able to fight for much longer. Third sister. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the entrance of the minor world. The Koi King went wild with joy when she heard it. However, this made Ling Xiao's heart sink to the bottom of the valley. What the hell? Today is so unlucky. I killed King Mirror Devil, and now here comes the Koi King. Now I'm about to defeat King Koi, and then here comes King Dragon Shark. What the hell? Ling Xiao really wanted to curse out loud. However, after a moment of helplessness, he was filled with determination. It seems I have no choice but to use the Bloodstrike Devil. Chapter 3354. Facing the Dragon Shark King, Ling Xiao didn't hesitate at all. He immediately used the second-level divine ability, Bloodrat Devil. The second level increased all stats by 10 times. After using it, his cultivation base would drop by a minor level, and his internal energy would be greatly consumed. But that wasn't the worst. If he used the third level, it would be a complete freak. All stats would increase by 100 times. But after using it, his cultivation base would drop by a major level, and his internal energy would be greatly consumed. That meant the duration of the skill would decrease. More importantly, the burden on his body would be greatly increased. After using it, he would be reduced to a pile of mush. If he was unlucky, he might even lose his life. The third level was truly a matter of life and death. If it had been Dragon Mother, Ling Xiao might have done it. But since it was the Dragon Shark King, the second-level Bloodrat Devil was enough. It would increase his battle prowess by 10 times, but drop by a minor level. In other words, he would drop to the 5th level of life seizing. Actually, it wasn't much. He would drop by a minor level, and then get the Ice Emperor's legacy. It was definitely a good deal. By the time he finished using the Bloodrat Devil, the Dragon Shark King was already there. Unfortunately, the Dragon Shark King was a step too late. The Koi King had been hit by the twin paragons of ice and fire, and was now a bloody mess. Although she wasn't dead, she was close. After returning, she would need to rest for at least 100 days. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to harm anyone again. Of course, perhaps Dragon Mother had some sort of miracle medicine that could help her recover even faster. However, when the time came, Ling Xiao believed that his strength would definitely be above the Koi King's. The Dragon Shark King glanced at the Koi King. Although he didn't say anything, the terrifying killing intent in his eyes was enough to show his anger. It's my fault. I underestimated this Ling Xiao too much. The Dragon Shark King shook his head, then charged at the Koi King. He knew the Koi King wasn't dead yet, so he had to protect him first. Seeing that the Dragon Shark King wasn't attacking, Ling Xiao turned and fled. With the Bloodrat Devil, he might not necessarily be a match for the Dragon Shark King. But now that he had 9 keys, there was no need to fight to the death. The most important thing was to get the Ice Emperor's legacy. Otherwise, who knew what would happen next? Dragon Shark, go kill him. Absolutely, Absolutely do not let him. Let him obtain the Ice Emperor's inheritance. The Koi King struggled to grab Dragon Shark's clothes and roared with the last of his strength. Don't worry, third sister. I will. The Dragon Shark King fed the Koi King some healing medicine and sent the Koi King into a space where water was condensed. Only then did he catch up with Ling Xiao. Even without the Koi King's instructions, he would never let Ling Xiao go. 3 of the 4 kings of Tato Land came to fight for the inheritance of the Ice Emperor, but in the end, one died and the other was seriously injured. If he couldn't even get the inheritance, then it would really be embarrassing. Dragon Shark King stared at Ling Xiao's back and felt an indescribable sense of defeat. This person was only in the 6th division of life seizing, and yet he had killed King Mirror Devil, a 9th division life sizer. Furthermore, he had severely injured his third sister, the Koi King, who was also a 9th division life sizer. If he had not arrived in time, the Koi King would have been killed. Just how had this guy done it? Dragon Shark King would never underestimate an enemy. And yet, he had been careless this time. How could he ever have guessed that this kid named Ling Xiao would do something so heaven-shaking and earth-shattering? And now, Ling Xiao was just as fast as he was. Dragon Shark King was completely shocked. He had defeated 2 9th division life seizers in a row, and still had such terrifying battle prowess. This kid had too many secrets. He couldn't be allowed to live. If he did, he would be the biggest threat to Tato Land. Even as Dragon Shark King raced after Ling Xiao, he realized that Ling Xiao had suddenly stopped. Dragon Shark King's jaw dropped, and he didn't dare to continue forward. Being the cautious type he was, he no longer dared to underestimate Ling Xiao. After all, how could someone who had defeated King Koi and King Mirror Devil be weak? What's that? Dragon Shark King asked, looking in Ling Xiao's direction. Shockingly, he saw an enormous door made of ice crystal. There was a round plate on the thick door. There were 9 small holes on the plate, where 9 keys could be inserted. While Dragon Shark King was still in a daze, Ling Xiao had already inserted the 9 keys. The door slowly opened. A terrifying aura spread out from behind the ice crystal door. Ling Xiao and Dragon Shark King's breathing instantly became ragged. Behind the door was the Ice Emperor's legacy. There was no doubt about it. The 2 of them couldn't remain calm in the face of this legacy, which was second only to the ancient Sword Emperor's legacy. But soon, Ling Xiao regained his composure and slipped through the crack in the door. He was now closer to the door and had the advantage of being in a favorable position. However, Dragon Shark King didn't hesitate. The moment Ling Xiao made his move, he also chased after him. Killing Ling Xiao had become secondary. The more important goal was to obtain the Ice Emperor's legacy. Revenge could be taken slowly. The moment Ling Xiao entered the ice crystal door, he saw a vast snowstorm spreading throughout the place. The entire space was filled with such a blizzard. If even a tiny bit of this snowstorm were to leak out into the open, it would be enough to kill any martial artist under the 8th division of life seizing. That said, Ling Xiao's battle prowess was at the peak of the 9th division of the life seizing level. Dragon Shark King was right behind him, and so was Dragon Shark King. Without the slightest hesitation, the 2 of them charged into the frigid blizzard. Strangely, as soon as they entered the blizzard, they were both covered in ice. He was like a fish frozen in an ice sculpture. However, it felt different. Inside, they didn't feel cold at all, nor did they feel suffocated. In fact, they could even move. The 2 enormous blocks of ice were moving in the same direction, almost side by side. Fuck. Looks like we're going to have to fight Dragon Shark King to the death. Ling Xiao looked over at the other block of ice. Although he had opened the ice crystal door, the 2 of them now had an equal chance of winning. He stared at Dragon Shark King. Dragon Shark King stared back. Both of them were aware of the situation. If they wanted to obtain the Ice Emperor's legacy, they would have to kill the other, or expel the other. Ling Xiao, greed isn't a good habit. You already got the memory medal from the Frost General's tomb. Now you want to fight for the Ice Emperor's legacy. Don't you think you're being a bit too greedy? Dragon Shark King's voice echoed out from the other block of ice, cold and filled with hatred. What a joke. I'm all alone, while you people from the myriad kingdoms are desperately collecting legacies. Who's the greedy one here? If greed led to death, then you people would be the first to die. Not me. Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of Dragon Shark King. Chapter 3355. Ling Xiao was in his bloodhound devil form, and with the tyrant martial soul, he was strong enough to fight the Dragon Shark King. What was there to be afraid of? You should know that I'm stronger than both of them, the Dragon Shark King said coldly. Ling Xiao smiled. Of course I know. If I could, I wouldn't want to fight you. But for the sake of the Ice Emperor's legacy, I have no choice but to fight you to the death. Do you have that kind of strength? The Dragon Shark King asked. You'll find out soon enough. The Mirror Devil King and the Koi King have the same question. Ling Xiao smiled. The Dragon Shark King frowned. He was trying to figure out Ling Xiao's true strength from Ling Xiao's words and expressions, but he failed. Ling Xiao's calmness and confidence were clearly not an act. Furthermore, the terrifying killing intent that was being released was definitely not a joke. I'm getting more and more interested. Who exactly are you? You're only in the 6th level of life seizing, but your fighting prowess is incredible. In the primeval tomb of the gods, I'm afraid only the top experts of the 4 major organizations can suppress you. The Dragon Shark King frowned. Even if he wanted to fight, he couldn't, because the ice was restricting his ability. He could only wait until the ice melted. The strength of the Ice Emperor in the past was truly astonishing. Top expert? I know you're much stronger than the Koi King and the Mirror Devil King. You should be on the same level as the 4 leaders of the League of Vengeance. But even so, I have nothing to fear. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you to the end, Ling Xiao replied. Then, without another word, he looked ahead. The snowstorm was getting weaker. The ice was melting. That meant they were close to their destination. As expected of the Ice Emperor's inheritance, it was well hidden. Finally, the snowstorm was gone. The ice melted even faster. And then, the two of them saw something shocking. The 4 gigantic frost dragons were actually carrying a gigantic ice coffin. Inside the ice coffin, a vast and ancient aura was released. If this was not the inheritance of the Ice Emperor, then there was nothing else. To be honest, Ling Xiao was really shocked. Every frost dragon probably had the strength to casually slap a warrior like Dragon Mother to death. Fortunately, the frost WYRMS were in a deep slumber. It did not react to the sudden appearance of the two people. Otherwise, both Ling Xiao and the Dragon Shark King would have lost their lives here. Facing these 4 frost dragons, both of them were a little nervous. Even though the ice had completely melted, the two of them did not dare to make a move immediately, because they were worried that they would alarm the 4 terrifying monsters. Once the frost dragon awoke, not to mention obtaining the Ice Emperor's legacy, even a single person would probably die here. However, no matter how careful they were, it was useless. When the ice completely melted, the 4 frost dragons suddenly woke up. The 4 frost dragons simultaneously spat out frost dragon breaths. The power was even more terrifying than the extreme cold blizzard. In just an instant, Ling Xiao and the Dragon Shark King were frozen inside. Then, one of the frost dragons spoke. Only those who can break the extreme cold domain are qualified to obtain the Ice Emperor's legacy. The second one continued. The two of you have 1 day to comprehend it. After the time is up, if you still haven't comprehended it, you will have to bear the crime of disturbing the Ice Emperor. The third one added, Die. The fourth one continued, Begin. Your fate is in your own hands. No one can help you. Everything depends on you. Ling Xiao and the Dragon Shark King heaved a sigh of relief after hearing what the 4 Ice Blast WYRMS said. As long as they were not directly attacked by the 4 Frost Dragons, the result was actually the best. And now, they still had 1 day to seize it. The two of them looked at each other. It seemed that strength would not determine everything in the following time. What determined who would obtain the Ice Emperor's legacy in the end was actually comprehension. Whoever had a higher comprehension ability would be able to succeed. Ling Xiao immediately dispelled the blood-sworn Devil Divine ability. By escaping from the Dragon Shark King, the blood-sworn Devil Divine ability had done its duty. Ling Xiao's cultivation base had dropped to the 5th stage of the life-seizing level. However, he didn't care. As long as he obtained the Ice Emperor's legacy, he would be able to recover. He closed his eyes and began to comprehend the extreme cold domain. A domain was a very special thing. In the Grotto Heaven realm, they were already in their embryonic form. In the Yin-Yang realm, they were complete. But after reincarnation, domains were very different from ordinary domains. But in essence, they were still the same. They had to use their own power to create their own minor world. Others would be restricted in that minor world, but they would be like a fish in water. And now, Ling Xiao was in the extreme cold domain. This was the Ice Emperor's domain. If he wanted to obtain the Ice Emperor's legacy, he would have to break the extreme cold domain. Sometimes, Ling Xiao really felt that these seniors were bored out of their minds. Since they wanted to leave the legacy, why did they have to create so many obstacles? Wouldn't it be better if anyone could cultivate it? In that case, the legacy would be even more glorious. But grumbling aside, this was the final step. He couldn't admit defeat. The moment he closed his eyes, Ling Xiao could clearly feel the ice element flowing in the extreme cold domain. So what if it's the Ice Emperor? I have the Tyrant martial soul. Ling Xiao had never doubted his comprehension, especially after obtaining the Tyrant martial soul. His comprehension had become even stronger. In that instant, he released the Tyrant martial soul. The terrifying pressure actually caused the 4 frost dragons to tremble. The extreme cold domain was also rapidly collapsing. It couldn't trap him at all. After all, the Ice Emperor had been dead for a long time. The one who controlled the extreme cold domain was the remnant soul of the Ice Emperor. How could the remnant soul of the Ice Emperor be compared with the Tyrant martial soul? So in an instant, Ling Xiao had already broken free from the extreme cold domain and walked towards the ice crystal suspended coffin. This scene shocked the Dragon Shark King greatly. Because only a few minutes had passed since the day started. Ling Xiao actually broke the extreme cold domain? How was this possible? Was the difference between his comprehension ability and Ling Xiao's by such a large margin? At this moment, the Dragon Shark King's self-confidence was about to be destroyed. He had always been the pride of the myriad countries. Whether it was strength or comprehension, they were all first-class existences. But today, in terms of comprehension, he easily lost to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao glanced at the Dragon Shark King contemptuously and gently touched the Ice Emperor's coffin with his right hand. Suddenly, a burst of crazy memories poured into his mind. The inheritance of the Ice Emperor was much more direct than the inheritance of the Frost General. The inheritance of the Frost General was mainly to help him increase his cultivation speed, and the inheritance of the Ice Emperor could increase his combat strength. Chapter 3356. The Dragon Shark King could only watch helplessly as Ling Xiao stood on the huge ice coffin, unable to do anything. He desperately tried to break free from this extremely cold domain, only to find that the energy of this domain was getting stronger and stronger. There was a feeling that he was going to be squashed flat. He didn't dare to act recklessly anymore. He could only close his eyes and meditate again. He only hoped that after he finished meditating, Ling Xiao had not left here. Otherwise, this trip to the Ice Emperor's mausoleum of Tato Land would be a complete failure. Ling Xiao, you are ruthless enough, but remember, even if you get the Ice Emperor's inheritance, I, Dragon Shark King, swear that I will take back the inheritance. That belongs to my Tato Land. Ling Xiao naturally couldn't hear his voice, but even if he heard it, he would probably just smile coldly. After getting the Ice Emperor's inheritance, Ling Xiao would definitely choose to concentrate on cultivation. When he appeared again, he would probably be even stronger than today. Even without the bloody rat, he would be able to defeat Dragon Shark King. How could Dragon Shark King fight with him? Besides, anyone can get the Ice Emperor's inheritance, as long as they are fated. The people of Tato Land treated this inheritance as their own. It was ridiculous to not allow others to compete for it. A few minutes later, Ling Xiao returned to normal, and the light in the ice coffin no longer shot out. In his mind, he clearly recorded the Ice Emperor's inheritance. The Ice Emperor's inheritance had a lot of content, including the general principles and many branches, which were collectively known as Ancient Ice Emperor's Secret Art. At present, Ling Xiao could only understand 2 branches. One was the extremely cold domain, which was more terrifying than the extremely cold blizzard. The other was the blizzard ice ceiling step. Both were king-level martial arts. Ling Xiao had already tasted the power of the extremely cold domain. If it weren't for the Tyrant martial spirit, if the Ice Emperor was reborn, he wouldn't have been able to break free from the extremely cold domain. As for the blizzard ice ceiling step, it was a movement technique, a very special king-level movement technique. Other movement techniques either pursued speed or unpredictability. However, the scariest thing about the blizzard ice ceiling steps was that it could make the opponent suffer. When using the blizzard ice ceiling step, the surrounding air would suddenly become cold. The ground would also become extremely slippery. Anyone's movement technique would be slowed down in such an environment. Only the blizzard ice ceiling steps could protect him. Although it wasn't the fastest or the strangest, it was definitely the most troublesome. In order to make Ling Xiao more familiar with the Ice Emperor's legacy, he had to make sure that he could master it better. The ancient Ice Emperor's secret art could also transform a martial artist's own true essence into ice true essence in an instant. In this way, even if he did not cultivate ice attribute inner energy, he could still easily control ice attribute martial arts and movement techniques. Old seniors are really thoughtful. If you want me to abandon my current true essence and cultivate ice true essence, I would really be reluctant. If it could be converted, then everything would be much simpler. Enjoy the ice true essence and instantly convert it without any wastage. Ling Xiao felt very apologetic for complaining to this old senior before. This was so considerate of the future generations. Senior Ice Emperor, don't worry. I will definitely carry forward your legacy. Ling Xiao kowtowed to the huge ice coffin. At this moment, there was no arrogance in his heart, only sincerity. Towards such a senior who was willing to give his all to the future generations, he respected him from the bottom of his heart. Even if he had to kowtow, he was willing. After 3 kowtows, the ice coffin suddenly began to shake. The lid of the ice coffin slowly opened, and a sparkling white light shone from within. Under this white light, the 4 frost dragons were so scared that they trembled. Ling Xiao was also stunned for a moment before he understood. The Ice Emperor's corpse was not in this ice coffin. It should be a treasure that he had when he was alive. As for what it was still unknown, but it was definitely something good. One had to know that the blizzard ice ceiling steps was already an elementary king-level movement technique. The Arctic domain was a terrifying intermediate king-level secret technique. How could the thing in this ice coffin be ordinary? He had the king-level black tortoise divine body, and with these several king-level martial arts, in the Archean divine tomb, in terms of martial arts, there was probably no one who could be compared to him, including Dragon Mother and Dark Frost. A chilling aura was constantly being released from the ice coffin. The 4 ice blast WIRMS howled in pain and turned into 4 cold rays of light that darted into the ice coffin. A sparkling and translucent 2-handed sword appeared in the ice coffin. At that moment, Ling Xiao was extremely excited. If he guessed correctly, this 2-handed sword must be one of the weapons used by the Ice Emperor in the past. Moreover, this weapon must contain a terrifying set of offensive martial arts. Needless to say, this offensive martial art was definitely a king-level martial art. It was something on the same level as the Archean Ice Emperor technique. This weapon was probably at least a precious Emperor weapon, which was more powerful than all the weapons that Ling Xiao currently possessed. And it might even be more than that. A chilling aura enveloped Ling Xiao, causing him to shiver. He gently touched the gigantic 2-handed sword with his hand. Then, a name appeared in his mind. Ice Age. That was the name of this sword. So domineering. What a shocking name. A sword could actually create an era. In the past, the Ice Emperor had used this 2-handed sword to create his own era. In addition to the name, a vague image appeared in Ling Xiao's mind. On the vast ice field, in a world of ice and snow, a person wearing an ice crystal armor and holding both hands was moving forward. He was mighty and domineering. Needless to say, that was the former Ice Emperor. Under his feet was a huge frost dragon. With a light flap of its wings, it could make mountains collapse and the earth crack. It could freeze the seas. Ling Xiao had always been focused on the cultivation of sword skills. In the past, he'd used a 2-handed sword as well. The principles were the same, But the two-handed sword's destructive power was more terrifying and lacked flexibility. Combined with the Arctic domain, it lacked flexibility. Even if it didn't have any flexibility at all, it would still be very powerful. The two-handed sword of Ice Age could also explode with shocking battle strength and strike fear into his enemies. Naturally, he'd continue to cultivate the 9 sovereign sword arts. But there was nothing wrong with having another martial art to rely on. Moreover, the martial arts of Ice Age didn't require any special items to cultivate. Thus, it was more suitable for Ling Xiao than the 9 sovereign sword arts. If the Ice Emperor's legacy was already so terrifying, how powerful would the ancient Sword Emperor's legacy be? No wonder the myriad nations and Soul Hall had suddenly risen after receiving the Sea God Emperor's and Soul Emperor's legacies. With such legacies, it'd be strange if they didn't rise. Feng Fei's strength would probably soar after receiving Empress Linglong's legacy. It looked like his previous judgment wasn't wrong. In this Archean divine tomb, even an ant could turn into a Tyrannosaurus the next day. Chapter 3357. Feng Fei and Ling Xiao weren't strong to begin with, but after receiving the inheritance of one of the 8 great ancient emperors, they'd naturally rise to prominence. Geniuses often had special opportunities. You have no choice but to admit that. At that thought, Ling Xiao resisted the terrifying cold and took Ice Age out of the ice coffin. On the hilt of the Ice Age sword, there were 4 frost dragons. It was vivid and lifelike. It was as if the 4 frost dragons from before were condensed within it. I'm afraid this sword isn't just a precious emperor weapon. It might even be an immortal one. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart. The huge deterrent force was too strong. Even wielding this sword took a lot of effort. It was as if he was lifting a mountain. Try using your soul to recognize its owner. This Ice Age belongs to the Ice Emperor after all. It'll be difficult to use it by force. But if your soul merges with the sword, it'll be yours. Yuan Venerate reminded him. Ling Xiao nodded. Although doing so would be disrespectful to the Ice Emperor, he had no choice. If he took Ice Age away like this, it would be extremely difficult for him to use it. Senior, I'm sorry to offend you. Ling Xiao's soul power forced its way into Ice Age. Originally, he thought he'd encounter strong resistance. But in reality, his soul power didn't suffer any attacks at all. The remnant soul of the original Ice Age even guided his soul power to control Ice Age. Young man, since you've obtained my inheritance, we're fated to meet. I hope you can bring my Ice Age to greater heights. After leaving behind these final words, the remnant soul of the Ice Emperor finally disappeared completely. At that moment, the Ice Age had completely become Ling Xiao's possession. With a thought, Ice Age would react. It was even more flexible than his own arms. By chance, I obtained the Ice General's memory medal and my cultivation speed increased greatly. Now, I defeated the Mirror Devil King and the Koi King through bitter battles and suppressed the Dragon Shark King in terms of comprehension. He had finally obtained the Ice Emperor's legacy. From now on, I must be one of the top experts in the Archean Divine Tomb. He wasn't worried at all about his cultivation dropping by a small realm. With the Ice General's memory medal, he would soon recover. Furthermore, he could only be stronger than he was now. He would never be weaker than he was now. Whether it was the Dragon Shark King, the Koi King, Prince Tian, or the other top experts of the 4 major powers. It was impossible to conceal Ling Xiao's sharpness any longer. His 8 Immortals Kingdom and his Celestial Dynasty were bound to occupy a place in the immemorial Divine Tomb. There was also the Master of the Fiend God token. No matter what kind of trick they were playing, he had to figure it out. Currently, his God-Fiend order had already been upgraded to the 1st grade. Even if the immemorial Divine Tomb was closed, he could easily leave. However, he was not willing to leave just like that. His goal was the passageway that connected the Western region and the 4 major regions. Of course, to achieve these goals, the most important thing now was to convert the Ice Emperor's inheritance into his own strength. Other than that, he had not forgotten about the Ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance. The Ancient Sword Emperor had 9 clones and had once ruled the 9 Western regions. Even the 8 great ancient emperors were his subordinates. However, for some reason, only a corner of the 9 western regions remained. It was called the Western Region. Most of the area had become the land of death in the immemorial divine tomb. However, there was no doubt that his inheritance was extremely powerful. Ling Zhao's Western Region Divine Tomb map was the combination of 10 maps. It was the key to opening the Ancient Sword Emperor's tomb. If he obtained the Ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance, it would probably become his greatest reliance. At that time, who would be his match? Dragon Mother? Dark Frost? Or the owner of the God-Fiend Order? Probably none of them. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao was about to put Ice Age into the Mountain River realm. Suddenly, a message appeared in his mind. Then, Ice Age turned into a set of sparkling armor and put it on his body. This armor was completely fitted to his body, as if it was his own skin. After putting on the armor, others could not tell, but Ling Xiao could feel that his defense was much stronger. With the king-level Black Tortoise Divine Body and Ice Age's defense, there were probably very few people in the immemorial Divine Tomb who could hurt him. This was really an unexpected surprise. The king-level Black Tortoise Divine Body was only at the elementary king level. However, with Ice Age, it was equivalent to a middle king-level defensive martial technique. In addition to Ling Zhao's beast soul transformation, he really could not think of how a martial artist of the same level could hurt him. Even if it was a martial artist who was a realm higher than him, he was afraid that even if he stood still, the other party would not be able to kill him. The 8 great ancient emperor's inheritance was already so powerful. How powerful would the ancient sword emperor's inheritance be? He was really looking forward to it. The 8 great ancient emperors were all experts above the reincarnation divine realm. However, until now, Ling Xiao did not know what the next stage was after cultivating to the reincarnation divine realm. It was only rumored that after reaching the reincarnation divine realm, one had to start preparing for the second reincarnation. The second reincarnation was more dangerous than the first. Therefore, one had to go through several stages to strengthen one's body to a certain level. Then, one's body would produce a special reincarnation pill. After that, one's memories, martial soul, and bloodline would all have to rely on the reincarnation pill to transfer them to the next reincarnation. This process was extremely important. However, that kind of thing was still quite far away from him. What he needed to do now was to pass the life-seizing stage. When he reached the reincarnation divine realm, he would probably know the next cultivation method. At that time, he would probably know the true cultivation of the 8 great ancient emperors and the ancient sword emperor. Right now, he was just blindly guessing. Time to go out. Suddenly, Ling Xiao was awakened by the vibrations of the small world. Probably because the inheritance had been obtained, the small world had lost its function and was about to collapse. He glanced at the Dragon Shark King and saw that the frigid domain was also beginning to collapse. I don't want to use the bloody rat devil again. I'm leaving. Ling Xiao, remember this. From now on, you're the mortal enemy of the myriad kingdoms. The Dragon Shark King's roar echoed out from behind him, but it was growing softer and softer. That was because the small world was already collapsing. Regardless of whether they were alive or dead, they were all forcefully thrown out. By the time Ling Xiao could see again, he was outside the ice cavern. This place was densely packed with people. In addition to the people from the myriad kingdoms, there were also experts from the other 4 great powers. The Ice Emperor's legacy was no ordinary item, and had attracted the attention of so many powerful experts. Many people had noticed Ling Xiao's appearance. None of them could have guessed that a 5th-stage life-sizer like him would be able to steal the Ice Emperor's legacy. Chapter 3358. Ling Xiao didn't wait for them to react before he used the Earth-crossing golden light technique to escape. What a joke. Once those people reacted, he wouldn't be able to escape. Even though he had the Ice Emperor's inheritance, it hadn't been converted into combat strength yet. Surrounded by those powerhouses, he could only obediently hand over the good stuff with both hands. However, the moment he left, he caught a glimpse of Prince Tian, but not Long Chen. This made him feel a little uneasy. Don't worry, Long Chen is definitely fine. Didn't you leave a soul imprint in his body? The imprint won't return to your body unless he dies. Since he hasn't returned, it means he's fine. Let's hurry up and escape. The Yuan Venerate reminded him. This sentence could be said to be a wake-up call for him. Actually, Ling Xiao didn't know that after Prince Tian obtained the Sky Sword Emperor's inheritance, he went to compete with others for the Dragon Emperor's inheritance. Who would have thought that at the critical moment, Long Chun would appear and snatch the Dragon Emperor's inheritance? Now, Prince Tian treated Long Chun like a precious treasure and kept him in one of his magic treasures. The fact that the Celestial Dynasty could obtain two ancient emperors' inheritances was undoubtedly a huge gain. As long as Long Chen succeeded in cultivating and cooperated with him, the Celestial Dynasty could definitely regain control of the Western region. They could even fight their way out of the Western region and fight the other four regions. Of course, he had always thought that Long Chun was under his control, which was why he was so happy. However, for safety's sake, he still trapped Long Chun in his magic treasure. This way, even if Long Chun didn't really want to subdue him, he still had a way to make sure Long Chun would never be able to escape. Ling Xiao didn't know about this, and he had no way of knowing. Since he knew that Long Chun wasn't dead, he felt a little relieved. This time, he still couldn't let Long Chun return. However, he believed that the next time he appeared, he would definitely be a solid backing for Long Chun. The moment Ling Xiao left, the Dragon Shark King's attack arrived. Unfortunately, although the attack was powerful, it hit empty air. On the ground, there was the heavily injured Koi Queen, who was wrapped in a ball of water that protected her and prevented her from dying. There was also the Mirror Devil Queen, who was no longer breathing. There were also 5 other 8th and 9th Division Life Seizers who had died in the battle. Dragon Shark, what's going on? Dragon Mother's voice was filled with extreme anger. The Dragon Shark King trembled in fear. The inheritance of the Ice Emperor has been snatched away. The Dragon Shark King gritted his teeth. Although some things were embarrassing, they still had to be said. Bastard. In this Archean Divine Tomb, besides Darkfrost and those 4 old fellows from the Alliance of Vengeance, who else can kill Boss? To injure third brother to such an extent? Dragon Mother gritted her teeth. She felt like she was going to kill someone if they didn't agree with her. Ling Xiao, Dragon Shark King, said the name that made him extremely angry. What? Hearing this name, Prince Tian was also stunned. Dragon Shark King, are you joking? How could it be possible for such a piece of trash? Humph, wasn't the Dragon Emperor's inheritance obtained by the dragon you subdued? Why wouldn't Ling Xiao obtain the Ice Emperor's inheritance? Dragon Shark King was afraid of Dragon Mother, but he wasn't afraid of Prince Tian. Mom, let's talk about the details when we return to Ice City. There are too many people here. The Dragon Shark King didn't want to reveal Ling Xiao's details, because they had suffered a loss from Ling Xiao, and they couldn't let other forces take advantage of them. Now, he just spread the news that Ling Xiao had obtained the Ice Emperor's inheritance. Firstly, he could bring pressure to Ling Xiao. Secondly, he could use Ling Xiao's hand to eliminate some competitors. This guy could still think of such a sinister trick under such circumstances. He was really amazing. The other forces absolutely believed the Dragon Shark King's words. Because if the Dragon Shark King obtained the Ice Emperor's inheritance, he would never hide it. He would definitely publicize it to raise the prestige of Tadoland. After all, Tadoland had already obtained the Sea God Emperor's inheritance. If they also obtained the Ice Emperor's inheritance, they could really surpass all forces. Although the Heavenly Emperor had also obtained 2 inheritances, they hadn't comprehended them yet. It's just that although those forces believed in the Dragon Shark King, they couldn't understand how Ling Xiao did it. He could actually make 3 of the 4 kings of Tadoland suffer such a big loss. This could only be a mystery. Ice City, Lord's Mansion. The Koi King had received emergency treatment, but it would still take more than 10 days for him to recover. The Mirror Demon King had no hope of surviving. Therefore, Dragon Mother's face was still gloomy. As the future son-in-law of Tadoland, Prince Tian also participated in this meeting, because he also wanted to know how that trash Ling Xiao did it. He could actually take away the Ice Emperor's inheritance. The Dragon Shark King stood there and recounted the events in the Ice Emperor's mausoleum. However, he didn't know how Ling Xiao killed the Mirror Demon King and how he defeated the Koi King. I only saw that Ling Xiao at that time had the same strength as me. My speed couldn't catch up with him. Although he might have used some technique to instantly increase his battle strength, that kind of technique was too powerful. The Dragon Shark King said. Continue. Dragon Mother said expressionlessly. The Dragon Shark King nodded and recounted everything that happened later. He didn't dare to forget a single fragment. Speaking of these things, his heart was filled with humiliation and anger. He, the Dragon Shark King, was the pride of Tato Land since the day he was born. Even the Koi King, who was considered to be the next Dragon Mother, couldn't surpass him. However, Ling Xiao snatched the Ice Emperor's inheritance in front of him. How could he not be angry? How could he not be humiliated? You're saying that his comprehension ability is actually higher than yours? Dragon Mother's face became even gloomier. If that person was stronger than the Dragon Shark King, she would never believe it. But comprehension, it was really hard to say. I say, Dragon Shark King, you're not just looking for an excuse for your failure, are you? Ling Xiao is just a piece of trash, and you can't even take care of him. It seems the Dragon Shark King, the leader of Tato Land's 4 kings, is just an empty title. The Imperial Prince sneered. Humph, you're strong, but how did you get hurt by him? And how did you let him escape unscathed? The Dragon Shark King didn't say anything, but the Demon Eye King wasn't convinced. She was well aware of how powerful her brother was. How dare Prince Tian look down on her brother? That was unacceptable. Prince Tian wanted to open his mouth several times, but in the end, he couldn't say anything. He had to admit that the Demon Eye King was right. Motherfucker, you're just an 8th level life-sizer, and you dare to mock me? Just wait until I fully comprehend the Heavenly Sword Emperor's inheritance. Then your Tato Land will be my Heavenly Dynasty's dog. Prince Tian cursed inwardly. He knew exactly what Dragon Mother was thinking. She wanted him to be her dog, and he wanted to use her. Chapter 33:59. Oh, I almost forgot. That Ling Xiao mentioned His Highness Prince Heaven over and over again. He said you stole his brother, and that he's going to come looking for you to settle the score. What do you think? King Dragon Shark looked over at Prince Heaven. Settle the score? Prince Heaven burst out laughing. I'm not afraid of him coming to settle the score. I'm afraid he won't come. If he wants to settle the score, he can come looking for me. Let's see if he really has 3 heads and 6 arms. I can't believe he actually stole the legacy of the Ice Emperor, despite being surrounded by 3 of the 4 kings of the Myriad Kingdoms. Why don't we take his brother as a hostage? King Dragon Shark said. That's impossible. Prince Heaven said, waving his hand. Dragon Son is my pet, and has the legacy of the Dragon Emperor. In the future, he'll definitely be a huge asset to the Celestial Dynasty. If we disturb his cultivation because of this, it would be a huge loss to me. As long as he's in the glacier area, I'm sure you'll be able to find him. Besides, the Celestial Dynasty will use other means to find him. Don't even think about taking him as a hostage. Let's do it this way, King Dragon Shark said. Pass down my orders. Lock down the glacier area, and do everything you can to find Ling Xiao. You can also issue a bounty. Anyone who finds Ling Xiao will be protected by the Myriad Kingdoms, and will be able to stay in Icehold for free. You'll also be rewarded with 10 million medium-grade spirit stones, and a peak general class martial technique. Dragon Mother gnashed her teeth in anger. Yes, ma'am, King Dragon Shark said, nodding. However, there was still a bit of worry in his heart. Would it really be useful for ordinary martial artists to find Ling Xiao? Most likely, Ling Xiao would kill them. King Dragon Shark's fears had come true. In the glacier area, near the border of the domain of the falling stars, there were more than a dozen corpses of martial artists from the Myriad Kingdoms, all of them killed in a single blow. Although Ling Xiao had used the Bloodrat Devilrat, his cultivation base had returned to the 5th stage of life seizing. On the surface, he looked weaker than most martial artists. But in truth, he was strong enough to kill 7th stage life seizers. He could even fight an 8th division life sizer if he went all out. Considering that most of the martial artists from the Myriad Kingdoms were only in the 7th or 6th division of life seizing, how could they possibly stand up to him? After leaving the glacier area, Ling Xiao stepped into the meteorite area. The reason why he had come to the meteorite area was because of the inheritance of the Seven Stars Combat Emperor. The only inheritances left were the Seven Stars Battle Emperor and the Flame Emperor. Ling Xiao didn't want to miss this opportunity. Moreover, the glacier area was the territory of Wan Guo. It was not safe to stay there. In addition to looking for the inheritance of the Seven Stars War Emperor, he also planned to cultivate well in the meteorite area. Along the way, he heard that Long Chun had already obtained the Dragon Emperor's inheritance. This undercover mission could be considered completed. He had to raise his cultivation as soon as possible and save Long Chun. Although it seemed that Prince Tian attached great importance to Long Chun, no one could guarantee how long this would last. The pressure was immense, but the motivation wasn't small either. Regardless of whether it was Prince Tian or Dragon Mother, as long as they could fully comprehend the Ice Emperor's inheritance, they would be able to do so. He would never be afraid of those people. Keeping a low profile now was so that he could live better and more freely in the future. In the glacier area, there was almost no one who did not know him. He was extremely daring. However, in the meteorite area, he could only be considered a newcomer. In the immemorial divine tomb, the area of each area was extremely large. In addition, there were only so many warriors in the immemorial divine tomb. Therefore, the speed at which the news spread was actually very slow. It was fine in the same area, but in another area, it was almost impossible to spread. Whether it was the glacier area or the meteorite area, the area was equivalent to the entire western region. However, there were only about 20,000 people in the domain of the falling stars. It was difficult to meet these people when they were scattered, let alone spread the news. The meteorite area and the glacier area were completely different. There were no frozen glaciers here. Instead, there were strange meteorites and huge sinkholes. Goodbye, Dragon Shark King, Prince Tian, Dragon Mother. When I step into the glacier area again, which one of you will be able to stop me? He was in the meteorite area. Ling Xiao looked at the glacier area in the distance, gritted his teeth, and continued to walk forward. There was an ice city in the glacier area and a star city in the meteorite area. He just didn't know if the Star City was still in the hands of the owner of the Fiend God token, but he had to go and see it first. Because to cultivate, he still needed to refine some elixirs. He had the key materials, but he still lacked some auxiliary materials. He could go to the Star City to buy them. Now, more than 10 days had passed since the immemorial divine tomb opened. Although it hadn't been long, with the speed of the warriors, they had probably already spread across the 10 areas. Even the 4 major forces couldn't control all 10 areas. Therefore, for those rogue cultivators, there was still a chance to find treasures. But even if they avoided the competition of the 4 major forces, it was inevitable to fight with monsters. The monsters in the meteorite area were completely different from those in the glacier area. The monsters in the glacier area were basically ice-type monsters, while the monsters in the meteorite area were all mutated monsters. Each of them was extremely ugly and grotesque, but they were all very terrifying. Furthermore, there was a particularly terrifying type of demonling known as the parasitic beast. Parasitic beasts weren't like ordinary demonlings. Although they weren't very powerful, they could latch onto animals or humans and unleash terrifying battle prowess. Most importantly, they didn't look very different from ordinary humans or animals. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had the Tai Chi Eye, so he could avoid the parasitic beasts and other powerful demonic beasts. Along the way, he had seen some terrifying demonlings that were as strong as 8th Division Life Seizers. Even a 9th Division First Cycle Life Sizer would have a hard time dealing with demonlings of this level. Of course, anything within 5 kilometers of him couldn't escape his Taiji Eye. Although the further he looked, the more energy he consumed, Ling Xiao didn't dare to be careless. What the hell is that thing? He thought. It looks like a human, but not at the same time. About 1,000 meters away from Ling Xiao, a 2-meter-tall figure was fighting with a group of Western domain experts. That's a bloodthirster, one of the parasitic beasts said. That's a monster from the meteorite area. It should have been a human or a humanoid creature. Basically, it doesn't have a brain and only knows how to fight. But when it comes to fighting, it's really strong. Yuan Venerate stepped forward and answered. Although he couldn't help Ling Xiao much in terms of fighting, as a former cultivator of the Immortal Lyceum, He knew much more than Ling Xiao. There are actually such creatures. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh. Ever since he had left the heavenly dragon continent, he had encountered more and more races and monsters. It seemed that the old saying that the mystic world had tens of thousands of races wasn't an exaggeration. That's nothing. Don't even talk about the other regions. Among the 4 regions of the Black Tortoise continent, there's the Savage Beast region. It's 100 times larger than the Western domain. Yuan Venerate said disdainfully. Chapter 3360. The Yuan Venerate smiled. Almost everyone living in the Savage Beast region is from the demon race and the beast race. There are all kinds of strange races that you can't even imagine. There's also the Deep Sea Dragon region, which is the territory of the sea race. It's close to the stormy ocean and is comparable in size to the Savage Beast region. Most of the races in the sea race will appear there, including the legendary mermaid. The Yuan Venerate smiled. Savage Beast region? Deep Sea Dragon region? Ling Xiao thought about it. Including the Eternal Emperor region and the Golden Sky region, he basically knew about the 4 regions of the Black Tortoise continent. What's the difference between the demon race and the beast race? Ling Xiao asked curiously. The difference is quite big. The demon race is born from animals, plants, and even some inanimate objects under the influence of the sun and moon. They absorb the essence of the sun and moon and eventually gain intelligence comparable to humans. They also start to know how to cultivate. Gradually, they can take human form and become part of the demon race. Many demon race members like to mingle with humans and like the appearance of humans. However, the beast race is different. The beast race was originally a race from the primordial age. It was a race formed from the hybridization of demonic beasts and intelligent life forms. They can't take human form, so they have the characteristics of demonic beasts. For example, the ox race, the elephant race, the rabbit race, and so on. The Yuan Venerate explained patiently. The beast race hates humans more than the demon race and is more aggressive. They often invade the Eternal Emperor region and the Golden Sky region. Although those 2 regions are inhabited by humans and are also where the strongest humans in the Black Tortoise continent live, the beast race has a terrifying bloodline. However, the beasts are born with terrifying bloodline powers. In terms of pure battle prowess, they are the most powerful. You're making my heart itch. I really want to go to the 4 regions to take a look, Ling Xiao said excitedly. Of course you have to go. You should be able to obtain a more complete beast god soul there. The Yuan Venerate smiled. Anyway, as far as I know, there are 2 races in the Savage Beast region that might have a complete beast god soul. One of them is the Great Sage race, which is known for its defense and combat strength. Rumor has it that their ancestor was conferred the title of Great Sage by the human monarch during the primordial age. Furthermore, they can transform into 72 transformations, unlike the Yin-Yang Demon King who can transform into various humans. His 72 transformations allowed him to transform into another type of existence. For example, stones or animals. The other was the Sky Pong race, which could stir up trouble. The ancestor of the Tian Pong race was once conferred the title of Tian Pong Marshal by the human king. He commanded the Sacred Dynasty's navy and was extremely powerful. In short, if you go there, you can consider making contact with these 2 clans. Who knows, you might be able to obtain 2 types of beast god souls. Ling Xiao's heart surged as he listened to the Yuan Venerate's introduction. 4 regions. The powerful 4 regions. How was he going to turn these 4 regions into his own territory? This required him to become even stronger. The 4 regions were the key to unifying the Black Tortoise continent, and his most beloved woman, the Moon Maiden, was also waiting for him there. Thinking of this, his speed suddenly increased a lot. He had to work harder. In the distance, the Western region warriors had already been killed by the Bloodthirsters. The Bloodthirsters' combat power was too terrifying. Although it didn't have a brain, it was almost invulnerable. Its defense was so strong that it was abnormal. Ling Xiao even felt that his current king-grade Black Tortoise physique wasn't as strong as that guy's. Perhaps with the enhancement of the Ice Age, he might be able to reach that level. Along the way, he encountered many corpses. There were corpses of demonic beasts and humans. Regardless of whether it was the corpses of humans or demonic beasts, they were all very miserable. However, the strange thing was that many of these corpses were actually still moving. They also possessed a certain level of offensive power. The meteorite zone was really strange. It was completely different from the glacier zone. They are called zombies. They move slowly and their combat power depends on their strength before they die. Zombies can be killed by simply bursting their heads. However, if zombies evolve, they can become terrifying undyings. Undyings have almost immortal bodies and can move much faster than zombies unless the life crystal in their bodies is shattered. Otherwise, they won't die. However, the life crystal is usually only the size of a thumb and its location is uncertain. Therefore, it is very difficult to kill an undyings. It is best to avoid them when you see them, the Yuan Venerate explained. Ling Xiao sighed. It was no wonder that there were so few martialists from the 4 great factions in the meteorite zone. It seemed like they also knew how dangerous this place was and were unwilling to set foot in it. The probability of death here was probably much higher than in the glacier zone. After walking for an entire day, Ling Xiao finally saw a towering city wall. However, this city wall was a little special. It wasn't a city in a narrow sense, but a huge void battleship. It was said that in ancient times, battleships had come from beyond the heavens and were brought here by creatures outside the mystic world. Riding on it, one could enter the void outside the mystic world without dying. Otherwise, even a human monarch would be crushed instantly in the void by relying solely on the physical body of a martialist. I originally thought that void battleships were just legends. I didn't expect to actually see one here. Isn't this much bigger than the capital of the Sword Dynasty, Sword God City? How exactly was a battleship built at this stage? Ling Xiao felt extremely shocked as he looked at the towering void battleship in front of him. Well, Master can't answer you. The Yuan Venerate smiled bitterly. Even the people of the Immortal Court know very little about ancient times. The King of Sovereigns probably knows some secrets. However, he naturally won't tell me. Let's go in and take a look first. Ling Xiao was very interested in this void battleship, even though it had been transformed into a city. Many of the components inside had probably been dismantled, and it had long become an empty shell that was unrecognizable. However, the shell was still there, so he could still see the glory of the void battleships of ancient times. At this thought, Ling Xiao increased his speed and flew toward Star City. Star City was much more desolate than he had imagined. This place wasn't occupied by the 4 great factions, and there were no god-fiend kings here. The moment Ling Xiao stepped into Star City, he only felt the fear of death. The streets and alleys were actually filled with walking corpses. The entire Star City had actually fallen. However, it hadn't been taken by the martialists of the Western region, but by the monsters of the meteorite region. The Star Demon King should have been at least an 8th or 9th level life-sizer. How could it have been killed by a monster? Ling Xiao was incomparably shocked. The atmosphere here really made one feel very uncomfortable. Maybe it wasn't killed. The Yuan Venerate thought of an even more terrifying possibility. Master, are you saying that the Star Demon King was parasitized? Or infected? Ling Xiao asked. It's very likely, so you have to be careful. Although you are basically immune to all poisons, that might not be the case here. Don't be careless. The Yuan Venerate reminded him. I understand, Master. Ling Xiao didn't dare be careless in the face of the Yuan Venerate's warning. Chapter 3361. This broken place probably doesn't have what I want. Let's go. The city was surrounded by zombies. What else could be left? Ling Xiao felt like cursing as he looked at the horde of monsters in Star City. Originally, he had come here to buy some supplementary herbs and then refine some pills, preparing to concentrate on his cultivation. Who would have thought that things would turn out like this? However, just as he was about to leave, a loud rumble came from the battleship. 2 figures flew out of the battleship. Someone's fighting? Judging from the commotion, it's probably a fight between 9th level life-seizers, right? Ling Xiao looked up at the sky in surprise. The sky seemed to have been split in half. One side was dyed red with blood, while the other side was pitch black. The 2 colors dyed the entire sky. Even the white clouds that were originally like cotton candy turned black and red. Rumble. Once again, the two sides collided in the sky. Terrifying energy was released, and the zombies in the battleship fell to the ground. Even Ling Xiao felt dizzy. The commotion was too terrifying. One of them seems to be the master of Soul Hall, Dark Frost. Damn, who's the other one? He can actually fight a reincarnation divine realm cultivator? Ling Xiao muttered to himself as he looked over. He even opened his Taiji eye to get a clear look. This was the first time he had seen a reincarnation divine realm cultivator fight. It was very rare. The Yuan Venerate turned into a wisp of green smoke and flew out to look at the person fighting Dark Frost. That's the Undying King. What's the Undying King? Ling Xiao asked. The King of the Undying. That's clearly a monster created by the parasites of the original overlord of Star City, the Star Demon King. The Star Demon King was probably a 9th-level life-sizer in the past. Now, he's probably much stronger than Dark Frost. The Yuan Venerate explained. Hearing this, Ling Xiao felt that it was really possible. He carefully observed the Undying King with his Taiji eye. As a variant of the Star Demon King, this guy's body was clearly larger than the previous Star Demon King. His skin had turned blood red, as if there was no skin, and only his muscles were exposed. It looked ferocious and terrifying. At this moment, his hands had turned into two sharp blades. It felt like they were on the same level as a precious immortal artifact. Apart from that, he also had a pair of blood-red wings on his back. The flapping of his wings allowed him to fight freely in the air, which was more convenient than flying martial artists. However, there was only a berserk killing intent in those eyes. Apart from that, there was nothing else. It felt like a killing machine. What a strong killing intent. You're right. The undead kings are also known as slaughterers. They kill every living thing they see without stopping. Most likely, many of the cultivators in Star City were killed by him. For some reason, Ming Shuang, the master of Soul Palace, had come here to fight this fellow. I don't think she's a match for him. The Yuan Venerate said worriedly, be careful. Run away quickly if the situation doesn't look right. Otherwise, given your cultivation base, you won't have a chance of survival if you encounter the undead king. I understand, but I still want to watch. I can get a lot of inspiration from watching powerhouses fight. No matter how high a person's comprehension was, it was meaningless to study behind closed doors. Therefore, Ling Xiao naturally wanted to learn more from those powerhouses, which would be more helpful to him. Ling Xiao hadn't observed Dark Frost carefully at the entrance of the Divine Tomb previously. Because the other party was too strong, he had been discovered at a glance and hadn't dared to look around. However, today was different. Ming Shuang and the Undying King were fighting, and he could feast his eyes on it. There was no doubt that this little loli was very pretty. Even though she had been tortured by 3,600 types of punishments and had become very gloomy, she was still a little girl of 12 or 13 years old. Such a young girl could actually maintain a very calm expression in the face of a monster more than 2 meters tall. There was even some disdain. Dark Frost didn't have wings, but her spirit power was so strong that even Ling Xiao felt terrified. This was the first time that Ling Xiao felt that his spirit power was inferior to someone else's. Dark Frost stood there indifferently and calmly. Her delicate little face was cold and noble. Human, what do you think you can do? That's right, I was the one who killed your subordinates, but so what? What can you do? The undead king sneered in the sky. To be precise, the parasitic beast was talking. The Star Demon King was dead, and the parasitic beast had taken over this body. This parasitic beast is really rude and unreasonable. It seems like Dark Frost came to take revenge because someone from the Soul Hall was killed by this guy. Ling Xiao finally understood the whole story. What do you think? Dark Frost said coldly, I'll kill you. Kill me? Ha 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 ha. The undead king laughed crazily. His laughter was like thunder, causing the entire void worship to shake. Little girl, I know that you are also a martial artist of the first reincarnation divine realm, but you are only at the first level of the reincarnation divine realm. After I obtained the Star Demon King's body, I was already at the second level of the reincarnation divine realm. What do you have to fight me? So what? You killed my soul hall martial artist. Die. Darkfrost wasn't frightened by the other party's strength. She just responded coldly. Then she didn't do anything. A black gust of wind suddenly appeared in the void. The gale was only 2 meters tall at first, but in the blink of an eye, it turned into a huge storm dozens of meters tall and pounced on the undead king. If one looked carefully, one would find that this storm was not a simple storm. There were countless tiny mosquitoes in it. If one was really hit by this storm, there wouldn't be a corpse left. Between heaven and earth, the black wind raged. More zombies were torn to pieces by the black wind. Some undeads with wings were turned into minced meat as soon as they flew into the air. Ling Xiao was really shocked. Fortunately, he was far enough away. Otherwise, he would have been affected by this attack. Humph, reckless human. This meteorite area has long been the world of us parasitic beasts. Sooner or later, the entire immemorial divine tomb will become our territory. At that time, the ancient corpses underground will also be under our control. Can you imagine? Not to mention you, even the experts of the 4 regions of the Black Tortoise continent can't resist an undead army of that scale. You actually want to stop it? It's ridiculous. The undead king shouted coldly, and the strange blades in his hands crossed together. His body emitted a blood-red light. From his throat, a low roar came out. His voice was not loud, but it was very uncomfortable. Then, a huge cross-shaped sword chi condensed, almost cutting the sky. It rushed crazily toward the black gale. Chapter 3362. Ling Xiao couldn't help but frown when he saw this terrifying sword chi. The difference was too great. Given his own cultivation base, it was simply impossible for him to unleash such a domineering sword chi. It seemed that if he really encountered a reincarnation divine grade martialist, he could only avoid it. Master, their cultivation bases and combat strength are similar. I'm afraid it will be difficult to determine the victor. Ling Xiao couldn't help but ask. No, that girl will win. The Yuan Venerate shook his head. Although the Undying King is powerful, it hasn't been formed for a long time. Therefore, it can't fully display the abilities of the Star Demon King. In terms of martial techniques, it shouldn't be as powerful as Darkfrost's. Of course, the most direct reason is that Darkfrost is a soul race martialist. A powerful soul race martialist. The parasitic beast has to rely on its spirit power to control a physical body. Otherwise, the physical body's movements will be very stiff. It will be the same as those ordinary zombies. It can be said that Darkfrost is basically its nemesis. It just doesn't know it yet. Ling Xiao partially agreed with the Yuan Venerate's words, but he also had doubts. The parasitic beast and Darkfrost obviously hadn't just started fighting. How could it not know that Darkfrost was proficient in spirit mystic techniques? It was probably too early to say who would win or lose. Of course, deep down, he still hoped that Darkfrost would win. Otherwise, the Western region martialists would suffer miserably, just as the parasitic beast had said. Boom! There was a loud explosion in the sky. The sword chi collided with the black wind, and each released a powerful and terrifying energy. The entire space seemed to be on the verge of exploding due to this loud explosion and became extremely unstable. The void warship below couldn't help but sway. After a moment of stalemate, the attacks of both sides were annihilated at the same time. From the looks of it, the two of them were evenly matched. The parasitic beast had an advantage in terms of cultivation base. Darkfrost had an advantage in terms of spirit power. It seemed like this battle would either last for a long time or be decided in a short time. It all depended on which side would reveal their trump cards first. The moment the attack was annihilated, the undead king moved. The blood-red wings on his back flapped, and his body turned into a beam of blood-red light. In an instant, he traversed a distance of several hundred meters and stabbed the blades in his hands toward Darkfrost. Perhaps the undead king also knew that he was good at close combat. The other party belonged to the soul race, so they were better at long-range combat. Getting closer would definitely give him an advantage. There was a blood-red light flickering on the two blades, as well as strange veins that looked like blood vessels. Ling Xiao had no doubt that if this sword pierced Darkfrost, it would suck out Darkfrost's blood. Ding ding. The blade-like monster did not hit Darkfrost. Instead, when it was 2 or 3 meters away from Darkfrost, it hit something, as if it was an air wall. This caused the sword's hands to be unable to continue moving forward. It seems to be a domain similar to the domain of absolute frost. Ling Xiao was shocked. Sure enough, Dark Frost has already cultivated the Soul Emperor's inheritance. While Ling Xiao was still in shock, 2 huge cylinders suddenly flew out of the void behind Dark Frost. The front part of the cylinders was like a sharp thorn that stabbed toward the undead king. The Soul Race martialists are really good at fighting. They only need to use their soul power, and they don't even need to move their hands and feet to make all kinds of attacks. The Yuan Venerate lamented. Kid, you can't forget the advantage of your soul power. If you suddenly use it in battle, it will definitely have a miraculous effect. I know, but my soul mystic technique most likely can't keep up with my cultivation anymore. If I enter the reincarnation's sacred realm, what I have learned before will no longer be of any help. I can only learn new mystic techniques. Fortunately, the 4-leaf demonic eyes have always been effective, so it can be considered a consolation. Ling Xiao also wanted to use soul mystic techniques, but the problem was the things he had learned when he was still a zero-transition martialist. He might not be able to use them effectively now. The sudden appearance of the 2 huge cylinders clearly made the undead king a little unhappy. 2 tentacles appeared on his body and blasted out like the tentacles of an octopus. The 2 tentacles blocked the 2 cylinders. Sure enough, that guy is no longer human. How can a human have tentacles? It's too strange. Ling Xiao couldn't help but shake his head when he saw this. The Star Demon King was also a 9th-level life-sizer, but he had died so tragically. Not only was he dead, but his body was also at the mercy of the parasitic beast. That feeling was really pitiful. Darkfrost's attack was ineffective, but her expression didn't change. Suddenly, a huge skeleton walked out of the void behind her. The skeleton was covered in black smoke. Its hands were unarmed, but the color of its bones was silver-white, like some kind of metal. The skeleton slammed its claws down, and black smoke filled the air. Wherever the claws passed, the air was directly torn apart, and there was a sharp, whistling sound. It was enough to make one's head hurt. Although Darkfrost didn't have the advantage of a physical body, she was still a member of the Soul Race. The Soul Race had the ability to summon monsters from alternate dimensions to do battle. The undead monarch raised his hands and blocked the huge skeleton's claws. However, because he was passively defending, he was clearly at a disadvantage and was sent flying. The skeleton didn't have it easy either. The claws that were waving in the air were instantly shattered into pieces. Apparently, the Undying King's body was much tougher than the skeleton's. The Undying King flew back 4 or 5 meters, then suddenly circled behind Darkfrost. Continue attacking. Facing the Undying King's rapid attacks, Darkfrost seemed very calm. She always had a way to block, and always had a way to counterattack. For a moment, the 2 sides were evenly matched, and it was hard to tell who would win. Darkfrost clearly cultivated the Soul Emperor's legacy, but other than using her domain to defend, she didn't seem to use it to attack. She can't? Or is she waiting for an opportunity? Ling Xiao frowned. She should be waiting for an opportunity. Although both sides have powerful trump cards, in this situation, the first person to use them first will be the first. If they can't defeat the opponent by using their trump card, they will be in trouble. Therefore, both sides are very restrained and cautious. This battle will probably be a long one. The Yuan Venerate analyzed. I'm afraid Darkfrost will be in trouble at night. Ling Xiao said. I didn't expect you to realize this, kid. You're worth teaching. You're right. At night, the combat strength of the Undying will definitely skyrocket, and Darkfrost will become weak because of the consumption of her soul power. If the battle can't be resolved during the day, the situation will definitely reverse. The Yuan Venerate praised. The battle in the sky was too loud. It attracted many monsters from the meteorite zone. Ling Xiao could see through his Taiji eye that most of these monsters were undying, zombies, and blood drinkers. There were also some mutated monsters, such as the demon dog whose head had completely split into 4 parts. Another example was the tree vines that could move. The strength of these monsters was generally above the one-star life-seizing realm. Chapter 3363. Only 8th and 9th level one-star life-seizing monsters dared to get close to the battle between the two super powerhouses. The rest of the ordinary zombies and demonic beasts had already hidden far away. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. Is this an accident? He muttered to himself. He had never heard of so many mutant monsters appearing after the opening of the immemorial divine tomb. Maybe, but with so many monsters, the immemorial divine tomb must be more dangerous than usual. Especially in the meteorite zone. Are you sure you want to stay here? Yuan Venerate asked. The more dangerous it is, the fewer martial artists will come. I have no problem dealing with these brainless monsters. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Not only are you not afraid, but you will also be very happy, right? Yuan Venerate shook his head and smiled bitterly. After being with Ling Xiao for so long, how could he not understand Ling Xiao's character? The stronger the enemy, the more motivated he would be. It would be the same this time. The battle continued in the sky. Ling Xiao opened his Taiji eye and recorded every detail. This would be an important experience for him in future battles. They fought from noon until the sun set in the west. This battle was truly a stalemate. However, as the sky gradually darkened, the Undying King was obviously getting stronger. His eyes were filled with excitement. Pathetic human girl, you can still fight me in the day. Now that the sun has completely set, what will you use to fight me? The Undying King's throat made a low sound. The parasite was ready to launch its final attack on Darkfrost. Yes, it's time to end it. At night, you monsters should be able to handle it with more ease. Darkfrost's expression did not change at all, as if she was frozen, forever as cold as frost. Ling Xiao guessed that after the torture of the Soul Hall, this girl had probably lost all human emotions. She was quite pitiful. Is that so? You seem to be very confident, but I will let you know how insignificant you are. The Undying King's cold voice came out again. An even more intense blood-red light was released from his body. His body actually began to change. His body, which was originally only 2 meters tall, gradually grew to 5 or 6 meters tall. Sharp claws grew out of his hands, and a pair of sharp horns grew out of his forehead. The red light became more and more dazzling, completely covering the light of the setting sun. The terrifying aura pressured Ling Xiao until he was practically unable to breathe. It seems like the Undying King has been waiting for his chance to show his trump card. Ling Xiao had a strong feeling that if Darkfrost did not have a reasonable defensive method, she would be in trouble. Master, I want to save that girl, right? Ling Xiao asked Ling. That's a risk. Who knows what kind of personality that girl has? If you save her, it'll be fine if she's grateful. With her help, you'll be even more unyielding in the immemorial divine tomb. But if she was an ungrateful person, or if she didn't know how to be grateful, then you might even be killed by him. Yuan Venerate reminded him, nothing ventured, nothing gained. Let's take a gamble. And do you think I, Ling Xiao, am that easy to kill? Ling Xiao smiled and began to pay close attention to the battle. If Darkfrost was really in trouble, he would definitely save her. If Darkfrost was absorbed by the parasite beast, then the human martial artists in the immemorial divine tomb would be wiped out. Although those unrelated people had nothing to do with him, he might not even be able to protect his own life if that happened. And his friends. Saving Ming Shuang was the same as saving himself and saving his friends. He had thought this through thoroughly. He discovered the Undying King's situation. Some of the one-star life-seizers and one-star life-seizers who had been waiting nearby to take advantage of the situation quickly fled. They could clearly feel the terror of the Undying King's attack, and it might even affect them. It seems like an ability similar to my bloodthirsty plague, but obviously stronger, Ling Xiao exclaimed. At the same time, Darkfrost also realized the terror of the Undying King's attack. At that moment, she also mobilized the most powerful energy in her body. Intermediate King-class martial technique, soul-devouring domain. It was indeed a domain. Hearing Darkfrost's voice, Ling Xiao was finally certain of his judgment. Any domain is useless. You can't defend against this move of mine at all. The undying king revealed a ferocious expression. The red light in his hands formed the shadow of a huge mouse. Then, he suddenly released it. The sky was filled with red light, and Ling Xiao could barely open his eyes. Fortunately, his Taiji eye and four-leaf demonic eyes were special eyes, so he could carefully observe the entire process. In almost an instant, the countless blood-red mice were not far from Dark Frost. They were so fast that it was as if they had teleported. Undying Plague. The undying king roared in a low voice that echoed in the void worship. Boom! The undying plague and the soul-devouring domain finally collided. At that moment, the space was severely distorted, so much so that the scenery in the sky seemed to be bent, looking extremely strange. It was a stalemate for about a minute. The terrifying undying plague began to corrode the soul-devouring domain. Even though it was not completely dark yet, the undying king still displayed a combat power that was more terrifying than Dark Frost's. Boom! Finally, the soul-devouring domain was completely destroyed. The remaining undying plague was not as powerful as before, but it still broke through the layers of defense set up by Dark Frost and entered Dark Frost's body. Dark Frost's face was a little pale at that moment, but the corner of her mouth hung a smile that only a victor would have. She had been waiting for this moment. When night fell, the opponent would use his trump card because of the increase in strength. At that time, she could take advantage of the opponent's underestimation and kill him in one blow. The Undying King had indeed underestimated his opponent. At that moment, he wanted to take advantage of the Undying Plague's influence on Dark Frost to kill Dark Frost. His body approached Dark Frost, and his huge claws slapped the girl's head, wanting to smash it into pieces. Die. Soul-sealing chain. Kill. A pitch-black chain suddenly appeared behind the Undying King. It turned into a pitch-black ray and instantly pierced through the Undying King's head. This move was very quiet, but its power and speed were terrifying to the extreme. It should also be a king-class martial skill, and also the inheritance of the Soul Emperor. Ling Xiao simply wanted to clap his hands and cheer. Dark Frost's attack this time was chosen at the perfect time. The Undying King's body became bigger, and his movements were not as agile as before. There was no way to dodge. His head shattered in an instant. But the Undying King was still an Undying King. The moment his head shattered, his claws still slapped down. Chapter 3364. The headless undead king swiped his claw at Dark Frost's head. However, Dark Frost's head tilted to the side, and the claw slammed into her, turning her body into a bloody mess. She could even hear the sound of bones breaking. Dark Frost's face turned pale. Coupled with the effects of the undead plague, Dark Frost's body was no longer under her control. She fell from the sky. Countless zombies and undead were waiting for her. They were waiting to tear Dark Frost to shreds. However, the undead king didn't fall. Although he seemed to be in great pain, he was still struggling in the sky. But one thing was for sure. His head was shattered, and his body was seriously injured, but his life crystal wasn't destroyed. That meant he wasn't dead. I can't believe I couldn't kill this monster even after using all my power. Whatever. If I die, I die. There's no point in living anyway. Dark Frost sighed helplessly as she looked at the undead king's condition. She knew that she wasn't lucky enough to kill the undead king. If she fell from the sky like this, she would definitely die. However, she didn't seem to be in any pain. Instead, she closed her eyes. Whoosh! A beam of golden light shot up into the air, grabbed Ming Shuang, and quickly fled. It was so fast that even the 9th-level life-seizers were shocked. It's too early to talk about death. Ming Shuang heard the voice and vaguely saw the face of the person who had saved her. How could it be him? Dark Frost would never have dreamed that someone would come to save her. For someone like her, no one would feel sorry for her if she died. She also didn't expect that her savior would be the weakling she had despised outside the door of the god tomb. She struggled to get to her feet, but the pain caused her soul to be torn apart, and she fainted. This girl is really strong. If she also had the Tai Chi eye, she would have been able to kill the Undying King with just the soul-sealing chain. Ling Xiao sighed. The Undead King's cultivation base was clearly higher than Dark Frost's. However, Dark Frost had displayed an incomparably powerful and intelligent combat style. He was so close to winning. After using the Earth-crossing Golden Light technique to save Ming Shuang, Ling Xiao fled for a long time. After confirming that there were no enemies around, he finally found a safe cave and entered it. He took out a bed from his storage ring and placed Dark Frost on it. Then, he went outside the cave and set up a temporary array, the 10,000 Beasts Blood Refining Array. There was also an illusion array. Then, he activated his spirit formation Martial Spirit. This way, even if monsters were to chase after him, they would not be able to easily discover him. Moreover, the 10,000 Beasts Blood Refining Formation could also turn those monsters into the energy source for his counterattack. After doing all this, Ling Xiao returned to the cave. Looking at Dark Frost, who was lying on the bed with her eyes closed, he couldn't help but sigh. She's still a child. Such a big child should have enjoyed the fun of childhood. Yet he was captured by Soul Palace and trained into a devil-like existence. Pitiful. No wonder he didn't feel any pain even if he died. Perhaps to her, death is a form of release. No, I have to treat her immediately. Otherwise, she will really die. Seeing that the left side of the girl's body was almost completely shattered, her miserable appearance made one's heart ache. Fortunately, he was an apothecary and had the immemorial nature dragon martial spirit in his body. Although he had not used the dragon martial spirit for a long time, it was only because he did not have a suitable martial skill to complement it. It was not that the dragon martial spirit was useless. The immemorial nature dragon martial spirit should have no problem treating this kind of external injury. Coupled with the medicinal pills that he had refined, it should be enough to cure her. After thinking about it, Ling Xiao summoned the immemorial nature dragon. The green nature dragon appeared. Rays of green light enveloped the girl. The left side of her body that was already badly mutilated was quickly healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, the girl suddenly opened her eyes. There was a murderous intent in her cold eyes. "Why did you save me?" the girl asked. "I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Shut up and wait until the treatment is over." Ling Xiao acted very domineering. In the end, the other party was just a little girl. Although she was very strong, her thinking was not that mature. Moreover, she was seriously injured and was no match for him. Most importantly, he could sense that the girl's body had been tormented by the undying plague. Even if the external injury was healed, it would not be a threat to him. "You dare to yell at me?" Dark Frost was stunned. Ever since she became the master of Soul Hall, no one dared to yell at her like this. "Shut up." Ling Xiao did not waste time talking nonsense with her and continued with the treatment. After spending a full 3 hours, the girl's external injury was finally healed. However, he was so tired that he lay on the ground. "Aren't you afraid that I will kill you?" The girl walked over and grabbed Ling Xiao's collar with her slender hand and said coldly, "Is this how you treat your savior? Do you think that there are no good people in this world because those people from Soul Hall are not good people?" Ling Xiao did not resist and let her grab his collar as he said coldly, "Is that not the case? You saved me because you want me to repay your kindness." Dark Frost shouted. She thought of her previous encounters and was in a bad mood. "You can get lost after your injury is healed, and we will be strangers from now on." Ling Xiao mocked. "I want you to repay your kindness? How can you repay me? In your current situation, it's hard to say if you can even walk out of here." Dark Frost looked at Ling Xiao and finally let go of his collar. Then, she burst into tears. No one dared to scold her like this. Although many people slandered and mocked her behind her back, at least no one dared to speak to her like this in front of her. However, for some reason, when she heard Ling Xiao's words, her frozen heart actually began to melt. "Sigh, I'm most afraid of girls crying." Ling Xiao sighed and simply sat to the side to recover his strength, ignoring Dark Frost. He knew that she would not kill him. Although this girl had been treated very cruelly, deep down, she was still very kind and cute. Otherwise, she would not have risked her life to avenge her subordinates alone. Anyway, he had seen this kind of people who would not do such ungrateful things. Dark Frost cried for a full half an hour before her sobs gradually subsided. Ling Xiao had also completely recovered his strength and inner strength. Are you really not afraid that I will kill you? Everyone thinks that I am a monster and is unwilling to get close to me. Dark Frost gradually stopped crying and asked, I am afraid, Ling Xiao said indifferently, but I can't just leave you to die because I am afraid. Moreover, in my eyes, other than your strength, you are just a little girl with a tragic fate. Sigh, let's not talk about this. The undying plague in your body needs to be dealt with immediately. Otherwise, your cultivation will not be able to recover. Don't worry about me. I don't want to go back anyway. That cold, cruel place without any warmth. Dark Frost hugged her head, looking very frightened. Chapter 3365. As long as one is alive, there is hope, isn't there? Ling Xiao glanced at Dark Frost and sighed. I know what you went through. My childhood might not have been as tragic as yours, but it wasn't that great either. I used to be a little beggar who was bullied at will. Even if I was beaten to death, no one would care. I had to work hard every day just to have a bite to eat. However, I never despaired because I knew that as long as I was alive, there was hope. You are very strong, and you survived the cruel torture. Why don't you live well? Let those who laugh at you see that you are happier than them. That's all I have to say. Think about it yourself. After saying that, Ling Xiao walked out of the cave. There were traces of monster activity everywhere outside the cave, and it was obvious that someone was commanding them. Ling Xiao guessed that the Undying King was really angry because he had almost been killed by Dark Frost, so he was searching every nook and cranny of the place. However, this place was heavily guarded by him, so the monsters never discovered the existence of the cave. Why don't you leave? You have already saved her anyway. Why bother if she doesn't want to live anymore? The Yuan Venerate asked as he flew out of Ling Xiao's body. Save her until the end. Besides, she is a powerhouse of the reincarnation divine grade. If you can build a good relationship with her, wasting some time is nothing. The power of one person is ultimately not enough. Look at Dark Frost. Isn't she strong enough? No, she still needs me to save her. It's the same for me. I can't always be safe and sound. It would be good if someone came to save her at this time. I still believe that the nature of that girl is better than most people, even after experiencing the cruel torture. That's still the case. Ling Xiao chuckled. Do you really have a way to help me? Suddenly, Dark Frost appeared at the entrance of the cave. Ling Xiao didn't know if it was an illusion, but he actually saw a blush on her little face. It must be an illusion. Ling Xiao shook his head. This girl was as cold as ice. How could it be? Of course. Ling Xiao nodded. All right, I'll accept your treatment. Regardless of whether you need it or not, since you've saved me, I owe you a favor. I'll definitely repay you in the future. Dark Frost added. All right. Ling Xiao was not a pretentious person. It was definitely a good thing to be able to make an expert owe him a favor while saving a life. He would never refuse. After entering the cave, Ling Xiao placed his hand on Dark Frost's weak back. He didn't know much about the undead plague. Therefore, he needed to do some analysis first. Do not resist, no matter what happens, Ling Xiao reminded. I know, Ming Shuang said with a nod. If Ling Xiao wanted to kill her, he could have done it a long time ago. He wouldn't have waited until now. Therefore, she had nothing to worry about. Seeing that Dark Frost was so cooperative, Ling Xiao was in a good mood. If he had met someone who would nag even if you saved her, Ling Xiao would never save her. He wasn't a masochist. After more than 10 minutes of analysis, Ling Xiao basically confirmed the composition of the undead plague. It was very similar to his bloodthirsty plague. They were both powerful germs. However, the difference was that the bloodthirsty plague absorbed the opponent's blood and inner strength. The undead plague, on the other hand, destroyed the opponent's blood and muscles in all directions. After understanding the principle, it was easier to remove it. From the Tianlong continent to the Xuanwu continent, Ling Xiao's medical skills were getting stronger and stronger. He used his trait of not being afraid of poison and transformed into the Nine-Snake General to forcefully extract the undead plague. This process only took an hour to complete. All right, next, I'll prepare some medicine for you. After using it, Your body will slowly recover. Your strength will be the same as well. Ling Xiao wiped the sweat off his forehead and let out a long sigh. The treatment this time was not completely without benefits. Other than gaining Dark Frost's favor, the biggest gain was that his 9-snake poison domain had an additional poison, the undead plague. This was a virus that could create zombies and even immortals. Furthermore, the zombies and immortals created would listen to his commands. Are you a doctor? Dark Frost asked curiously. You can say that. Ling Xiao nodded. I also know a doctor. He is the best doctor in Soul Hall. Even in the entire western region, no one can compare to him. If you want to become his disciple, I can introduce you to him. Dark Frost said all of a sudden. There's no need for that. I already have a master. Ling Xiao didn't believe that there would be someone more outstanding than a Yuan Venerate in terms of medicine in this world. Even the so-called number one in the western region couldn't compare to him. Dark Frost was stunned when she heard Ling Xiao's words. She wanted to repay a debt of gratitude. Who knew how many people dreamed of becoming that doctor's disciple? Ling Xiao had actually rejected her? Didn't he ask how powerful that person was? Are you sure? The person I'm talking about is definitely more powerful than your master. Dark Frost said, he might not be as powerful as me, let alone my master. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. I'm going to prepare the medicine. Dark Frost swallowed her words back into her stomach. This was the first time someone had dared to stop her from speaking. In the next few days, Ling Xiao took care of Dark Frost. He also went out to look for medicinal herbs. The two of them had been together for a long time, so their relationship had naturally warmed up. Dark Frost had changed the most. In the past, she would absolutely disdain to talk to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao still remembered her cold and aloof demeanor. However, she seemed very familiar with him now. That aloof demeanor that kept people thousands of miles away seemed to have gradually disappeared in front of Ling Xiao. Instead, she felt like a little girl next door. Ling Xiao liked this feeling very much. 2 days later, Ling Xiao returned from outside and found Dark Frost lying there covered in blood. Although it was all external injuries, he was still very angry. You went out? His face was a little gloomy. I can't always owe you a favor. I have to speed up the recovery of my strength through battle. Dark Frost's little face that was covered in blood was stubborn. Bullshit. Am I the doctor, or are you the doctor? Originally, if you had listened to me and recuperated well, your strength would have completely recovered in less than 5 days. But now, everything has to start all over again. You have to delay another 3 days just to recuperate. Brainless. Ling Xiao was a little angry, and his words were not pleasant to hear. You dare to scold me? Dark Frost frowned. So what if I scold you? Are you going to wait until you recover to kill me? Ling Xiao said coldly, stay here and don't move. Tell me what monster injured you. I have to find suitable blood to refine medicine. She was startled by Ling Xiao's cold voice. Dark Frost actually said honestly, it's a blood drinker with a huge tail. After saying that, she realized that she was actually so obedient to this Ling Xiao. Okay, you wait. Ling Xiao turned and left. Chapter 3366. Dark Frost wanted to be angry, but she couldn't get angry at all. She knew that Ling Xiao scolded and reprimanded her for her own good. Perhaps in Ling Xiao's eyes, she was just a 12 or 13-year-old girl. She wasn't some high and mighty Soul Hall master. Seeing Ling Xiao go out, Dark Frost struggled to get up and nervously listened to the sounds outside. Loud roars kept coming. It was the roar of the blood drinker. Dark Frost was very nervous. She clenched her small fists and gritted her teeth. If you dare to hurt him, I'll make all the mutant creatures in the meteorite area pay with their lives. She had never cared so much about someone. She had never been cared for so much by someone. Her small heart had long been filled with that person's shadow. Although she didn't want to admit it, she really wanted to call Ling Xiao brother. She was betrayed by her parents, and only her brother didn't leave her. However, her brother died in the cruel punishment of Soul Hall. For her, her brother was the closest person. She could treat Ling Xiao as her brother, which meant that she really trusted and cared about Ling Xiao. Just as she was thinking about this, a figure suddenly rushed in from outside. It was Ling Xiao. "Brother, are you okay?" Dark Frost was anxious and shouted out the words in her heart. "I'm fine." Ling Xiao didn't think there was anything wrong. Was it strange for a 12 or 13-year-old girl to call him brother? "It's okay. I've already taken the things back. Next, I'll treat you." Speaking up to hear, Ling Xiao suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His vision turned black and he fainted. However, he didn't fall to the ground. Instead, Dark Frost caught him. "I'm fine. I'll be fine after some rest. You should use the medicine to stop the bleeding first. I'll help you refine the medicine to remove the bacteria later." After a while, Ling Xiao woke up. In the battle just now, the bloodthirster was too strong. Ling Xiao had fought with his life on the line. Due to the huge difference in their strength, even though he was able to get some of the other party's blood, he was still severely injured. It was already good enough that he was able to make it back. Most importantly, his king-tier black tortoise divine body and immemorial nature dragon soul both had the ability to heal themselves. After resting for a while, his body should be more or less recovered. "I'm sorry, it's all my fault. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been injured. I really am a jinx." Dark Frost's expression became very ugly, as if she had thought of something that terrified her. "Dark Frost, look at me, look into my eyes." Ling Xiao grabbed Dark Frost's head and forced her to look at him. "I don't care what those people thought of you in the past. Today's matter is not as serious as you think. You just wanted to recover as soon as possible, and I forgot to remind you that I'm also at fault. Don't carry everything on your back. Living like that will be very tiring. You really won't blame me?" Dark Frost asked pitifully. This child, she had never had such an expression before. "Of course I will. In the future, you have to listen to me. You're not allowed to go out. When you recover, you can do whatever you want." Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. "Okay, I'll listen to you. I'll listen to you," Dark Frost said as she wiped her tears. "I'm so tired. I'll sleep for a while." Ling Xiao finally couldn't hold on anymore and fell to the ground. He didn't know how long he had been unconscious for, but when he opened his eyes, he saw Dark Frost brewing medicine. This little girl's ability to brew medicine was not small. It was obvious that she had done a lot of work since she was young. Her parents probably didn't love her very much. "Big brother, you're awake? Hurry up and drink this medicine. I also know a little about medicine. This is good for treating internal injuries." Dark Frost looked at Ling Xiao eagerly. To be honest, Ling Xiao didn't want to drink it, because after his own treatment, he was basically healed. But looking at the medicine that the little girl had painstakingly brewed, it didn't seem right not to drink it. After thinking for a while, he took the medicine and drank it. "It's so bitter." "Haha, the medicine elder said that good medicine is bitter," Dark Frost said with a smile. Although the two of them were injured, the small cave was filled with laughter and chatter. 5 days later, Dark Frost completely recovered her strength. However, Ling Xiao's cultivation hadn't recovered yet. Because he forced himself to use the bloody rat, it was impossible to rely on cultivation alone. He must have a medicine as an auxiliary. Unfortunately, until now, he hadn't found any auxiliary medicine, so his cultivation fell into a stagnant state. "You're too weak to survive alone in the meteorite area. Come with me to the green area." Dark Frost looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Green area?" "Yes, it's the only safe place in the meteorite area. For some reason, it seems that the monsters in the meteorite area can't enter that area. The germs can't spread there either. Our soul hall occupies the green area." Dark Frost replied. "Okay, I'll go with you." Ling Xiao thought for a while. Although the green area wasn't a city, it was a real safe area. There must be warriors trading herbs there. Even if there wasn't, the master of Soul Hall should be able to get some herbs for him. Anyway, they were just ordinary herbs that weren't worth much. "Brother, don't tell anyone what happened here. The situation of Soul Hall is more complicated than you think. I'm afraid that someone will make an issue out of it. Also, in the green area, I can only protect you in secret. On the surface, I can only treat you as my savior. I'll tell the people of Soul Hall that only you can remove the germs in my body. This way, you'll be even safer. On the way, Dark Frost reminded Ling Xiao. In fact, Ling Xiao had thought about this a long time ago. Although Dark Frost was powerful, she was only a 12-year-old girl. How could she rule Soul Hall? There must be a real ruler in Soul Hall. To put it bluntly, Dark Frost was just a hired thug. But no matter what, he could be sure that Dark Frost could still provide him with some protection. At the very least, if Soul Hall didn't want Dark Frost to die, they wouldn't attack him. I know. Under Dark Frost's lead, the two quickly approached the green area. The so-called green area was actually a slightly larger campsite. It was surrounded by fences. There were many tents and temporary wooden huts, straw huts, and the like. There were monster activities around the green area. But strangely, these monsters didn't even take half a step closer to the green area. They would even stay far away. When they approached the green area, there were already people who noticed them first. There was a watchtower built in the green area that allowed one to see very far. There was probably no one in Soul Hall who didn't recognize Dark Frost. A moment later, a group of people charged out of the green area. On the way to the green area, there were many monsters, and they weren't weak. Soul Hall had always had people in charge of clearing the path, but this time, they were here to welcome their hall master. Chapter 3367. Remember what I said, she said. Don't get too close. Ming Shuang also noticed that someone had come out and reminded him again. Don't worry, I understand. Ling Xiao nodded. Even as the words left his mouth, the newcomers appeared in front of him. There were more than 10 of them, all of them wearing the uniform of the Hall of Souls. However, the strange thing was that these people had two different uniforms. One was black, the other was white. Dark Frost had told him that the Hall of Souls was divided into the inner sanctum and the outer sanctum. The inner sanctum was a member of the Hall of Souls. As for the outer sanctum, they had all been selected through harsh and cruel methods. Therefore, the inner sanctum had a higher status, while the outer sanctum was filled with hired thugs. Not even the Lord of the Hall of Souls could escape such a fate. As for how the Hall of Souls managed to control the Lord of the Hall of Souls, it was impossible to say. Hall Master, said a magnetic voice from within the crowd. Ling Xiao looked up. It was a young man who appeared to be about 20 years old. He was dressed in black and was quite handsome. From the look of it, he was from the inner sanctum. Of course, that wasn't what Ling Xiao was concerned about, but rather how strong he was. From what he could tell, he was in the 9th division of the life-seizing level, roughly on the same level as the Koi King. Although he wasn't completely sure, he could tell from his aura. He's called Yama, she said. He's very strong, second only to me in the 9th division of the life-seizing level. There are 4 kings in the myriad kingdoms and 3 devils in the Hall of Souls. All of them are in the 9th division of the life-seizing level. Dark Frost gave Ling Xiao a brief introduction. Ling Xiao nodded slightly. It seemed his guess had been correct. Considering that this young man was called Yama, he was definitely one of the strongest of the 3 devils. By this point, Yama had reached Dark Frost. Looking concerned, he said, Hallmaster, you left the green zone without saying a word. You scared the hell out of us. It's been days, and both the inner sanctum and the outer sanctum have been searching for you. Thankfully, you're back. It's good that you're fine. She could tell that Yama seemed to have a special feeling for Dark Frost. He seemed to be very concerned about her. Sorry for making you guys worry. I'm fine. I'm just heading to Star City to fight the Undead King. In the end, he lost. There were some things that happened later. We can talk about the details when we get back. This is not the place to talk. When Dark Frost faced other people, including this Yama, she had a cold expression on her face. She didn't look happy at all. The palace master actually lost to the Undead King. Yama was shocked. In their hearts, although this little girl was not smart enough, her strength was definitely one of the best in the Western region. Other than Dragon Mother, who else could be her opponent? He had actually lost to the Undead King. How terrifying was the strength of the Undead King? Surprised, he suddenly looked at Ling Xiao. His originally concerned eyes instantly turned cold and vicious. As expected of one of the 3 devils, this person was truly devilish. He didn't even ask any questions, and instead unleashed a powerful aura on Ling Xiao. Obviously, That was the way to deal with an enemy. From what Ling Xiao could tell, it was something a male demonling would do to protect his territory. What are you doing here, boy? Why are you with the palace master? His tone was clearly interrogative. Ling Xiao didn't like it. Nonsense, Yang Qi said. Shouldn't you be asking your palace master that question? Ling Xiao wasn't happy, so it was only natural that his tone wasn't pleasant. Yama was taken aback by Ling Xiao's words. Never could he have guessed that a piece of trash in the 5th division of life seizing would dare to talk back to him. Are you looking to die? Yama said, preparing to attack. Enough. At this moment, Ming Shuang spoke. I was heavily injured by the Undying King, and he saved me. Don't let him laugh at the Soul Hall for not knowing how to repay kindness. Her voice was as cold as ever. I don't believe you, Yama said. He's a measly 5th division life-sizer. In the domain of the falling stars, if it weren't for your protection, he'd be dead by now. Don't worry, Palace Master. It doesn't matter what information he has on you. Yama will get it back for you. Yang Qi's words were getting more and more outrageous. From the look in his eyes, it was clear that he viewed Ling Xiao as an enemy. In response, Ling Xiao's eyes grew even colder. Yama obviously had a high position in the Soul Hall. If he dared to disobey the orders of the Palace Master, then he obviously had someone backing him. But even if that was the case, so what? Did Ling Xiao really deserve to be cursed at? Did he deserve to be humiliated? Looking coldly at Yama, he said, I've long since heard that the inner sanctum of the Soul Hall is arrogant. I never would have guessed that you would be so lacking in manners. I saved your Palace Master. I don't expect anything in return, but at the very least, treat him nicely. With your current attitude, you've truly lost all of Soul Palace's face. Yama's jaw dropped. Never could he have guessed that this person in front of him would be so arrogant. Normally speaking, 5th Division life seizers would be so terrified that they would drop to their knees. But not only did this person refuse to kneel, he even tried to reason with him, and even mocked him. No one in the Soul Hall had ever dared to speak to him like that. Even in the Western domain, it was rare to find someone who dared to speak to him in such a manner, even if they had a cultivation base no lower than his. What was wrong with this piece of trash? Yang Qi's expression darkened. A terrifying aura surged toward Ling Xiao like a ferocious beast. And yet, Ling Xiao just stood there, unmoving. What did he have to fear? He had killed the Mirror Devil King. He had almost killed the Koi King. He had played the Dragon Shark King. The Yama Devil's strength was only on par with the other three, and he wasn't much stronger than them. Was he really worth being afraid of? It seems you really don't know how strong I, Yama, am. Yama's killing intent grew even stronger. Of course I do, Yang Qi said. You really are strong when it comes to being unreasonable and disrespectful. Ling Xiao sneered. Are you looking to die? Yama didn't hesitate to attack Ling Xiao. However, before he could do anything, Dark Frost sent him flying back with a palm strike. Dark Frost's palm strike was perfect. It didn't injure Yama, and it also sent Yama flying. It went to show how adept she was at controlling her strength. Sect Mistress, you, Yama said, stunned. He couldn't believe that Dark Frost would protect this man. I've said it before, he's my savior, Dark Frost said coldly. Remember this, Yama. You might be an Inner Hall disciple, but I'm the Sect Mistress. You even dared to kill my savior. Are you looking down on me, the Palace Master? The Sect Mistress was still the Sect Mistress. Although the Inner Hall had ways to suppress the Sect Mistress, under normal circumstances, no one would easily offend such a powerful Sect Mistress, unless there was something wrong with their brains. Seeing that Dark Frost was really angry, only then did the Yama demon curb his anger. However, he was still very unhappy. How could he be happy to be humiliated by a piece of trash? You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.